OK, it's time to shake things up a bit. If you tilt the wireless controller you're holding, you can animate yourself. Press the left stick to alternate between moving your head and your pelvis. You can change your sack person's expressions too, using the directional buttons. Come on then, give us a little smile. Press the up button. Go on. There, see? You're happy. Press the down button and you'll become down. Look at that. A face like a smacked bottom. Press the left button and you go all worried. What was that? Press the right button and you get all cross and tough. By holding down the limb buttons, you can use the sticks to control your arms. Yes, you can stop being mean and moody now. We're all very impressed. You've no doubt noticed that the music in LittleBigPlanet rocks larger than a boulder. So let's have some more. Open your poppet, select the Tools bag icon, and select one of the music icons that hopefully you will have collected on your travels. Placing them is the same as placing decorations or stickers. So find somewhere you want to make audibly pleasing and press the action button. You can fine-tune your music with the poppet cursor. Move it over the object, then press the menu button to bring up the Music Tweak menu. Useful blighters, these tweak menus. And there's plenty of things around LittleBigPlanet which like a quick tweak every now and again. I know I do. When you're in a tweak menu, it's the left stick to choose a setting. Then the right stick to change it. The volume sliders adjust the level of each of the different instruments within the track. You can tweak which part of the song the music starts playing from. And tweaking the trigger radius determines how close you have to be before it starts playing. Not too loud, mind, or you'll get a letter from the council. If you want to create something with moving parts, try making a bolt for it. No, come back! I meant a bolt as in nuts and bolts. Now, to use a bolt, you need at least two things you want to bolt together. Get a bolt from your tools bag. Use the left stick to position it over the first of the two objects you want to connect. Then the action button bolts it in. Now, we need the poppet cursor, so press back twice to get back to the poppet main menu. Select the poppet cursor and use the left stick to position the now bolted object in front of whatever it is you're bolting it onto. A quick press of the action button bolts the bally things together. You can adjust the tightness of the bolt via the tweak menu. We'll make an engineer of you yet, Isambard. By now, your scene should be looking fancier than Mr. Fancy of 52 Fancy Street, West Fancytown, Fancyshire. So let's fancy up the interactive aspect with buttons. Choose something to connect a button to. For example, an object you've put a motor bolt on. Dive into your tools bag and go get a button. Pop it down wherever takes your fancy. Then get ready with your trusty pop-it cursor. See the connector tab sticking out of the button? Grab it by tapping the action button and heave the gadding thing out. Take it over to the object you want to control and press action. On the button Tweak menu, you'll find the ability to change what they do, their behavior, if you like. On and off turns them on, or as you might expect if you're very clever, off. Direction makes the object change direction with each push of the button. One shot will make your object run just once, or if it's an emitter, emit just one item. And last of all, invert makes your object do just the opposite of what it was doing each time you press the button. All that makes sense then? Or does it sound trickier than explaining what you want in a DIY shop? By placing camera zones in your scene, you can control the zoom level and angles your scene is viewed from. You call the shots, so to speak, Mr. Stephen Sackboy. Find one in your tools bag. Stick one to an object just like you would a sticker. In the Tweak menu, you can have a good old faff about with angles and zoom settings. As with photo booths, use your left stick to move in all directions, the right stick to adjust the angle, and the shuffle buttons operate the zoom. Zone alters the dimensions and position of an area that triggers the camera zone. Use the left stick and the right stick to do this. Oh, and the track player setting adjusts the balance between the camera being fixed and the camera following the players. Jolly good fun. You know when you've made something, like a fancy shape, for example, it's a shame to leave it behind, so here's how you can pop it into your pop-it menu. Go to your goodies bag and find My Objects. This is your personal toy shop of self-made playthings. To add something, select Capture Object, and you'll get this friendly-looking rectangular capture box. Using the left stick to maneuver it and the right stick to change its size, place it around the object you want to capture and press Action to catch it. Gotcha! It's now saved in your My Objects page for later use. It's a doddle. If you've just conquered a sackful of traps, pits and obstacles, it's a real pain going all the way back to the start of a level. Find a checkpoint in your tools bag. Your faithful left stick will let you position it, while the trusty shuffle buttons move it backwards and forwards. And you place it with your wonderful old friend, the Action button. Make sure you test your new checkpoints in play mode. And notice that you always reappear at the last checkpoint you went past. If there's a multiplayer scene going on, you might want to ensure players joining in late get the whole story. So you should use a closed level post to hold back new players until the action is finished or the level is ready to restart. Place it like you would anything else in LittleBigPlanet, and that's that. Once it's been passed, no other players can join in until the game is over. Honestly, it'll stop all kinds of arguments and huffs and filthy looks in the long run. On the LittleBigPlanet, you're a little sack person. This one is you. You're quite a cute one. Now, there's a lot of gadding about in LittleBigPlanet. Brisk walking is the order of the day, so up to it. To move around, use the left stick. Just push it a little for dainty tippy toes, or push it all the way to run like your sacking depends upon it. And don't forget your 3 J's. Jump, jump, jump. Give the action button a short, sharp press for a small hop, or hold it down for a huge, boundy leap. On you go. The corner editing tool is just the ticket for making precise adjustments to the shapes you've made. Pop open your poppet and find the corner editing tool in your tools bag. Use the left stick and action button to select an object to slice and dice with the corner cutting cursor. You'll notice your cursor has altered somewhat and is now restricted to the boundaries of your object, but not of your imagination. And if you move it to a corner, then press the action button like so, you can then move it around with the left stick. Both brill and fab, you'll no doubt agree. Then press the action button to place it somewhere else. Or, if you wish, you can get rid of it with the delete button. And if you can't get enough of those cool and crazy corners, create new ones by moving over any point along the edge and pressing the action button. On LittleBigPlanet, you can make more than just collages and paper chains with our craft materials. So into the goodies bag we go, and pick a craft material. Then choose a shape and prepare to get crafty. Position it with the left stick. Scale and rotate it with the right stick. And use the shuffle buttons to give it a bit of a backwards or forwards motion. And stamp it into the world with the action button. You can draw a continuous shape by holding down the action button. Oh, heck, the delete button acts as a cutting tool if you really want to go all hello darling, to coin a phrase. Then press back to go back to your poppet. On LittleBigPlanet, materials behave just like they do on your planet. Metallic objects have substantial weight. Remember to hold down the grab button to hold on to things. Things made from sponge, polystyrene, and cardboard are as light as love. Glass is quite slippery and a devil to grab onto. Impossible, actually. The best way of learning is hands-on learning. So get a grip. Creature pieces let you create artificial life. Sounds like a good wheeze, as a certain Dr. Frankenstein once said. Pick something you want to bring to life, and go to the Gadgets page in your tools bag. Let's get your object gadding about, shall we? Select a creature leg or creature wheel. When selected, press the Action button to place it. Press back and find Magic Eyes. Add as many as you like. Go back for a creature brain, since this will help the poor thing navigate and react. There's 2 types of spongy noggin, protected and unprotected. If you go for unprotected, rival sackfolk can try and pilfer that grey matter, rendering your poor fellow useless and destroying him. Both brain types have a few things to tweak. Setting the behaviour to follow makes your creature walk towards you. It's harmless enough, but if you're not expecting it, it can give you the willies. Flee behaviour makes for nervous Nellies. First sign of a sack person, and your creature's out of the door and down the street. Set behaviour to ignore, and your creature will act like a surly teenager, not interacting with anyone and plodding on until it runs out of landscape. Awareness radius sets how close you have to be before the creature becomes aware of you. Vulnerability lets you say whether harmful materials, such as fire and gas, will harm your creature. But should your creature actually be made of flames, then he will automatically be immune. You can also tweak a brain to alter your creature's speed and its ability to jump or not. Simple, isn't it? Now, you probably want to look stylish and sexy as you're gadding about LittleBigPlanet, so you need to know how to get your kit on, or how to put your glad rags on. Press the menu button to access your poppet. Now, the poppet is the most useful tool since some Swiss bloke welded a knife and a screwdriver together. So let's have a Sammy Shufti, Use the left stick to go through the various icons on the poppet main menu. Press Action to choose one. For now, choose Customize Character. This takes you to your Customize Character pages, where you can have a rummage about to find a new style of sack material. Use the left stick to select something that says, "Hey, I'm a sack person. Get used to it." This is also your Little Big Boutique, where you can peruse myriad fashions. Some magic, some tragic. If you're in one of those moods where you simply can't decide what clothes go with your ears at the moment, just select this icon, which randomly chooses some gad rags for you. To get out of Poppet, just press the back button to go back a level, and press it again to close it completely. Oh, you're going to be the talk of LittleBigPlanet in that get-up. Either that or a laughingstock. If you're feeling a teensy bit devilish, you can add some mild peril to your scene. Take this rabbit. Seems quite a friendly sort. But go into your tools bag and you'll find some naughty danger tools. Choose the flame tool. Move it with the left stick and apply it with action. Try running into it to witness its lethal powers. Oh, my word! If your conscience gets the better of you, you can access the Unlethalize tool. Whew. What next? Gerbil with a flick hammer? By now, you should be the best at placing, gluing and embedding objects. A sack of all trades. So, if you want to remove a bit of your newly built creation, use the Pop-It cursor. Move it over the bit of your creation you're not entirely happy with, and select it with the Action button. Press Delete once, and away comes the offending section. Now you can drop it somewhere else, or you can get rid of it completely by hitting Delete once more. Oh, one final thing. If you hold down Delete when you're selecting a part, it'll delete the whole thing. Oh, a little bit hasty there, Sackboy. And one final thing. You can't take apart things that other players give you, just the ones you've made yourself. That's it. I'm finished now. Thanks. Toodaloo. Building snowmen is fun, although personally I'd be a tad suspicious of the green ones. But if you build them out of dissolve material, you can melt them in an instant. Use dissolve material like you would any other craft material, but then connect it to a switch or a button. A quick nudge from Sackboy, and it's bye-bye Frosty. Elastic adds to our wibbly-wobbliness, but it wouldn't stand up in court, Your Honour. Meaning elastic isn't as rigid as a spring. It does have some other wonderful attributes, though. Get some elastic from the tools bag and place it like you place rods or springs or strings. By keeping the Action button down, go straight to your elasticy tweaks, namely length and strength. Strength alters the elasticity, or boinginess, if you want to be all technical about it. On LittleBigPlanet, nothing's set in stone when you're creating things. Except stone, that is. You can embed any number of different craft materials into a single object. Simply choose a craft material from your goodies bag, choose a shape, and then position it over something in your scene made from some other materials. Press the Action button and abracadabra! It's embedded itself. As before, you can use the shuffle buttons to control how deep you want to embed your materials. Create and express yourself. You go, Picasso. Did you know you can embed objects into materials too? Oh, looks a lordy, yes. Select an object from your goodies bag and position it in the shape you want to jazz up. As ever, the shuffle buttons are kind enough to change the depth of the object as well. Love those shuffle buttons. Press Action, and it's embedded. Now's your chance to scare the living breakfast out of a poor, unsuspecting sack person. With an emitter, you can make objects appear and disappear, just when you least expect them. Find emitters in your tools bag. Attach the emitter to an object, just like you attach a decoration. It won't do anything until you program it, so open up the Tweak menu. The Object setting allows you to select whatever you want to emit. And more importantly, where you want it to appear. You can precisely control the speed and spin at which the object is spat out with the linear and angular velocity settings. Choose Frequency to set how often you want it to emit something. Lifetime lets you specify how long your emitted object will live for before it dissolves into the ether. Max Emitted allows you to specify a finite number of objects. They're highly technical scientific specifications, okay? So, have a faff with them when you feel like it. When you've created a scene, other players will want to come and visit. So you'll need to set up an entrance. Blank templates come ready-fitted with a shiny new entrance. If you want to move it, just use your pop-it cursor. If for some reason your entrance has vanished, you can always get another one from the gameplay kits in your tools bag. Place it like you would any other object. And to test your entrance, gad on over to play mode. Ah, there you are. Oh, and do wipe your feet, would you? Conquering LittleBigPlanet requires skill, guile, and cunning. But sometimes you just want to blow stuff up. Find explosives in your tools bag. Now there's a choice. Impact explosives are highly volatile and go off if someone or something bumps into them. Handle with care. The other choice is trigger explosives that can be detonated with a switch. We'll learn more about switches in later lessons. Placing either explosive is exactly the same as placing anything else, only a bit more sinister. Have you heard about that crazy floaty material? Man, it's bongo. Floaty craft material is the same as any other craft material, but it has a tendency to bounce and float around like a cloud of jelly. Love those jelly clouds, man. They're totally Freaksville. I mean it, they'll blow your teapot, spin your melon. Whoa. Here in the LittleBigPlanet, you can change your entire environment with a couple of presses and a whoosh. Open your tools bag, find the backgrounds page, and feast your eyes on the environments available. Choose one by pressing the Action button. For total world domination, have a play with the Global Controls page. Change lighting from scorching noonday sun to the darkness of an evening spent wearing 3 pairs of sunglasses. Add fog from light misty threat to a real pea super. And change the colours from shimmering shiny sci-fi to a classic old film look. Seep yourself. Seep yourself. Change the words to make it sound like... And cut. We LittleBigPlanet happy gadders like to stick together. So let's stick some other things together with glue. To use glue, we'll be needing our friend the Poppet cursor. Select something you want to stick to something else. Place it so they're in contact. And press and hold the action button until you hear it go... Ah! Hey presto, they're stuck together like a dried-out cornflake on a cereal bowl. Now you can shift and shake them like they're one object. We're really bonding now, aren't we? A grab switch is triggered when a sack person grabs the thing it's attached to. Get a grab switch from the tools bag and stick it onto something you can grab. You know the routine with switches, so we won't make a song and dance about it. Oh, all right, then we will. Grab switches, jolly handy. Hey, forgot to tell you about level keys. I've got a mind like a, whatnot. For every scene you publish, you're given an associated key that magically appears in your tools bag. These keys can be used as a way of linking multiple scenes if you want to form an elongated adventure, or something like that. Sieve, that's what it's like. Sieve, yes. You can even speak to your fellow happy gadders through the marvellous mechanical Magic Mouth feature. The Magic Mouth icon is in the tools bag, so let's go and select it. Now you have a magic mouth to stick onto whatever you wish. Move it with the left stick. The right stick changes the size and rotation of the wonderful waffler. Did you know that if you hold down the action button when you're placing something, you can tweak it right there and then? Hello, Tweak. Here you can add some text by selecting Speech. Tell a story or a joke, anything. Keep it short and nice. Rudies are not permitted. For each Rudy you try and put in, a little sack person dies somewhere. Want that on your conscience? Now, there's some amusing gibber sounds in the sound icon page that you can also add. And the area icon decides how close to the magic mouth another player has to be before the speech appears. It's like talking to a brick wall, isn't it? If ye have the wisdom of wizards and witches, then ye must knowest of magnetic key switches. Actually, they're not that mysterious, to be frank. They just need a magnetic key nearby to activate them. Place the switch first. It's on your Gadgets page. And yank the connector tab to connect it up. In the Tweak menu, there's all the usual switch gubbins such as on, off. But this time, Trigger Radius determines how close the key must be for it to activate the switch. And Colour sets what colour of magnetic key will activate the magnetic switch. When you've tweaked the magnetic key switch, don't forget to add a magnetic key to the scene. Attach a magnetic key to something hereabouts, preferably something hereabouts that you can move. When you tweak the key, you can set its colour, and it's a good idea to make it the same colour as the switch. That way, when you drag your magnetic key to the same coloured magnetic key switch, hey presto! Open sesame! And, well, there we are. If you've made something of one material, but then decide it'd look better made from something else, you don't need to rebuild it, just change the material. Simply select the new material you want, then select the Material Changer tool. Then, all you have to do is move it over the shape you want to change the material of and press Action. It's now made from something else. Alter as many shapes as you like and press the back button a few times to return to the Pop-It main menu. The Material Changer does exactly what it says on the tin, or on the cardboard, or the polystyrene, or whatever material you want it to say it on. You can introduce motion to your creations by adding motor bolts. Handily, you place a motor bolt just like any other bolt. We wouldn't want to throw a spanner in the works now, would we? In the Tweak menu, if you turn the tightness up, the effect is more powerful and the moving objects are less likely to slip. Make sure this matches the speed level so it's not fighting against itself. Direction adjusts whether it goes clockwise or anti-clockwise. You'll soon get the hang of this. Sounds complicated, isn't. You're a bright bunny. That's why we love you. When you're in Create mode, your Pop-It becomes literally charged with an astounding creative power. Open your Pop-It and, abracadabra, magical extra icons appear. This is an opportune time to look at your Pop-It cursor. It's the funny one on the top row. Looks like a sort of tadpole gone wrong. Select it, and you'll find you can steer it about with your left stick. So, what can it do? Well, lots of things. Firstly, it can move pretty much any object or obstacle you find around you. Just press the Action button to pick it up, and use your left stick to direct it. The Shuffle buttons move the object backwards and forwards, which is useful for manoeuvring around some of the trickier little big planet landscapes. A really cool feature is that once you've positioned said object, press the Action button and you can leave the bally thing suspended in mid-air. But beware. When you press the back button to close your Pop-It and return to your sack person, the spell is broken and the objects come crashing back down to Earth. So move your little sack tushy sharpish. Have you ever crammed 16 people into a photo booth? Well, Sack people are smaller than you, and they've got bigger photo booths, so ha! To set up a photo booth, get into that tools bag and dig one out of the Gadgets page. Holding the Action button down takes you directly to your Tweaks menu, where you can adjust angle and zoom. Use your left stick to move in all directions and the right stick to adjust the angle. The shuffle buttons operate the zoom. You'll get used to it. You can also adjust the zone, which determines how close players need to be to activate the camera. And Countdown, which lets you add a countdown sequence of a few seconds. This allows time for humorous poses, but definitely no mooning. When a photo is taken, it finds its way into your Photo Booth Photos page. Just look at that! If you're feeling run down and you need a boost, try a piston. Pistons are kept in your tools bag. Place a piston, like all the other connectory objects, by attaching both ends. Then hold on to your Action button to get up its Tweak menu. You'll find all the usual tweaks here. More strength gives it more oomph. Stiffness controls how erect your piston is. Oh, I do hope you're not smirking. It isn't funny or clever. Actually, it is quite funny. Placing decorations. This is where all those wasted hours watching pointless TV decorating shows really doesn't pay off. It's easy peasy. Open your Poppet and select the Stickers and Decorations icon. Did you know you can use the page buttons to quickly jump from one page to the next? Try it now to move across to the Decorations page. Now choose something that leaps off the screen and metaphorically kisses you passionately. Use the Action button to select it. It's rather like the Stickers feature, isn't it? In fact, it's exactly like it. And you can position and place decorations in precisely the same way. Most of the objects you collect as you're gadding about LittleBigPlanet will end up in your goodies bag. And remember, you can only access your goodies bag when you're in Create mode. Press Menu to open your Poppet, then select the goodies bag icon. Peruse and survey with the left stick, then pick an object with the Action button. Now then, you can position it with the left stick. The right stick adjusts the rotation. The shuffle buttons move it backwards and forwards, and press Action to stamp it into the scene. Press the back button to return to the Poppet main menu, and once more to put it away. But remember, when you close your Poppet, gravity will return, so look out below. Finally, if you want to delete something, select the Poppet cursor and position it over what you want to get rid of. Press the Action button to select it, then the Delete button, and the bally thing will return post-haste to your goodies bag. Phew! Did you get all that? Come on then, give it a whirl. Collecting stickers is the height of cool in LittleBigPlanet. Press the menu button to bring up Pop-It and go to your Stickers and Decorations page. Now swoon, peruse and marvel at the sheer overwhelming splendidness of your collection. Then find the one you want with the left stick and choose it with the Action button. Let's stick it to something. Move it around the world using the left stick, like this. Use the right stick to change its size and rotation. Up and down to make it bigger or smaller. Left and right to rotate it. Then stick it down with the Action button. If you have a keen artistic eye and want to mirror image your sticker, press the right stick and use the Action button to stick it down. Oh, yes, very Andy Warhol. Remember, it's the back button to get back to your Pop-It and choose another sticker. Then move it around with the left stick and stamp it down with Action as many times as you like. When you're finished, press back to go back to your Pop-It, then back again to get to the main menu, and back once more to close it. Terrific! If you have a PlayStation Eye camera plugged into your system, then firstly, get you. Secondly, did you know you can use it to put your very own personalised, stylised, right between the eyes pickies and designs into your stickers? It's true. Bring up your Pop-It, then open your Stickers and Decorations pages and go to the PlayStation Eye camera page. Find a shape that ignites your imaginative firecracker and select it with the Action button. Use the left stick to move it around. Then, when you're happy, stamp it down with the Action button to capture the moment in your scene. And also into your My Pictures page. Nothing rude, though. No images of horses in bikinis, for example. That'd be just plain wrong. You can put bubbles in your scene for fellow players to pick up and enjoy. Just look in your tools bag. And on the Gameplay Kits page, you'll find a nice little score bubble icon. Select it. And, just like placing any other object in LittleBigPlanet, use the Action button to do so. LittleBigPlanet is all about the gift of imagination. So why not give some of yours? After all, it's the thoughts that count. Like some kind of little big Easter bunny, you can leave presents for people inside prize bubbles. In your tools bag, you'll see the prize bubble icon. Drop one into your scene as you would anything else. And remember, hold down the Action button to go straight into the Tweak menu. Use the Item setting to choose which present goes inside it. Let's have a nice big pair of spectacles. Lovely. Oh, you'll notice the Permission setting. Here you can decide how the present in the bubble can be given. For example, sharing present means whoever picks it up can also give it to other players. Private present means a player can take it, but they can't pass it on. Like if you've made something uber-gad and you don't want someone else taking the credit. When you're done, just plonk it down. I always thought you were a prize plonker. Honestly. If all this gadding's getting a bit easy for you, Try gadding against the clock by adding a race kit. Hop into your tools bag and pick up a start gate. This, unsurprisingly, is where the race will begin. Position the start gate with the left stick, changing its rotation with the right. You can even mirror it by pressing on the right stick. Then place it into your scene with the action button. OK. Now, a race needs a finishing line, so gad back to the tools bag and select the Finish Gate icon. Right, let's set up the time allowed for the race. Go get your poppet cursor and tweak the start gate. Set the time you want the race to run for, but, be realistic. Test the distance yourself. Now, let's have some stretches. A bit of warming up. You pull a thread, you silly sack. If you feel the need to propel certain objects skywards, then you can do that with rockets. You'll find rockets on your Gadgets page. You can position a rocket like you would any other object. When you do, hold down the Action button to get to your Tweaks menu. You can then adjust Boost, which determines how much oomph you want to put into your rocket's launch. The on and off aspect of the tweaks is useful too. If it's on, it'll blast off the moment you close your poppet. So instead, with it off, attach a switch to launch it when you're at a safe distance. Check the switch tutorials for guarantee of success. We want "We have liftoff," not "Whitney, we have a problem." Like string, rods can help with the construction of the weird and wacky creations that seep out of your imagination. Find a rod in that bottomless infinite repository we call the tools bag. Attach a rod at both ends like you did for string. Then you can tweak its length. The thing about rods is that unlike string, once you've set the length, they're fixed at that length. A handy little facility, as you'll no doubt discover. Scoreboards are a nice way to entertain your guests and let them go away with that warm, fuzzy feeling of accomplishment. They also act as an exit if the guests are becoming tiresome. Open Poppet and select the Tools bag. Here you'll find the blatantly titled Scoreboard icon, which you can then position and place like you would any other object. Did you know? If you're about to stamp down anything that can be tweaked, hold down the Action button a tad longer than usual and you'll go straight into its Tweak menu. But you knew that, didn't you? Why not add some prizes? You can offer 3 for each medal. Move over the empty dotted circle and press the Action button. Then select the prize you want to offer. And don't skimp on testing them all out in play mode. Hit Start and select Change to Play Mode. Terrific! It's good to keep your fellow sackpersons on their toes with a surprise now and then. And sensor switches are boogaloo bonza brill for this. Placing a sensor switch is exactly like placing any other switch. Once you've got your connector tab connected to your object, you can access the tweak menu. All the usual suspects are here, on or off, direction and one shot. Speed, however, means the speed of the object is determined by how close you are to the sensor switch. The closer, the faster. The trigger radius setting affects how far away you can be before the sensor detects you. Silly sound effects never get old. And you can litter some about LIttleBigPlanet so everyone can have a good old titter. Open your tools bag. Choose one of the sound objects you've collected and attach it to something, just like you would decorations. Remember to hold down Action to go straight to the Tweak menu. There are some wonderful settings to play with to ensure the maximum mirth value of a sound effect. There's Sound, to choose a sound. Play mode determines whether the sound plays when something hits it or gets near it. And as for the modifier, well, that lets you make even more supersonic alterations. So, have a little tinker. Sound objects. The more you litter, the more they'll titter. Adding springs, the LIttleBigPlanet becomes a bouncier place. Get a spring from the tools bag and connect it, like rods and string. The tweaks for springs are length and strength. Strength allows you to alter the power of the coil. Keep it loose for added wibbly-wobbliness, why don't you? Can't have enough wibbly-wobbliness. Sprung bolts are fabulously handy if you like a bit of horizontal wobble. Now, psst, I'm going to tell you another way to bolt things. Instead of bolting the first object first, you can bolt both of them at the same time. Use the pop-it cursor to move the first object in front of what you want to bolt it to, and then go to your tools bag and get your bolt. This time, it's a sprung bolt. Press Action to run it through both bits at once. Remember to hold down Action to get to the Tweak menu, where you can alter the resting angle so it springs back to the position you want it in. And you can adjust the tightness. The higher the tightness, the harder it'll be to move. Sticker switches are activated when a matching sticker or decoration is stuck nearby. Get a sticker switch from your tools bag and use a sticker switch like any other switch. Stick it down, connect it up, and tweak it any way you like. And take note of that item setting too. If you choose a particular sticker or decoration here, the switch only responds if that particular one is nearby. Otherwise, any old sticker or decoration will set the bally thing off. But if pandemonium is your aim, then this might be right up your cul-de-sac. You know what they say, you ain't got no swing if you ain't got some string. And the same goes in LittleBigPlanet. Let's give it a go. Get two objects you want to string together. In your tools bag, select String, Wonderful String. Much like a lasso, put the string over the edge of one of your objects and press Action to attach it. Position the other end of the string over the other object and press Action again. String-a-ling-a-ding, they're connected. The Tweak menu allows you to alter the length of your string too. Of course, string can bunch up shorter than the length you choose, but it can't go longer. Oh, how much fun is that? How long is a piece of string? A picture can take a magic moment and preserve it forever. And here on LittleBigPlanet, you're never short of magic moments to collect. So go to the My Pictures page in the Stickers and Decorations pages, and you'll find the Take a Photo tool. Simply select it, then use the left and right sticks to frame your masterpiece. Press the Action button and crash, bang, wallop, what a picture! Captured in the form of a sticker you can stick wherever you like. And here, Bill's stickers will not be prosecuted. Justice for Bill. Two-way switches are fine and dandy, but the real cool kids are into three-way switches now. You place your three-way switch like you would anything else. Select it from the Gadgets page in the Tools bag. Then position it and connect. And Tweak has all the usual switch tweaks. Three-ways bring that much-needed third level of switchiness that two-way switches are sadly lacking. Now, occasionally you're going to get stuck. It's nothing to get upset about. Don't go hurling your controller at the cat, because it might throw something back and it'll only escalate and then, oh. If there's really no way out, press the menu button to bring up your poppet. Using the left stick, select the Try Again icon. Then press and hold the Action button. We'd like to say no little sack person is harmed during the playing of LittleBigPlanet. We'd like to say that. Anyway, another cute little sack person will appear at the last activated checkpoint. Two-way switches are another way happy gadders can operate your wonderful creations. Place a two-way switch like other things you've placed and connect it just like you would connect a button. That means pulling the old connector tab out and connecting it to your object. The tweak menu has some rather groovy features. On and off is, well, off and on. Direction will make things change direction. One shot is useful on some objects, just try it out. Choosing speed will let the switch directly control the speed of the thing it is connected to. A sack person must grab a two-way switch or get another object to nudge it. Have a faff around with it. You can't break it. Another cunning way of connecting things is with winches. Go wrench a winch from your tools bag. You connect it just like string, rods and elastic. And you can also tweak the maximum and minimum length of a winch. But be aware that a winch can crumple and become even shorter. Use the strength setting to determine how much your winch can lift. The speed setting affects how quickly it goes from being fully extended to being fully reeled in. Pause is how long it waits at each end. And sync sets its timing to be in or out of sync with other animated whatnots and oojamaflips in your scene. Perhaps you just want your object to wobble back and forth. You'll need a wobble bolt then. Place it like any other bolt. Just look at the options. Wow! Rotation adjusts how far it rotates. And angle changes the angle the motion is relative to. Tightness, just like our other bolts, affects strength. The tighter the wobble bolt is, the harder it is to slip. But bear this in mind when adjusting the speed. Pause allows back and forth motion to take a breather now and then. And sync controls the timing if you have other moving objects in your scene and you want to synchronize them. Wobble bolt. Wobble bolt. Try saying it at least once in order for it to sound very silly. Wobble bolt. Always remember to utilize your thespianic melodramaticon visuale. That's your facial expressions if you're not a fluffy actor type. There's a whole range of expressions available. The directional buttons on the controller are your pastels and your fingers the brushes, so paint the face you want. Press up for a big beamy smile, or down for a frown. Press the left button to show fear, and the right button to get tough. Oh, ready to get medieval on someone's bottom, are you? You can also get jiggy and shake your sack booty by waving the wireless controller around. Press in the left stick to switch between controlling your head and your pelvis. Hold down the limb buttons and use the sticks to control your arms. My, you really are a mover and shaker, aren't you? Most stylish. Tired of just playing games in LittleBigPlanet? Fancy yourself as the next Quentin Sacantino or Sackley Kubrick? Of course you do. Well, for all you wannabe movie moguls, check out the movie camera in the cameras section of the goodies bag. Firstly, slap down a few movie cameras. They're more brill than gold-plated custard. You can link them together to make your own cinematic masterpieces. Or mistress pieces, I suppose. Fiddle with the angle and zoom to set up your shots. Works just like a game camera, Mr. Director. Have you got the angle right, the focus, the actor's reason for throwing a hissy fit? Then all you need is a platter of tiny cucumber sandwiches. Use your Pop-It cursor to connect the output of one camera to the input of another. Just like a celluloid centipede. A cellupede? A centilloid? Oh, they sound great, don't they? Now, tweaking the hold time of a movie camera sets how long it will hog the shot. The transition time sets how long it takes to move from the previous camera. Camera type sets what transition you would like. The first one will be a cut camera. Let's have this one as a crossfade. You get a crossfade when you punch a happy fade on the nose. To go quickly between linked movie cameras, press R1 to move to the next camera and preview the transition, or L1 to jump back to the previous one. Oh, yes, smoother than a saxophone player on ice skates. So, finally, connect that button up and let's roll VT. And action. You deserve some kind of golden statuette for that. It's just like being there. Well, I wouldn't know, actually. I can't leave Susan in the house alone. She still doesn't know how to use the litter tray. Now, somewhere there is a wooden character playing hide-and-seek. Open Pop-It and choose the cursor. When you can't see the wood for the trees, you can hide objects using the Hide button. Ah, there he is, the mysterious mahogany menace. You can select him with the Action button, right through a hidden object. When you want everything to come out and play, unhide it all with the Unhide button. When you want even more cake, select it with the Action button and press the Copy button. That cake is faked. The copy is created as a stamp, and you can place down as many copies as you like. Press back when you're done with the stamp. I'll wager a week's cake allowance you didn't know that the Pop-It cursor could hold more than one thing at a time. You're nodding, but I'm not convinced. If you press and hold the Action button, you can drag select as many things as you like. For the more curious creators amongst you, controlling lots of objects simultaneously is exactly the same as controlling just one. If you press and hold the multiple select button, you can use the action button to add individual objects to your selection of beautiful things. Press the action button over the object again, and it'll be removed from your beautiful thing selection. Oh, he's gone again. Ah, well, all the more cake for you and me, my chumblies. Oh, it's you. I see you fixed my alarm clock. I'd rather it was on a timer, though, if you don't mind. Open your pocket and get a timer from the Advanced Logic section of your Gadgets page. Connect up that button to the input and the output to the wobble ball. The timer also has a reset button, so it's probably best to connect a button to that as well. You don't want to be that ninny who never turns his alarm off. You can tweak it to set the time it takes to become active. If things get all confused, you can update its current time to something more sensible. The input action sets how the timer behaves. A start-stop timer will count only when it has an input signal. When it's finished, it will produce an on signal. A forwards-backwards timer will count back to 0 when it has no input signal. A start-count-up timer will begin counting as soon as it has an input signal and produce an on signal once it's full. However, a start-count-down timer will count back to 0 and produce an on signal until it's done. Well, pull my hair and call me Susan. Look at the time! It's getting late. Oh, my. That rings a bell. Yes, I'm awake, thank you. You can turn that racket off with its reset button. Of course, if you don't connect an input, the timer will just start straight off, so make sure you're in pause mode. You'll also find the counter in the Advanced Logic section of your tools bag. That button will increase the count every time it becomes active. Tweak it to set its count. Once it fills up, it will output an on signal. Now, in a moment, I'm going to pretend to go to sleep. Pretend. Right. Oh, that's nice. Oh, 5 minutes, please, Mother. It's always nice to add an element of unpredictability. Frogmorton. You didn't expect that, did you? You practically knitted yourself. Select a randomizer from the Advanced Logic section to get the same effect in your game, but perhaps with less unpleasantness. Now use your poppet cursor to hook its output up to all those lights. Let's have what the young set refer to as a discotheque. Very energetic, but don't forget we can tweak it too. Use the on and off times to set the speed the output changes. changing the pattern to add means that the lights won't go out once they're on. However, changing the pattern to add and reset when full means that once all the lights are on, the whole shebang will start again. The toggle pattern chooses one output and toggles it on or off. It's also wonderfully chaotic. One last thing, if you set input action to override, then you can connect a sensor to the randomizer and toggle when it's on or off yourself. Have a play around and don't worry, you can't break it or anything, but if you do, you'll have to pay for it. This is what the insides of a Sackboy's brain look like. Hey, at least you've got two cogs, and you can control both with a direction splitter. It's in the Advanced Logic section of the Gadgets page. It has two outputs, so use your pocket cursor to connect one output to each motor. Now connect the three-way switch to its input. The direction splitter gives you two for the price of one, and considering they're free, is even better value. Oh, come on, don't be glum. Your brain has still got both its cogs. Shall I tell you about the direction combiner to cheer you up? Okay, then. The direction combiner is also in the Advanced Logic section. It takes two inputs and converts them to one output. Connect a button to each of the combiner's inputs. Now connect the output to the motor. Tweak that motor's input action to forwards-backwards. Just think of the possibilities, the good you could do, the evil. Actually, not the evil, just the good. Come a time when you need to directly control the moving left and rightness of your infernal devices. And for that, I present for your consideration the Advanced Mover. It's in the Movers section. Place it on that slider. You know the drill. Or crane, in fact. You can control it with that three-way switch, so select your poppet cursor and connect up its output. The Advanced Mover has two inputs, one for left and right, and one for up and down. For now, the left and right input will meet our needs perfectly. Remember to tweak the speed and acceleration. You can have sloth in treacle or hot jaguar in melted butter. Oh, wait, hang on. That's Dodgy Dave's takeaway menu I was reading. You enjoying yourself there, my sack chum? When you need an object to change layer, use an in-out mover from the Movers section. Tweak it to make sure the allow pushing and maximum push weight setting are correct. There's nothing worse than being too pushy. That three-way switch will keep your in-out movements regular. Oh dear, I think Sackboy's stuck in yobbo mode. As you know, there are many boring ways to change a light bulb, but right now we're just concerned with turning it on and off in exciting ways. Open the Gadgets page of your tools bag and look in the Sensors section for a tag sensor. That's the one. Place it near that light with the action button. That's the style. Press back twice to return to the main menu and choose the Pop-It cursor. Then connect its output to the light bulb. Simple stuff. Hey, but don't get overconfident and wire the fridge up to the loo. You can tweak the radius to be larger or smaller. Also, you can change the trigger angle. Tag sensors only ever match tags of the same colour. And surprise upon surprise, you can tweak that too. Press the back button to return to Pop-It and select a tag. If I were you, I would put the tag on that slidey block. When the tag enters the tag sensor's radius, it activates the sensor. Well, the lights are on, but there's no one home. I expect you hear that a lot, don't you? The player sensor is in the sensors section of your tools bag. It gets activated simply by the nearness of you, or any other Sackboy. Place it with the action button. Then, using the Pop-It cursor, connect its output tab to that light. You can tweak its radius just like a tag sensor. And, just like the tag sensor, you can tweak the trigger angle. Setting the same layer option means the player sensor will only be activated by players in the same layers as the object to which it's attached. Players required sets the exact number of players you want before the sensor is active, but setting require all players just says this show won't begin until every seat has a bottom on it. One player, eh? Are you lonesome tonight? What is he up to now? If you move your motion controller out of sight of your PlayStation Eye, then you'll get a dainty little icon showing you as much, like this. I think that's everything. Oh, one last thing. If you have a party of your sack chums around and you need to swap motion controllers about, hold down the Start button for 3 seconds, and you'll be taken to the swap controller screen. Wow, that really was easy. And don't forget, my motion-controlled mate, if you need a reminder of the controls, just head over to the Tutorials menu. To lighten the mood, we want to make known to you the services of the Anti-Gravity Tweaker, once more from the Object Tweakers section. Use your Pop-It cursor to tweak it and set the level of how gravitationally challenged you want Teddy to become. The dampening sets how quickly things slow down when they get moved. Instead of air, imagine Ted moving through pea soup. Thank you, Crash Test Teddy, for helping us out. Can we offer you a lift anywhere? Oh, I see. He's got one. Game camera is just what you need when you want precise control over how your scenes are seen. Open up your Pop-It and you'll find it in the Cameras section of the Gameplay Kits. The very best bit about the game camera is that you can tweak it to set its exact angle and zoom. By adjusting the trigger zone, you can control when the camera becomes active. The player tracking option allows you to fiddle with how much it follows some attention-hounding Sackboy who might meander into the game camera's trigger zone. Yes, just like you. Gasp! Dramatic! Press the action button when you're happy, or the back button to start again. Well, this is all very Hollywood blockbuster, isn't it? Funny, I never thought you had the abs to be an all-action hero and sack girl magnet. Sometimes you want to save those special moments for later. A quick snapshot would come in handy, wouldn't it? The snapshot camera in the cameras section will help you out. Place it and frame the shot just like a game camera. You can also set the countdown, but how long can you hold your cheesy grin? When you enter the trigger zone, the snapshot camera takes a photo and bungs it straight in your My Pictures page. Finally, you manage not to pull a silly face. One for the family album at last. Always humans that get abducted by aliens, never cows. One paranoid conspiracy theory is that cows themselves are behind these alien abductions. Let's get our own back. There are many ways to steal a cow, and one is to use the logic gates in the sensors section of the gadgets page. Firstly, the OR gate. An OR gate will be activated when any one of its inputs, or all of them, is active. If you tweak any of the logic gates, you can set the number of inputs it has. So, connect both switches to an input and connect the OR gate's output to the alien craft's light and its tractor beam. Well, its piston. You can perform the abduction by pulling either of those two-way switches. Sorry, Elderflower, but resistance is utterly useless. The AND gate is only activated when all of its inputs are active. Like before, use the poppet cursor to connect its inputs and outputs. Try it. Elderflower won't get abducted until you pull both two-way switches. Be gentle, or we're going to have an awful lot of butter to get rid of. But let's press on. It's late and cold. You must be freezing. An XOR gate is activated when any single one, but not more than one, mind you, of its inputs is activated. Careful, don't be over-eager. Fantastic job, but it's not working out so well for Elderflower. Finally, you need to know about the NOT gate. It has one input and one output, and the output is always the opposite of the input. Connect the button to the input and the output to the piston. You'll see she's off straight away. If you jump on that button, the output will swap and you'll save the alienated Elderflower. If you want to save her, that is. I personally don't trust the old cow. But to permanently keep Elderflower's hooves on the ground, attach a battery to the NOT gate. A battery emits a constant on signal. Unlike a real battery powered by bunnies and magic, it never ever runs out. The NOT gate converts it to an off signal, and saddle my horse and call me Rick. Elderflower is safe. But how safe are we? The Muth is out there. Sitting still is so last century. The basic mover objects are all the rage these days. You'll find them in your Poppet's Gadgets page. A mover will set Elderflower the cow going faster than you can read the headline, "Bovine roller skates madness ends in disaster." So stick one onto her rump. Change the left, right and up, down speed to set quite how moving the mover is. Local space means that as the object tumbles and turns, the direction the mover tries to go turns with it. Changing a mover's acceleration and deceleration affects how much effort it will put into reaching its desired speed, which, let me tell you, might have some odd side effects. But don't panic, it's all part of the ethereal charm of LittleBigPlanet. Press back when you're all done tweaking. Ready? Fly, Elderflower, be free! Ah, like fine art in motion, a Cudstable, or a Moonay, perhaps. Consider the windmill. Let's have a faff about with it, shall we? Open your Poppet and go to the Tools bag. In the Sensors section, you'll see a device accurately named a button. Select it with the Action button and place one near the floor. You'll have to jump on it eventually, you know. Press back to return to your Poppet and choose the Poppet cursor. This is the button's Output tab. Lots of devices have one, so keep your peepers peeled. It's the easiest way to have the output of one thing become the input of another. Select the Output tab with the Action button and connect it to the motor bolt. Now the motor bolt will only motor when the button is on. Buttons, by the way, only work while they're depressed. No, I don't mean unhappy. I mean pressed down, you gorgeous nincompoop. And while I'm on the subject, unless an object has multiple input tabs, it can only have one input. So, if you want to unhook a connector, select its far end with the Action button. Then just connect it to something else or press the Delete button to banish it forever. By the way, did you know you can pause these videos whenever you like via the Start menu? Of course you did. Open up your Poppet again and fetch a grab sensor from the Sensors section of the Tools bag. This wondrous thing is only active when you're grabbing the material it's attached to. Connect its Output tab to the motor, like before, and give us a demonstration. See? Gripping stuff. A two-way switch is special because once you turn it on, it stays on. Until you turn it off, that is. Like before, connect the Output tab to the motor bolt with the Poppet cursor. And stay on. Now you can be in two places at once, after a fashion. A three-way switch is the most specialist of all the specials. Firstly, get your Poppet cursor and connect the output of the three-way switch to the motor. Now, tweak the motor bolt and select Input Action. This allows you to change how a device reacts once activated by a sensor. Speed Scale will let the sensor control the speed of the device. On-Off lets the sensor turn it, well, on or off. One Shot only works on some things. Best to try it out. Learn by doing and all that. We, however, need to change the motor bolt's input action to forwards-backwards, which means the three-way switch will control the direction the bolt turns. Pull it one way and it goes one way. Pull it the other and, well, there you go. Both wonderful and marvellous. Well, we can't leave it just lying there. It's making the place look all messy. Open your poppet and choose the poppet cursor so you can pick up that tail and put it in just the right place. Press the action button when you're happy, then press back to return to the main menu. Now, get a bolt from your tools bag in the Connectors section. Position the bolt over the two things you want to connect, and press the action button to fasten both together. Press back twice to get to the Poppet main menu. Select the Poppet cursor, hover it over the bolt, and press the Tweak button. Tweaking an object lets you change all manner of settings. Push up and down on the left stick to get the setting you want, and push left and right to change its value. By increasing a bolt's strength, you tighten it up and make it less likely to turn. Press back when you're happy. Press back again to return to the menu, and press it once more to close Poppet. If I didn't know better, I'd say this donk is out to get you. You can also detach a bolted object. Just select the tail and press Delete. You can either place it again or press Delete once more to get rid of it forever. For a bit more bounce, why not try a spring bolt? Just like the basic bolt, it's in your poppet in the tools bag. We need the poppet cursor, so press back twice to get to the main menu. Select the poppet cursor and tweak the spring bolt. You can change the spring's strength and also the resting angle. This sets where the spring will try to bounce back to. Other factors will alter a spring bolt's action too, such as a great big nitwit getting in its way. Yes, exactly like that. What do you know about motor bolts? No, motor bolts, not motor boats. Open your Poppet's tools bag and select a motor bolt. Here's a secret. There's another way to bolt things together. So first off, attach the motor bolt to the tail using the action button. Press back to return to the main menu and select the Poppet cursor. Without fear and with very little trepidation, pick up the whole device with the action button. When you place it down again, the motor bolt will become automatically joined to whatever is behind it. You're getting good at this, aren't you? It's wonderful to watch, it really is. Remember, you can tweak a motor bolt. Tweaking its strength gives it more power. and its speed makes it turn faster. Changing direction, well, you can gather what that does, no doubt. You can also detach a bolted object. Just select the tail and press Delete. You can either place it again or press Delete once more to get rid of it forever. Oh, and you simply must know all about the wobble bolt. It's a motor bolt that keeps changing direction. Place it just like any other bolt, but this time hold down the Action button until the Tweak menu appears. Range shows how far it wibbles. And Angle sets its mid-wibble point. Strength, of course, is how much power it has to move the objects it's attached to. Time is how long it takes for a single wobble, while pause determines the weight between wobbles. The sync setting allows it to wobble in or out of time with other objects in your scene. You know, all this reminds me of a wonderfully funny joke I know about a wobbly goblin that I'm not going to tell you. What a predicament! The perfect opportunity to demonstrate the bounce pad, I'd say. So open your pocket and find your way to the level kit section of your tools bag. A bounce pad uses precise Imagineering to fling you exactly the same distance every single time. It doesn't even matter how hard you hit it. 1, 2, 3, hop! Well, you're going to have to tweak the distance settings first, obviously. Set the height to 4 and we'll be flying. And you didn't even need a run-up. You know, I think you should join the circus. It's important to ensure that you get your kit set up correctly. Oh, it's okay, you don't need a degree in electrical engineering or even a screwdriver. When I'm done talking, just hold down the Select button for 3 seconds. And then follow the instructions. Make sure you hold the motion controller with the Move button towards the ceiling. It should feel pretty good. If it feels good, it probably is. Right, now you have a go. Controlinator is the most amazing technological achievement in LittleBigPlanet since Sackboy attached a motor bolt to a jumper and made the first wearable spinning top. It lets you control objects directly through the wireless controller. Think of the possibilities! Place one down by holding the Action button, then choose Show Circuit Board. That looks strangely familiar. A super high-tech version of the wireless controller, perhaps. Every single output on it is a hotline directly to the same button on your wireless controller. Let's make this cake rise. With your cursor, connect the left stick outputs to that advanced mover. Now connect the L1 button to the light. Tweak the automatically enter value. If it's a yes, then once you're inside the trigger radius, you'll get sat down straight away. But if set to no, then simply press the triangle button to hop on in. Side-mounted affects how any given Sackboy sits down. It's nice to give him a seat with a view. The remote control option lets you control one controlinator with another. Set one to be transmitter and one to be receiver. But make sure their colours match, otherwise you'll end up changing channels on the telly or something awful. That cake is as light and floaty as a jellyfish in a hang glider. In Create mode, just tap R3 to leave the controlinator at any time. But what if you want to spin your fluttery fruitcake? The advanced rotator will whirl that bumbling Battenberg with abandon by spinning it in whatever direction its inputs tell it. Simply place one on the cake and connect it to the right stick of the controlinator. Or why not try the joystick rotator? Like the other rotators, it's in the rotators section. This handy little tool ensures that the angle of the thing it's on will always match the angle of the right or left stick, whichever it's connected to. So, connect the right stick outputs to the joystick rotator. You're a fast learner, aren't you? Have a fiddle and faff around. When it comes to the controlinator, not even the sky is the limit. Use the corner editing tool to make adjustments to your nearly perfect creations. You'll find it in the tools bag. Press the action button over the object you want to edit to select it. This bird is a mohawk, so we'll give him a hairstyle to match. Pressing the action button will add a corner, or as they say in hairdresser parlance, a punky-pointy bit. If you carry on like that, he'll look like a cheap Picasso knockoff. Luckily, the delete button will remove corners you don't want. He definitely got out of the wrong side of the nest this morning. A bird hair day. Creatonator is the coolest, trendiest piece of headgear this side of Fab Hat Street, Hiptown, Groovishire. You'll find it in the Power-Up section of the Gameplay Kits page. Tweak the Creatonator to choose what you want it to fire. Just think of it as an emitter strapped to your bonce. You could emit Elderflower the cow, for example. Of course, there are some ready-made water, fire and plasma drops for you in the projectiles section. If you're using these projectiles, then you might be interested in the projectile sensor that lives in the Gadgets page. It works like a counter. Every time its object is hit by a projectile, the count increases. You can tweak its target count, current count, and choose if you want to include rigid connections. Connect the projectile sensor to that light just there. Once it's been hit the right number of times, the projectile sensor's output will activate. Well, I'd say that's better than a hat that actually holds your drink any day. But you know what? The Creatinator can fire anything you can dream of, and probably more. You can tweak how much ammo your Creatinator carries and how accurately it will fire said ammo. Carry on like this and you'll be rewriting all the statistics on ballistics, files on projectiles, and directories on trajectories. LIttleBigPlanet is full of wonderful and sometimes monstrous creatures. So let's create some more. Let's take a humble cake and transform it into a curious cake creature. Your poppet contains a menagerie of creature pieces, helpfully rounded up into the creatures section of the gadgets page. Almost every dog I know has a brain, apart from next door's dog, Niblet, who spent the afternoon chewing a bone, then realized he only had 3 legs left. So select one from your poppet. There are 2 to choose from, protected and unprotected. Don't worry about lining it up too much on the side of the object. Creature pieces are smart enough to do that for you. Press back to return to your poppet. For his front legs, the best thing to do is to select a creature leg. But with only one, he'll totter around like a lopsided pirate. Just place another creature wheel? Hang on a minute. Oh well, that'll do. Place an eye or 3 on his head. You are sure that's his head? Well, I suppose it is now. Why not get out your poppet cursor and tweak the brain? By setting the behavior to follow, your creature will stick close to you like an affectionate shadow. Or, by setting behavior to flee, he'll run away like a fair-weather friend. You could even set behavior to ignore, and your creature will ignore you like a moody spouse. Have fun experimenting, Dr. Frankensack. Aha! You have one of those deliciously tactile PlayStation Vita systems, I see. It's like holding a little piece of hardware heaven, isn't it? Delectation for your digits. And connected to your PlayStation 3 system, too. You're a whiz, and you can cover me in wool and call me Sackboy if it ain't so. As before, your best chum is your poppet. So let's meet it, shall we? Open the poppet menu by pressing the poppet button and select the goodies bag. We're going to draw some material into the level and have a faff around with it, so use your left stick and action button to do so, or use the fabulous touchscreen facility. It's your lifestyle choice. You select objects by placing the poppet cursor over them and pressing the action button, or by touching it using the touch screen. Once selected, press and hold the L button. Your keen eye will have no doubt spotted the panel that comes up on the right side of the touchscreen. This enables you to alter which layer it's in by moving the left stick up and down, and you can change it from thin to thick by moving the right stick up and down. If wiggling sticks isn't your thing, then you can also use your finger to move it from back to front and thick to thin. Ah, the wonder of your touchscreen. It's literally incandescent with interactivity. Try it. Slide your favorite finger across the screen and see how the poppet cursor instantly falls in love with you and follows your every move. This magic also works on objects within the game. They too form an instant attraction to you and obey your every deft finger swish. You can select things from your Pop-it menu via the gift of touch too. Amazing. But that's just the start of it. A PlayStation Vita system has ultra-modern sensors, front and back, making it practically sentient. Use the rear touchpad to, for example, move the camera around. One finger can pan the camera, whilst another 2 of your digits control the zoom in and out. Of course, our old friend the right stick is there too, to do the same job if you want. Mustn't forget old righty. You could dive in and start creating and sharing now if you like, but hold your sack horses a second. What about the other buttons, bells and whistles? Are they there just to look gizmo-ish? No, no, and thrice no. The button on the right of the PlayStation Vita system screen is your Pop-it button. We've met this chappie before, but press it again, as it really is a joy to see how the Pop-it menu resplendently unfolds when touched. Observe how the back button appears over the Pop-it menus. Stylish. I could press that all day long. Touch the back button to close the Pop-it menu. As you know, the tweak facility is meat and drink to a little big Planetian, and the tweak button is found under the Pop-it menu button. Just a little prod of this allows you to faff around with any object already selected. What else? The button at the bottom right-hand side of the screen opens up the flip menus. The top button flips your object vertically, and the left button flips it horizontally. Then there's the copy button. Dashed clever, this one. There it is at the bottom left of your screen. Tap that, and you can make facsimiles of your object as many times as you wish. Now, before you go and create objects, devices, games, and levels of unfathomable ingenuity, wit, and splendor, I want to tell you about the Controlinator button. Whenever you get into a Controlinator, you'll notice a button in the bottom left corner of the screen. Very handy it is, as when pressed, it ejects you from the seat, allowing you renewed freedom. Brilliant, as the kids never say. There was something else too. Oh yes, Susan wants to say hello. Go on then. You flirt. Your friend and mine, Crash Test Teddy, has volunteered to help us out today. Open your Pop-it with the menu button and select the Tools bag. The Danger Tools section contains tools for adding mild peril and comic mischief to your levels. This is the Electric tool. Press the Action button when the cursor is over the object you want to electrify. Ready, Teddy? Go! Now that's just shocking. Press the back button when you're done and close Pop-it, again with the back button. Oh, I wouldn't step there if I was you. These dangers are far from being beneficial to a sack person's health, aren't they? So, what else have we got? The Fire tool will keep Teddy all warm and toasty. Oh my, Ted. Some sunblock might have helped with that. If you press the Action button again, it will toggle the danger and douse Ted here in the soothing balm of not being on fire. Press the back button again when you're done, you pyro. The Plasma tool is from some weird kind of science fiction. Except for Teddy, where it's science fact. Finally, the horrible gas tool can be used to make floaty, ugly, stinky objects. It's like a teenager's duvet. Oh, and one taddish postscript. You can always use the unlethalize tool to turn things back to their original, mostly harmless state. There we are, safe, sound, and about as dangerous as a sleeping puppy wrapped in cotton wool. Jovial fellow is Crash Test Teddy. You may have met already. He's going to help us out today. Firstly, open up your Poppet to the Object Tweakers section of your Gadgets page. Choose a Danger Tweaker. Don't worry, Ted. It's just a name. Best attach a button to be on the safe side. The Danger Tweaker will turn whatever it's attached to into fire, plasma, or electrified material. You can tweak it to choose how it affects Crash Test Teddy. Don't worry, this is all in the name of comic mischief. Ted's not actually being hurt. He's a trained stunt Teddy. Well, he's got his cycling proficiency certificate at least. While the Danger Tweaker is active, it affects the object it's attached to, just like the Danger tools, so be careful what you touch. Adding decorations in LittleBigPlanet is much more appealing than doing DIY in the real world. Paint this, wallpaper that, nag, nag, nag. That's my Susan for you. Fussiest cat I've ever owned. Open your Poppet and select Stickers and Decorations. You can use the page buttons to skip to the next page. Stop when you get to the Decorations section. Find a decoration that makes you sit up in your chair and proclaim, "I must have it, I simply must." Select it with the Action button and then pretend it's a sticker. The controls are just the same. Left stick to move around. Right stick to rotate and resize. And don't forget about the mirror button. Once you're happier than a pig in sherbet, place it with the Action button. Oh, not quite how you expected it to turn out. Now calm down, it's not the end of the pudding. If you make a mistake, then the Sticker and Decoration Edit tool is for you. With just a simple click of the Action button over the erroneous sticker or decoration, it'll get ripped off quicker than a fool with a credit card. You can place it down again with the Action button, of course. Would you look at that? No nails needed, and it's not even wonky. You're safe behind that metal wall for now, so get a destroyer from the Object Tweaker section. Tweaking a destroyer allows you to choose the destruction effect. If you want to destroy all the objects it's attached to, select Include Rigid Connections. Just place that destroyer on Crash Test Teddy. There, Ted, there's nothing to worry about. I'm perfectly safe. Finally, connect that button to the destroyer. Hold still, Ted. I'd like to thank Crash Test Teddy for his invaluable contribution to today's lesson. It's not always the done thing to gad about the LittleBigPlanet surface as naked as the day you were stitched. Sometimes you need to be a formal Freddy. Using costumes in LittleBigPlanet is as simple as getting dressed. In fact, it's even easier than the sniff it, bin it, or wear it system. Press the menu button to access your Poppet and use the left stick to browse the various icons. Press Action to choose one. Choose the Customize Character menu to fling wide the wardrobe doors. Now, your left stick allows you to browse materials, garments, colours, and even entire off-the-peg ensembles. Press the Action button to robe yourself in finery, or cloak yourself in shame. Depends on your fashion sense, one supposes. To get out of Pop-It, just press the back button to return to the main menu. And press it again to close it completely. There's life in the old togs yet. Emitters are not just a simple parlour trick, there's an intricate science to them. They can conjure an object from thin air by solidifying the very dream beams that permeate the ether of LIttleBigPlanet. See Birdie sitting in her nest? Let's use an emitter to help her lay lots of little birdie eggs. Open your Pop-It and select the emitter from the Gadgets page of your tools bag. Tweak the emitter and select Choose Object. The Pick Emitted Object tool lets you grab an object straight from your scene and shoot it from your emitter faster than a pneumatic whippet. So, select an egg and place it where you want all the eggs to be laid. Dexterously done, my fine young sackmaster. Back in the Tweak menu, you can set how fast the eggs move with the linear and angular velocity settings. Change frequency for how often more are laid, and lifetime for how long you want them to remain in the scene. And that's not all. It's best to experiment. Another type of emitter is the smoke machine. Open your Pop-It and select one from the Emitters section of your Gadgets page. Tweak the smoke machine and marvel at how you can change the speed at which the smoke appears. Not only that, but you can change the size of its smoky bits. Yes, that's a technical term. Anything from a gentle haze to a thick London smog, and then some. Why not choose an appropriate colour, too? Press back when you're all finished. Looks like those eggs are rotten. The Movers section is also home to the Follower device. It will make the thing it's stuck to totter after you like an obedient armchair. Tweak it and you'll be able to set its speed. But that's not all. If you turn off up and down movement, then the object will only be able to move left and right. Otherwise it'll be flying about like a cow in a washing machine. And we've all seen that, haven't we? Ho ho. Setting in and out movement to yes means it will try to be as close as possible by changing layers to get all snuggly. Mind that minimum range. You don't want the thing invading your personal space. Use maximum range to control when it starts its following. This is much quicker than obedience classes. A game ender will teleport every player to the scoreboard, if there is one. But if there isn't, you'll politely be asked if you would like to return to your pod or start again. Tweak the game ender to alter the success setting. Is the player a winner or a loser? By default, we want you to be a winner, because you're lovely, and so are we. If, however, you want the player to lose when this game ender is activated, set success to no, you big meanie. You're going to have to take my word for it, though, as a game ender only works in play mode. So, just attach that button and jump on to activate it. Ready? Geronimo! Now, a certain someone may have told you a Porky Pete when he said that sliced bread was the bestest thing ever. Because, old sackmate, the sequencer is even bester, and that's science fact. You'll find it in the advanced logic section of your goodies bag, just waiting to do your bidding in an orderly, timely, and extremely efficient fashion. Get one out now, I dare you. Tweak the sequencer, and you can change its name, its trigger region, whether it loops or not, and, most importantly, you can change the sequencer's speed, which is measured in Cosmos Standard Metric Poppet Blocks per second. Best attach that button to the sequencer's input. Righto. You can place almost any object on a sequencer, so why not start with a battery? You never need to worry about setting those pesky timings or get in a flap about difficult things like numbers. Oh, no. Simply resize the battery using up and down on the right stick to represent the time you want it to remain active. Or why not try a timer? Set this one to forwards backwards and resize it to 1 Cosmos Standard Metric Poppet Block. The sequencer has a playhead that moves forward according to the sequencer's speed. You can reposition it by pressing the square button. Any object underneath the playhead behaves as predictably as dear old Susan sitting in my breakfast on a Sunday morning. The battery remains on. A timer will run and... Oh! I nearly forgot. Go on, then. Everything behaves very predictably. Before I go and clean my cereal from Susan's whiskers, and hopefully not her bottom, I'll tell you a little secret about movie cameras. You don't need to set hold times or transition times on a movie camera when it's on a sequencer. Resize a movie camera to set the time it is active like anything else, but overlapping two cameras sets the transition time, how quickly to move from one to another. It's more Marvy than a goat in a monocle. Now, I think that... Susan! What do you... Oh, perhaps I should just eat toast. I got stuck in a hat once, you know, and sometimes you'll get stuck in LIttleBigPlanet. But all is not lost, so don't get all angry and stomp around like a big huffy Henry. It's not the carpet's fault. And it's probably not yours either. Just use the menu button to open your poppet, and then use the left stick to select the Try Again icon. Then press and hold the Action button. Keep holding the Action button and your breath until you pop. But all is not lost. You'll be stitched back together quicker than you can say, "Mummy, I've just burst at the seams," and reappear at the last activated checkpoint. Now, when you wake someone up in the middle of the night by flooding their room, And they say, "Why did you flood my room in the middle of the night?" And you say, "But it's the middle of the day." So they get dressed and rush outside, and it's the middle of the night, so you've got them twice. Oh, well, maybe it's just me that does that then. Well, you can do those things in LIttleBigPlanet too, if you like. It's brill fun. Either use the global controls page of the tools bag to affect your whole scene, or use the world tweaker objects to change things with a sensor. For example, a button, a player sensor, or the object's own trigger zone. First off, select the global lighting tweaker. It lets you alter the lighting of your level, the fog, and even the colours. Simply tweak it and play with the options until it's just the right kind of beautiful. Very Casablanca. Of all the Sackboys in all the world, however else it goes on. But then again, maybe you just want to flood the place. In that case, simply select the global water tweaker from the world tweakers. It will let you flood your level quicker than you can say, "I was wrong to mock your boat, please can I come aboard?" Get out your pop-it cursor and tweak the global water tweaker. You can change the water level, the wave height, and even its colour and murkiness. Makes you feel like Poseidon, god of the sea, doesn't it? Remember Poseidon? He's retired now. Runs a fish stall down the market. Nice bloke. Oh, relax, Sackboy. You can swim. You can. You got that certificate, remember? If all that sounded good, wait till you hear this. With the global audio tweaker, you can set what environment your scene sounds like. A hall, a cave, an armpit. You can create armpit land by altering the reverb settings. SFX Send indicates how much the sound effects in your scene are being affected by the reverb. And the dialogue and music sends affect the dialogue and music. The volume controls allow you to alter the volumes of the different elements of the mix when the global audio tweaker is active. Finally, the filter settings let you make the different elements of the mix sound all muffly Mary, like that time you got a sock in your ear. Oh, don't worry. Elderflower can use one of her 7 stomachs as a flotation device. Stick around for some information on gluing objects together. Open your Pop-it with the menu button and select the Pop-it cursor with the action button. Pick up that wooden chappie, let's call him Edward, with the action button, and let's glue that cake to his feet, just for jolly. Hold the left stick towards the cake and just push Edward up against it. Then hold the action button down until the glue sets with a satisfying splodgy squelch. If the object you want to glue is on a different layer, use the layer change buttons instead of the left stick. Now, if you select Edward with your cursor, the cake gets picked up as well. The dotted lines around an object show you that it's been stuck on. If you tap the delete button now, Edward will be torn from the cake as satisfyingly as an old scab from a healed knee. But if you want to delete the whole assembly, then just hold down the delete button until it's all gone. Of course, press the delete button when Edward isn't stuck to anything, and he'll get deleted like before. Sometimes you need a bit more control over gluing. open your poppet and select the Tools bag with the Action button. Now select the Advanced Glue tool from the Functions section. You can choose exactly which objects you want to glue with the Action button by first selecting one and then another. Just make sure they're touching. It's glue, not magic. Excellent. Gosh, we really are all bonding now, aren't we? In Create mode, the Goodies bag is a treasure trove of goodies, gizmos and gadgets. Indeed, everything you collect in LittleBigPlanet. Simply pop open your poppet with the menu button and select the Goodies bag icon with the Action button. Inside, you'll find all the things you've collected, won, or been given. The objects you discover on your travels will head straight to the Collected Objects page. Use the Page button to get there now for a Sammy Shufti. Choose an object that takes your fancy and select it with the Action button. Ooh, cake! See that? Cake, right there. You can move it around with the left stick. And pressing up or down on the right stick will resize it, while pressing left or right on the right stick will rotate it. Just like every object in LittleBigPlanet, you can mirror it by pressing the Mirror button. You can use the Shuffle buttons to move objects forwards and backwards. When you're happy, place it with the Action button. The cake is translucent because you're stamping it. No, not stamping on it. Stamping means you can place one thing as many times as you like. Press the back button when you're all done and keep pressing until Poppet is closed. Can't stop thinking about cake now. Cake, cake, cake! The 3 C's. Let's get some funk in his flailings by placing a gyroscope on each of his arms. The gyroscope tries to keep an object at a fixed angle. You can tweak it to set the speed it turns with and its acceleration. Ah, yes, the old point them in the air like you just don't care manoeuvre. I know it well. Sometimes we need a bit more bang for our buck. Back in the dangerous section, the impact explosive will explode as soon as it feels another object giving it anything more than a light tickle. It has personal space issues. Oh, Teddy, I wouldn't stand there. About opening that door with something that goes bump in the night. Place an impact sensor on that piece of wood. It'll transmit every shake, rattle and roll from things that hit it straight to the winch on that door. If you tweak the sensor, you'll find the Include Rigid Connections option. Setting it to Yes means that when you've got a whole bunch of objects stuck together, a bump or a bounce on any single one will activate the sensor. Now all we need is a way to hit that impact sensor. Thank you very much. Poor old Rusty the robot, living up to his name. He needs some long joints to pull himself together. So let's restore him to his former glory, starting with his head. Open your pocket and go to the Tools bag. Select some string from the Connectors section of the Gadgets page. Using the Action button, first attach one end of the string to his head, and then attach the other end to that conveniently placed metal arch. Hey presto! In a loose, lollipy way, how long is a piece of string? Well, the piece I own is 7.5 centimetres, but in LittleBigPlanet it's as long as you tweak it to be. Next, put some boying in his boots with a spring. It's also in the Connectors section. Remember, you place one end first and then the other. You can tweak a spring's strength and length. And you can make it stiff so it won't wobble from side to side. Nearly there now. No big stompy robot is complete without big swingy arms. Select some elastic from the Connectors section to complete Rusty's bouncy right arm. When you place the tip, hold the Action button down and just like that, you're tweaking it. Why not set its strength? Is he a scrawny shrimp bot or a pumped-up powerhouse? No, his other arm needs assistance too. Select a rod so that he may prod. You'll need to tweak its stiffness while you're there. We don't want his new arm flailing around helplessly. It's unbecoming. Rusty is restored. He thanks you from the bottom of his cold, metallic heart. Winston the Winch's arms have fallen off. So before he sells all his jackets on the internet, we need to repair him. Open your pocket with the menu button and go to the Connectors section of the Tools bag. We need a winch, a kind of motorized chain. Attach one end to Winston's body and the other to his hand. Hold the Action button down to tweak its length, and let's stop him dragging his robot knuckles along the floor like a cave bot. A chain, as you would expect, can crumple even shorter than the length you set, but can't be stretched longer. That wasn't hard, was it? A little bit of kindness goes a long way. Hold on, my chum Winston still needs some help. You need to furnish Winston's other hand with a piston. That's also in the Connectors section of the Tools bag. By default, it will stand more rigid than a slice of stale bread, so make sure to unset the stiff option if you want that panicked flailing effect. You can also tweak a piston's minimum and maximum length, and the time it takes to move between the two. Unlike a chain, the piston will only move between the lengths you set. Oh, look how happy you've made a robot with no feelings or emotions. Bless. And last but not least, the Look-At rotator. This marvy little device will turn to point towards you or any other player. You can tweak it to change the speed and the strength with which it turns, and its detection range. You can even set it to follow a tag if you decide that, yes, it turns out pointing is rude, even on the dance floor. Ah, yes, basic rotators. They'll put some spin in your step. By the way, ever wondered what Grandpa Time uses to play his records? A gramophone. Hello? Are you still there? Use these magic mouths to impart vital information, or simply tell daft jokes. Like, why did the motorcyclist put 2 pieces of cheese in his helmet? So he could feel the breeze in his hair. Breeze a type of cheese. Oh, right. Open your poppet and find the creatures section. That's where the magic mouths live. A magic mouth can be tweaked to have text in either a speech bubble or a subtitle. Remember, keep it nice, no naughty or wretched drivel. LittleBigPlanet is all about being creative and telling the world about it. Mouths make noises, and the speech options allow you to choose exactly what kind. Select gibberish for mumbles, grumbles and yelps in the style you choose. Utterly incomprehensible. Love it. But even better, you can record your own thespian musings with a microphone by choosing the Record New option. I wonder what Ted might be saying. Press the record button and let's put some words into his mouth. LBP, I love you. LBP, I love you. Oh, golly, now I'm speechless. Tweak the trigger radius to set how close you need to be to hear it whittering on. Enable the cutscene camera option, and you'll find yourself able to set the camera angle and zoom to get those dramatic close-ups for cool lines like, "It's time to take out the trash," and "I'm gonna kick me some bottom," or any other Shakespearean quotes you have to hand. LBP, I love you. Aristotle had lots of theories about structure. Not the philosopher. I mean Harry Stottle, the builder who messed up our conservatory, so we can ignore him. Open your pocket with the menu button and find the level kit in the Gameplay Kits page of your tools bag. Gameplay kits are the ideal building blocks to make your imagination and dreams become real. Your game will begin through an entrance, so place it carefully. A scoreboard does much more than just keeping score. It's also the end point for your game. Tweak the scoreboard to choose any gifts you want to impart to those sackfolk worthy enough to traverse your realm. Oh, how very generous. As we know, imagination is pure energy, and energy cannot die. So let's install some rebirth booths for when your visitors fall foul of anything nasty. Checkpoints. They come in 3 flavors: single, double, and infinite. The last checkpoint activated is where a player will pop back into existence should they meet an untimely demise. No need to send them all the way back to the entrance. You can also activate checkpoints with a sensor. Did you know that? In LittleBigPlanet 2, there's no need to limit yourself to just one scene at a time. You can send your players hopping straight from one scene to t'other with a level link. Tweak the level link and you'll be able to connect your scene up to any other scene you've previously published. Once activated in a game, your level link will whisk players far across the Wonder Plane and straight into the next scene. An interstellar bus route, if you like, but without all the delays or the smell. All this will set you well on your way to becoming a master creator, a higher life form, an exponent extraordinaire of Imagineering. And you get a badge. Yay! It's time you learned about the 3 Bs, the birds, bees, and bubbles. And seeing as I know nothing of birds or bees, let's concentrate on bubbles. In the Level Kit section of your Poppet, you will find 2 different types of bubble. Firstly, the score bubble. Score bubbles give you points. The more points a player gets, the higher up the scoreboard's high score table he, she, or it will climb. Even better, a score multiplier is graciously administered for every 5 bubbles collected quickly. Use prize bubbles to give away objects you've made. A generous heart is a happy heart, so they say. Place a prize bubble by holding down the Action button. Let's choose a gift in the Tweak menu. Crash Test Teddy gets about a bit. Choose him. The Shareable setting allows you to decide how far afield this present can be shared. A sharing present means that whoever picks it up can pass it on to their friends, while a private present means it's theirs and theirs alone. It's not stingy, it's just that some things are too special and wonderful to give away, like you. And when you collect a prize bubble, you'll find the prize in the Community Objects page. There! Now let's mush it all up together into a great big fun thing. Wonderful! Love becomes priceless when you give it away for free. Why not add some thrills and spills to your scene with a purpose-built race against time? Firstly, spring open your Poppet and head on over to the Level Kit section in the Tools bag. Since we're going to be racing in this tutorial, you'll want a No Join post somewhere near the start. Once the No Join post is activated, no other Sackfolk will be allowed to join the game. It's perfect for that exclusive soiree. Go back to the Level Kits section, Choose a start gate and place it where you want your race to begin. Hold down the Action button and tweak the start gate to set how much time to allow for your race. Is it a sprint or a marathon? Anyone who doesn't finish in time will get 0 points, no score. And of course, there's no point having a start without an end. First through the finish line wins fame, adulation, and a big sloppy kiss from Elderflower the cow. This is like the World Championships. Well, a partially organised sack race at any rate. And that's that. Now be off with you. There's creating to be done. Test Teddy has kindly taken a leave of absence from the infirmary to help us out here. So, open up your poppet and head to the Object Tweakers section of the Gadgets page. The Material Tweaker lets you change the physical behaviour of your objects. You'll notice that Ted here is made of sponge, not a particularly bouncy material. But tweaking the Material Tweaker lets you change the bounciness and the friction of any object. Ted, we're not finished. LittleBigPlanet is made out of craft materials, the meat, drink and creme brulee dessert of any serious creator. As you gad around LittleBigPlanet, you'll pick up many different materials from prize bubbles, and they'll go straight into your goodies bag. Press the menu button to open your poppet, and let's head to the goodies bag right now. The Materials page is a vast stockpile of wood, cloth, metal, almost anything you can think of. Choose a suitable material. It's time to get in shape. Choose the shape you want with the Action button. Like most things in LittleBigPlanet, the left stick serves to move it around, and the right stick does the rotating and resizing honours. Stamp it down with the Action button. Use the Shuffle buttons to move it in and out as required. If you hold down the Action button, you can draw with your material. Pretend it's a big marker pen and LittleBigPlanet is your scrapbook. Ah, you're getting the hang of this. You can change the thickness of the material with the thickness buttons. From large, you don't get many of those to the pound, madam, triple layer servings, to wholesome double-thick platefuls, to chubby single-layer portions, and finally to super skinny thin layers. You can combine different depths and thicknesses to make modern or even postmodern creations. Thin layers can slip in between thick layers. But if you're feeling destructive, hold down the Delete button. This will cut a chunk out of any other craft material that should dare stand in your way. When you start drawing over a different material, or a material that is a different thickness, you'll see the right shape is automatically cut out. The two resulting shapes will get glued together quicker than you can say epoxy resin. Each different material behaves just as you'd imagine. Metal is heavy and solid. Glass is all slippy-slidey. Polystyrene is floaty light and a little bit squeaky. And sponge is, well, spongy. Hold down the grab button to grasp certain materials in your vice-like grip. Sponge and polystyrene spring to mind. This is all so much easier than tricking an elderly relative into doing your DIY for you. Now, this piece of LittleBigPlanet technology is so clever you could put it in a box and call it the Memorizer. Oh, we kind of did do that, didn't we? Well, that proves my point, I think. You can use the Memorizer to keep track of everything you do. Kind of like a diary, or an annoying little brother. Let me show you how it works. We're going to tell the Memorizer to remember the state of these lights at a precise moment in time. First of all, you'll want to connect that bottom toggle switch to the third input of the Memorizer. Then connect the third output of the Memorizer to the bottom light panel on the right. Now, as you can see, these three grab switches can be used to toggle the lights on the left off and on. Perfect for creating the world's least flamboyant light show. Now, if you connect the Remember button to the Memorizer's trigger input, and then press the Remember button, the Memorizer will remember that state and put the lights on the right into exactly the same state. Wonderful! And that is merely the first stop on our journey towards Amazingville. OK, now try grabbing the switches again to put the lights in a different state. See how the lights on the right have stayed as they were? That's because the Memorizer is still outputting the values you told it to remember. A Memorizer is nothing if not obedient. To make it forget these values, you need to reset the Memorizer. Simply connect the Forget button to the Memorizer's reset input. Jump on the button, and all of the remembered values will be forgotten. Of course, the best way to learn something like this is to have a good old-fashioned faff. So feel free to play around with it as much as you like. OK, I think you've got the hang of the basics. Now it's time to take a stroll through the magical world of labels. Giving your Memorizer a label will make it remember things even if you leave and come back later. Let's take a look at how it works. The first thing you want to do is connect that grab switch to the Memorizer's trigger input. Then set the label on the Memorizer to something that you can remember. OK, now give that switch a quick grab. See how it activates that checkpoint. Well, this is where the magic happens. Press the Start button and select Replay Level. Don't worry, the memorizer can be trusted, even if I can't. Phew! It worked. Of course, I never doubted it for a second. You see, the label has made the memorizer remember that you activated this checkpoint. And the fun doesn't stop there either. Any other memorizers in your level with the same label will all have the same values as each other. So, if you'll indulge me a little while longer, I'll show you how that works. Take a memorizer from your poppet and pop it anywhere you like. Change the label for this new memorizer so it is the same as the other one. Now connect the button on the floor to the memorizer's reset input. After you jump on this button, the next time you return to this tutorial, you will start from the beginning again. It's as easy as falling off a log, or in this case, jumping on a button. With just these simple skills, you can build all sorts of clever technology. And there's all sorts of other trickery in there for all you little big boffins. So there you are, the majestically magical, mesmerizing memorizer. So smart, it didn't give itself that name.
Isn't enough room on that carrot for more than 1 or 2 devices. Worryingly, it's not the first time I've ever said that. But you want to make a floating, flaming carrot? Let's have a think. You're going to need a microchip to make more space. It's in the simple logic section of your gadgets page. Do chips go with carrots? If you select your poppet cursor and press R1 over the microchip, you will hide or display its circuit board. If you select the circuit board with the Action button, you can resize it with the right stick. Tweak the microchip, and you'll be able to tidy things up even more by disabling the Show Wires option. Anything you place on this microchip will behave as though it was stuck straight to the object at the same position as the microchip. Your microchip is small, but powerful. You can add all manner of gadgetry, logic, even more microchips to its circuit board. Only you could burn a salad, Sackboy. I'm trying to forget about this experience already, but maybe you want to remember. In that case, you'll need a note from your gadgets page. Notes let you leave messages about your gadgets, contraptions and devices for yourself or another creator. Very handy for sharing the knowledge and the love. Tweak the note to write your message. Keep it clean. No Rudy potty-trousered swearies, thank you very much. And press R1 to hide or show it to the world. By now, you'll be wanting to crack on into an exciting adventure. Dash into daring do, be flung into fun. To navigate the menus in your pod or start menu, just hold the T button down.
and move the motion controller in the direction you want the highlight to go. Let the dashing and flinging commence. 10, hop! It's time for your orientation, hardy Hessian-based adventurer. It's no good cavorting about the craftisphere without the correct equipment. In your left hand, you'll need either a wireless controller or a navigation controller. All present and correct? Marvellous. Then you'll also need a motion controller in your right hand. Feels good? Feels good. Right, let's get on. Press down on the directional buttons and at the same time press the move button. On you go. In LittleBigPlanet, a motion recorder can record, wait for it, the motion of any object in your scene. You can do simple movement or even mind-melting animation. Let's melt some minds. Fetch a motion recorder from the Movers section of your tools bag and place it on that exquisitely crafted model of Susan, my devoted and faithful Moggy. Now tweak the motion recorder and select Record. Using the cursor, select the motion recorder by holding down the T button and waggle it around until you or Susan throw up because of all the G-forces and the science. Simply release the T button when you're done and the motion is recorded. Play it back by simply unpausing the game. Well, I never, like a cat on a hot tin roof on a pogo stick. Try holding your motion controller upright. This makes the motion recorder track the position of the motion controller instead of just the angle. To replay your recording endlessly, set looping to yes. But that's not all. You can play your recording forwards, backwards, or even forwards, then backwards. And, of course, you can watch it over and over again as fast or as slow as you like by tweaking the speed. To make your recording loop from exactly the place it started, press the cross button during the recording to activate exact looping. Return the object back to the green circle at the start and you will be rewarded most handsomely. Well, you'll get an exact loop, just as the name implies. One last thing, you can record the square, triangle, and move buttons and connect their outputs to practically anything. Connect the move button output to dear old Susan's eyes, why don't you? Susan doesn't look well. I wonder if she's feline okay. I bet that gave her pause for thought. I ought to whisk her away, oh, no, I draw the line at whisk her away. A cursor is not actually a rude thing. It'll let you use your motion controller to point at things, pick them up, fling them round, all the things you'd love to do in your living room, but Mum says no for some reason. In the Advanced Logic section of the Gadgets page in your tools bag, you'll see the cursor object. Place one on the Movinator's circuit board. Climb into the Movinator seat and, hey presto, you've got a cursor. Right off the bat you can pick up anything that is grabbable. For example, that sponge. Or that sponge. Or that polystyrene. Tweak the cursor and select the image option.
You can choose any sticker or any decoration in your inventory. You can tweak the size, the angle, and all manner of grabbable options. But it's not enough to use this marvellous new thingy as an invisible, disembodied robot arm. It's an age-old philosophical quandary. What good is a shooting gallery in which there can be no shooting? So, fetch a tag from the sensors section of your gadgets page and put it on the cursor's circuit board. Attach the T button output from the Movinator to the tag. It will become active whenever you press the T button, meaning you can run any logic you want at the cursor's position. Here, there is a tag sensor that detects the active tag on the cursor and triggers a destroy sensor. Blammo, kapow, etc. It's like magic, only better. I've done the peer-reviewed studies myself. Oh, look, it's Crash Test Teddy. He must be about to embark on another dangerous mission. Let's give him a hand with the help of the Movinator. It's very similar to the Controlinator. Simply hook up its outputs to the objects and gadgets you want to control. You'll find it in the Advanced Logic section of your Tools bag. Place it on the portable Crash Test Teddy elevation device, or Big Bertha for short. Most of the options are the same as the Controlinator, so why go over old ground in new shoes? Let's hook up the left stick outputs to the joystick rotator so we can point Teddy in the right direction. And now, Sir Sack-a-Lot, we can move Big Bertha into position for the inevitable and protracted siege of that wooden wall over there. Hang on, there's more than one way to aim Ted at that target. Get out of the Movinator seat by pressing R3. We can also connect the motion sensors on the motion controller to the joystick rotator on the cannon. The motion controller is a very clever and multi-talented little fellow. You can twist it like a screwdriver, spin it like a record, do a forward roll, and turn it like a steering wheel. Speaking of steering things, where was I? Oh, yes. Attach the turning rotation left-right output to the left-right input on the joystick rotator and the turning rotation up-down output to the up-down input. Now, pop Ted into position. Ready? Aim, oh, just thought of something. Ted needs a push. Let's connect the T button output to the rocket to give Crash Test Teddy the send-off he deserves. It's important to note that a true tactician knows the when to strike as well as... Oh, you've done it again. You're like a toddler in a sweet shop with a Teddy launcher. You have a stripy scarf and a bowler hat? Then either you're an extremely misguided World War I pilot, or perhaps, just perhaps, you're some kind of avant-garde musician. Sackboy van Beethandel-Korsakoff III.
The music sequencer object will let you compose anything from a ditty to a symphony, right here inside LIttleBigPlanet.
So why not select one now? Go on, Maestro. It's in the Music Sequencer section of the Audio Objects page. Here you place instruments to create your cacophony, your masterpiece. These instruments also live in the Music Sequencer section of the Audio Objects page. So select one now. Tweak the instrument to rewrite its libretto, so to speak.
Each instrument contains a pattern, so let's get composing quick-sharp.
Move the cursor around with the left stick and place down new notes with the action button. Up and down on the right stick will change the volume of the note. Left and right will change its timbre, the unique colour of the instrument, if you will. It's R1 and L1 to lengthen or shorten your notes, and R2 and L2 to skip forwards or backwards 8 steps.
Like everything else in Poppet, you can undo and redo with the left and right buttons.
Most importantly, the up button will let you preview your Meisterwerk. Or pre-hear, I suppose. Just as I had feared. I've heard more musical steak dinners. Oh, compose yourself. Perhaps the muse is absent today.
Once you're done, why not tweak the instrument by tapping the menu button? Have a fiddle with some of the options. They'll allow you to change parameters such as the key and the scale this pattern plays in. Once you're happy, place your instruments on the music sequencer's circuit board in any order you choose. It could be either chin-strokingly sensible or brain-bendingly atonal. You are composer, conductor, and that person who stands at the back and plays the triangle, all in one. It's up to you. If you tweak the music sequencer, you can adjust properties of the whole piece. The volume, the tempo, even how much swing to put in its step.
That's quite enough of that. Let's have a listen. Well, that's certainly something to blow your own trumpet about. Is something broken? Like your ears? Anybody who's anybody wants a crash test teddy to love and to hug and to set on fire. Open the My Objects page in your Poppet. Once you've made an object you really like, you can save it into your goodies bag and use it again and again. Select the Capture Object tool. Fit the dotty box all around the objects you want to include. Resize the box with the right stick, and once it fits around Teddy, press the Action button to save him forevermore. Lucky Teddy, will immediately appear in your My Objects page. Lots of Teds. Here's a thought. The collective noun for a lot of Teds should be a picnic of teddy bears. Yes, I like that.
There's a rumour going round that absolutely anybody can be an artist, even Susan my cat, and she doesn't have any thumbs. With the paint tool, the rumours are proven correct, except for the bit about Susan. It's easy to get started. Simply press down the T button on your motion controller, wave your arm about, and you're painting. How much you press the T button affects how much paint goes onto the canvas. But painting only in white is so monochromatic, so minimalist. Hold down the Move button to bring up your palette. Then point to the colour you want and release the button. If you want a different brush, hold down the Cross button and choose one that suits your particular artistic idiom. Of course, you can change the size of the brush with the up and down on the left stick, and its transparency with left and right. What's that? None of these amazing options suit your particular artistic idiom? Well then, my painterly chum, choose the sticker brush, and choose from any sticker in your inventory. To match a colour already on the canvas, just hold down the triangle button to activate the colour picker. What if you make a silly Billy or a messy Bessie? Don't fret, the eraser is here to help. Just hold down the square button to access the Tools menu and point to the eraser. Hold down the T button, just like you're painting normally, to get rid of any whoopsies you've accidentally left on your canvas. Or you can press left and right on the directional buttons to undo and redo your changes. I'd say that's more than enough to get you started. To save your painting, or to leave the painting tool, press the Start button and choose the right option. And while you're there, why not play with backgrounds? You can use a sticker or another painting as a backdrop to your work of art. Once you're done, head to the My Pictures page in your Poppet to exhibit your masterpiece.
Wouldn't you believe it? Look, it's a wooden U. Open your Poppet with the menu button and select the Poppet cursor by pressing the Action button. The Poppet cursor is more powerful than you can possibly imagine, so use it wisely, young Sack apprentice. It will let you manipulate time and space to your bidding. Almost. Take this wooden chap, for example. Select him by pressing the Action button when the cursor is over it. You can move him around with the left stick. Pressing up or down on the right stick lets you make him as big or as small as you like, but press left or right and you can tip him any which way up.
Is that how you treat all your friends?
You can even use the shuffle buttons to move the thing you're holding forwards and backwards.
And the thickness buttons will make him fatter or slimmer.
Go on, podge him out a bit. When you're happy, press the action button again to place him down. Press back to return to the main menu. When you drop an object, it will stay exactly where you leave it, like chewing gum on an unfortunate carpet. That is, until you close Pop It completely by pressing back again. Oh my, I haven't told you about the pause mode yet. Press the up button to pause your game. Unlike real life, you can undo or redo your actions using the left and right buttons. Perfect for people who aren't perfect. Close Pop It, and see, everything will stay right where you put it. I just wish I could do that with my car keys. And my car. And now, nothing will move until you unpause again with the up button. Then it will either behave just as you intended, or fall to the floor with a disappointing clatter. But have no fear. Remember, you can always undo. And when you make a Freddy Fluff you can't undo, the cursor can always delete it. Select the object with the action button, then press the delete button when you're ready. It's just like he never existed, but we shall never forget what's-his-face. If you're one of those techno-Trevors who knows absolutely everything about computers, then this is going to knock the novelty socks right off your ankles. Get this. You can take photos of anything with your PlayStation Eye camera and place them right into LittleBigPlanet. I know, I'm shaking too. Open your Pop It with the menu button and go to the PlayStation Eye page inside stickers and decorations. Find a frame that really goes with your vision and select it with the action button. Move it about with the left stick, just like you do with those delicious stickers. When you're ready, strike a pose and press the action button to take a photo and place it straight into your scene. Keep it clean, mind you. No pictures of your bottom, or even worse, mine. Oh, come now, what is the matter? Don't be silly. Joining the PlayStation Network is terribly easy. Look, simply glide your way to the PlayStation Network sign-up option and click, like so. Choose Create a New Account and voila! You'll just need to fill in some quick details. Okay, I'll take you through it. It really is child's play. Not quite as entertaining as LittleBigPlanet, of course, but play nonetheless. See? Easy. Oh, yes, my favourite part, the terms and conditions. I'll tell you what, I'll read them to you so you don't miss anything. Registering for a PlayStation Network, open brackets PSN, close brackets, gives you the right but certain responsibilities here. Therefore, your soul, or any part of, or act motivated by your soul, is owned completely and entirely by... Are you still listening? Anyway, make sure you read everything, then if you accept, hit the button. Not quite so fast. Just a few more details, and then it's time to play. Bring up the keyboard and enter your email, your super-secret password, and your security question. I chose my favourite country, America. I once made a rather fine TV series about America. Come to think, I'm sure it's still available on DVD, with lots of added features and extras. Moving on. Choose an ingenious nickname. Literally anything you like, so long as it's not too indecent, of course. Ah, perfect. What the... Oh, dear. How about... Okay, how about... Yes, quite right. Like I said. Perfect. Hooray! Now we're completely and utterly positively almost there. Do you have an address? Very good. Now decide if you want to receive some wonderful emails from the people at Sony, review the details, and if everything is in order, it's time to party! To party. Well, go on. They grow up so fast. Everybody wants to be a superhero at one time or another. As a child, I spent many an afternoon with a hollowed-out melon on my head as Fruit Boy. The power-ups in LittleBigPlanet help you to live out that dream, and they're all in the Gameplay Kits page. The grappling hook is a stupendous, shooty, grabby thing. Use it to grab onto things that would be out of reach for a normal, unsuper Sackboy. For each of these power-ups, just walk over them to put them on. Press and hold the grab button to fire the grappling hook. It will attach itself to any close object that can be grabbed. Use the left stick to then do your superheroic moves and stuff. That's it. Heave! And when you're done, just let go of the grab button. And when you're really, really done, press the back button to shake it off. So, what other super-duper things can you do?
The other power-up you need to know about is the Grabinator.
These marvelous gloves give you the power to lift impossible things. You can try to pick up anything that is grabbable simply by holding the grab button when you're next to it. Look uber cool by throwing big things around. Throw the block by letting go of the grab button. It'll go in the direction you're holding the left stick, so make sure you're facing the something that deserves a good telling off. You can tweak any of these power-ups and set the Can Be Dropped option. Set it to No, and you'll remain powered up until the end of the scene. Of course, no one should be given absolute power. Throw down a Remove Power-Up device, and any Sackboy who activates it will be immediately stripped of his power-up. There we are. Super Sackboy. Your secret is safe with me.
Nice rocket. Very retro. Launch that beauty into the Imagosphere and Houston would most definitely not have a problem. However, during the meticulous pre-flight test, well, Sackboy jumped on it to make sure it didn't fall over, and a problem was found. Mission Control, down there on the PlayStation Vita system, say it needs a new remote tag sensor. What in the blue blazes is one of those, you cry? Well, a remote tag sensor lets you detect when a tag is activated in your level either on the PlayStation 3 system or the PlayStation Vita system. Nifty, eh? To demonstrate, earlier on, Sackboy set up the tag on the PlayStation Vita system. What you need to do is open Pop It, select the remote tag sensor, and pop it on the retro rocket. The next step is to take your Pop It cursor and highlight the remote tag sensor. That's the style. Now press the Tweak button. Note the colors. Make sure the color you select matches the color of the tag on the PlayStation Vita system. Color coordination is imperative for success here. Okie dokie. Now wire the remote tag sensor into the rocket's thruster. Good, good. Then pick up your PlayStation Vita system so Mission Control can pull that switch in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Yep, I said 5, not fire. But worry ye not, we have success. One small step for Sackkind, one giant leap for the LIttleBigPlanet space program, which we call Sackboy's Aerospace Share Scheme. Sounds good, but unfortunately has the acronym SAS. And that woolly hooligan is sassy enough. I thank you so very much.
To give his dance moves some direction, consider the rocket rotator. It's a clever little doohickey that turns its object towards the direction it's travelling. Don't forget to tweak its speed and acceleration. That'll put some style into his septuagenarian shuffling. Groovy old Grandfather Time has been practicing his sassy dance moves, but his mature mechanisms need some basic rotators to grease the wheels. So, open your poppet and find your way to the rotators section of the tools bag. First off, let's use a rotator to put some boogie in his bonce. Plonk it anywhere you like, it will turn an object at the speed you tweak it to. Ah, there goes Gramps with his head spins. That looks terrifying. Let's hope he doesn't take breakdancing too literally.
So sad. Are all your chumblies busy creating magical levels with their Imagineering skills at the moment? Couldn't you make yourself some friends? Why not? This is LIttleBigPlanet. Make a Sackbot friend. Or if you're feeling all confrontational, a Sackbot enemy. They live in the Sackbot section of your tools bag, to be precise. This Sackbot is the cleverest thing since man crawled out of the primordial soup and invented the supermarket loyalty card. Treat him like your personal doll. Let's give him a costume. You can choose from all the outfits and clothing in your own costumes page. Select an animation style to match. It's no good having a zombie in a medieval castle. Or perhaps it is. This Sackbot is in idle mode at the moment. What a layabout. Let's gee him up a bit. Tweak him and try setting his behaviour to follow for now. Oh, bless, he'll really try his hardest to keep up with you. And why not increase his awareness radius while you're at it? Make him more aware of what's around him. He's very capable, isn't he? Perhaps a bit too Frankenstein's monster capable. Limit him by changing his movement settings. You can make him afraid of heights, or afraid of danger. You can tweak him so he can change layer, or so he can jump. Sackbots will even use power-ups if you let them. Tweak the Creatinator, Grabinator,
and controlinator options to decide.
To control your Sackbot's gaze, set the Look at Tag colour to match a tag within his awareness radius. That's sure to turn some heads. Turn some heads. Dear me. To make your Sackbots even more lifelike and potentially capable of running amok and destroying LittleBigPlanet forever, make sure you choose an appropriate behaviour for them. If you want to make a scaredy bot, set his behaviour to flee. Look at that. You've terrified the poor little thing just by standing there. Or tweak him to choose the act behaviour. By recording your own actions, you can channel your every move directly into his brain. You could record him doing a classic dance, say the funky park bench, or even some of that never-popular robotic dancing. There are 3 playback modes to choose from. Play once means he's a one-shot pony, while loop relative means he will keep on acting up wherever he's standing. Tell him to loop absolute, and he'll attempt to make his way back to his starting point whenever his acting ends. Hello, Mr. Sackbot. Give us a robotic microwave.
Well, microwave back. It's only polite.
Use the patrol behaviour to set up a kind of wooden guard dog. While you're at it, make sure he doesn't totter off that ledge. If you decide he's right-handed, he'll patrol so that obstacles are always on his right, but if he's a lefty, he'll keep them on his left.
By the way, each Sackbot has its own inbuilt microchip. Choose Show Circuit Board or press R1 when you want to use it. From the Sackbot section of your Poppet, you can place additional behaviours straight onto the microchip. These behaviours can be activated with any kind of logic, benign or fiendish, that you can devise. The Sackbot will behave according to the most recently activated behaviour on his microchip. If you tweak him to be hostile, then be prepared to have your creation turn on you and destroy everything you hold dear. It's only a bit of fun. If his behaviour is set to follow, then a hostile Sackbot will be no respecter of your personal space. He'll just barge right in. And if he's a patroller, he'll charge you down as soon as you step into his awareness radius. If he has a creatornator on him, he'll turn it on you. Scary stuff. If you want your Sackbot to be one of those lovey actor types, then you might consider giving him a magic mouth or 7. Either set the actor name of your Sackbot to match the actor name of a magic mouth, or just plonk a magic mouth directly onto the Sackbot's microchip. Your Sackbot will lip-sync along to the magic mouth like a happy ventriloquist dummy. Or should I say, like a happy ventriloquist dummy. There are plenty of options, but you'll become an expert Imagineer of Sackbotics in no time at all. I was talking to Susan the other day, and I asked her how she likes to be congratulated for being lovely. She said, meow, because she's a cat. But what she meant was that she just loves a stroke, a tickle,
and a score giver object. It's in the World Tweakers section of your Poppet. Place it somewhere great and tweak it to set how many points you want it to dish out. You can also tweak who should get the points, the player who activated the score giver, or her and all her little sack chums. You're getting more points than a hedgehog in a jam-eating contest. And what do points mean? That's right, Smarty Sack. Prizes are like Christmas presents. It's always better to give them than receive them. Someone should tell Susan that. Open your Poppet and head to the Sensors section. We'll use a score sensor to give players rewards when they get a certain score. It's simple, really. Just choose at what score you want the counter to become active. Ooh, 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 I hope that emitter is going to make a cake. Joy, thy name is cake. The selector also has a cycle input. Not a bicycle, you sack-for-brains ninny. Oh, I didn't mean that. Connect that button up to the cycle input. Every time it gets activated, the output moves along to the next one. It all becomes clearer the more you play with it, I promise. All this jumping around doing brain maths is tiring. Like to join me in a cup of tea? It's a very big cup. But let's take it one stage further. The selector is a cold, calculating device. You'll find it brooding in the advanced logic section too. You can tweak the selector to change the number of inputs and outputs it has, from 2 to, oh, I don't know, thousands probably. Let's give it 3. So, connect the 3 switches to the selector's inputs. And connect the outputs to those cakes. A selector helps you manage lots of logic because, now this is important, so pay attention, it will always have one and only one output active at any given time. Just like the toggle, as soon as an input occurs, the output of the selector changes.
However, if there is more than one input active, only the output closest to the end of the selector will be active.
Yes, yes, stop being so smug. It doesn't become you. Music be the food of love, prepare to fill your face. We're going to give Elderflower here a soundtrack. Open your Poppet and find the Audio Objects page. It's where your music objects live. It's time to turn on, tune in, and place this music object with the action button. Hold the action button down and let's get straight into tweaking. Tweak the volume to make the music shouty loud, whisper soft, or anywhere in between, and change the start point to jump right into your favorite bit. You can control the individual track volumes of your tunes and remix to your heart's content. Set the trigger radius so the music begins playing just when you need it to, or you can trigger it from the output of another sensor. Sound objects are LittleBigPlanet's resident noise machines. Let's make Elderflower sing to the music. Hold down the action button again to tweak the sound object as you place it. Select Choose Sound. I don't need to tell you what sound a cow makes, do I? Good, Well, we are in LittleBigPlanet, expect the etc. The modifier can change the sound in myriad astounding ways. And you can make it louder or softer with the volume control. Lastly, remember you can connect a sensor to the sound object to have it play when you want. We always thought Elderflower the cow was barking. Everything in LittleBigPlanet is made of fluff, sponge and smiles. Quiver you might, young Sackster. Unknock your knees, open your poppet, and go to the dangerous section. A set of spikes would be a thorn in your side, quite literally. Just one touch from these, and you'll not only shuffle, but fling off your mortal coil, for a moment at least. You're quite safe from the big sleep in create mode, however. The sticker panel is probably the most high-tech, super-wizzo addition to the basic materials section of your poppet. Probably magic, in fact. Firstly, place some sticker panel material into your scene. Then choose a sticker to place on it. Go on, anything will do. Anything at all. I'll wait. So far, so ordinary. Nothing much to see. Or is there? When you play your level or switch to preview mode, you may notice that the sticker panel has disappeared, leaving the sticker you chose floating in space. By tweaking the sticker panel in edit mode, you can change its color, brightness, and even opacity. What's more, by connecting your sticker panel to a switch, you can make it appear or disappear at will. So if you've got a picture of a badger being pulled out of a hat, it's double magic. Heard the news? Somebody has been in the LittleBigPlanet orchards and stolen all the fruit. I see. Mystery solved. You're going to want to keep that haul safe, as there's some dishonest folk around. Firstly, let's try a sticker sensor. It's in the sensors section of your tools bag. Place it down and grab your poppet cursor to connect it to that winch. Tweak the sensor to choose a sticker and set the range. The sticker sensor will only activate when the correct sticker is placed close enough on the sensor's object. The sticker you've chosen will appear in the Switch Triggers section of the stickers page. By the way, if you don't choose a sticker, then any sticker will activate it. Open Sesame. The stickers in LittleBigPlanet are tiny masterpieces and the most collectible must-haves in the ethereal dreamscape. Press the menu button to open your Poppet and select Stickers and Decorations with the Action button. Gaze in wonderment at this display. It makes the Sistine Chapel look like something you'd stick on a fridge with a novelty magnet. So share these divine sticky lovelies as you're gadding around LittleBigPlanet by placing them here, there and everywhere. Choose the one you like with the left stick and select it with the Action button. Move it around with the left stick until it's just so. Resize it with up and down on the right stick and rotate it using left and right. You can even mirror your sticker by pressing in the right stick. Pressing the Action button lets you place it as many times as you like. It's the back button to get back to your Poppet and choose another gorgeous sticker with the Action button. Once the muse is satisfied, press back to return to Poppet, back again to get to the main menu, and back one last time to close your Poppet for good. Stickers. Couldn't you just kiss them? Even better than that, you can tweak the material tweaker to make any object sticky, like Ted, of course. There are 3 options for stickiness. Normal won't do anything, while sticky makes the object more adhesive than a boiled sweet stuck to your desk. It'll fix itself to almost anything it touches. Setting the option to nothing sticks makes it harder to stick to than a kipper in a leotard. Not even another sticky object can do it. Tag radar may sound like the name of an alien private detective, but it is in fact a facility to track movement on either the PlayStation 3 system or PlayStation Vita system and use that information to make something move on the other screen. Yes, that sounds as clear as mud, I know, but this tricky maze will allow me to demonstrate. So, take a gander at the PlayStation Vita system screen. You will see the maze that is also on the PlayStation 3 system screen. But what's the difference? Exactly. On the PlayStation Vita system, there's a tag on the box and a new chip, which is the tag radar. Well spotted. Give it a little tweak, why don't you? Bring up your Poppet cursor, highlight the tag radar chip, and press the tweak button. You must ensure the tag type matches the color of the tag on the box. Well done. Now, let's move to the PlayStation 3 system and make the magic happen there too. Open up your Poppet menu and select the tag radar from your tools bag. Place it on the maze in a similar spot to where it is on the PlayStation Vita system screen. Bring out your Poppet cursor and tweak the tag radar and set it to receive. Observe the ghost of the tag that's from the PlayStation Vita system. It's not really a ghost. I just said that word to inject some mild peril. Touch the box on the PlayStation Vita system. You see? When you move it on the PlayStation Vita system, the ghost tag moves on the PlayStation 3 system. You liking that? Try placing the box on the button. It's great, isn't it? I can literally hear your brain whizzing with possibilities. You go for it, Squire. Sometimes the raw power of rocket propulsion is what you need. open your Poppet's Gadgets page and select a thruster. Let's give this buttercup a send-off. Tweak it and change the acceleration to 100%. The currently on option is handy. Set it to off so it doesn't fire as soon as you close your Poppet. But let's connect up that button and have a test flight. 5, 4, 3. Oh, blast it. Toggle is just like shouting, "And stay on," at something. Whip out your Poppet and find a toggle in the advanced logic section of your tools bag. Every time it gets a new input, the output toggles. On flips to off, off flops to on. Ha, you're an old pro at this now. Use your Poppet cursor to connect a button to the toggle's input and a light to its output. You see? It's got a memory, and a much more reliable one than mine, too. And another thing, it's got a much more reliable one than mine, too. And... trigger explosive will blow up only when you want it to, and not a moment before. A trigger button would be handy right now. Most convenient. Use your Poppet cursor to connect the button's output tab to the trigger explosive. Now, stand well back. Oh my, neither of us saw that coming, did we? Yes, Sackboy, I did too.
The Vitanator lets you control your Sackboy on the PlayStation 3 system with the PlayStation Vita system. I know! I'm shaking too! First, place a controllernator on the PlayStation Vita system, highlight it with the Poppet cursor, and press the tweak button and set it to a transmitter. Once you're done, hop inside and get comfy. Next, place a Vitanator anywhere on the PlayStation 3 system. Shift it later if you think of a better place. Access your Poppet cursor and highlight the Vitanator. Press the Tweak button to open the Tweak menu and highlight the Override Master Sackboy option. You got it? That's it. Select Yes. Now the PlayStation Vita system can be used to control Sackboy. Only for good, mind. Well, maybe the odd mischievous misdemeanor. Have a little faff about to get the feel of it. Think you can get past this tricky and daunting obstacle course I've created for you? Yes, it's very tricky and daunting, but it'll help you burn off all my jelly beans you think I didn't see you pinch earlier on. The joke's on you because Susan had licked those.
Why not add some medieval chic with a moat? Firstly, we'll have to effect some climate change via the Global Controls page and raise the water level. Now, place a water sensor on that handy piece of sponge. It becomes active once it gets submerged. Verily thou art a valiant defender of the ethereal realm.
Did you know that the new and improved Imagisphere, the very force that holds LittleBigPlanet together, now has crazy conduits? Sackboy calls them wormholes. But there are no worms in them, unless he snuck a few in. You can move all of the Sackfolk in a level anywhere, instantly. Or you can hold them in stasis in the non-Imagisphere, a dimension made up of anti-imagination. Then you can call them back into our world whenever you want.
makes one feel humbly godlike. To demonstrate, take a wormhole out of the Pop-It Tools bag and place it in the level somewhere nearby. Put another wormhole a little way away. Yes, that's far enough for the purposes of the test. Next, connect the first wormhole to the second with a wire. Now, pull out your Pop-It cursor and highlight the second wormhole and press the tweak button and set it to exit. Get ready. This is so cool. Stand in front of the first wormhole and press the button and zap! You've teleported between the two wormholes instantly. Beam me up, Sacky.
In this LittleBigPlanet demo, you must always have at least one friend to scamper around with when you're using the PS Move motion controller. One of you can operate the motion controller, while others can play with wireless controllers. Perhaps invite another friend to fetch the tea and biscuits. We are going to be using these primitive little blockosauruses to show you a few neat tricks. Now you see how some of our dino blocks are glowing pink? Move the pointer over your pink bits and press and hold the T button to pick something up. To move it around, point the motion controller in the direction you want your item to travel. Clever, isn't it? Now you can work together to solve a whole range of problems. The greedy grabby horde are a sinful bunch, so driving one of their commandeered carts isn't going to be a prob for a clever clog like you. You just need to be shown the basics and you'll be away faster than a cowpat off a hot, shiny shovel. Quick tour of the controller would be good. Oh, would you prefer to use the X button or the R2 button to accelerate? Okay, the basics. Press the acceleration button and your cart will move forward. Keep it down if you want to burn wool. You can achieve some pretty exhilarating speeds in this game, so let go of the button if you want to slow down for a corner or stop altogether. The brake button will stop you even quicker if you need a loo break. Once you've stopped, keep that brake button held down if you want to reverse. Steering is done by pushing the left stick left or right, or you can use the directional buttons. Well, if you're happy with the ergonomic comfort of your controller layout, just give the old action button a Sammy stab, and it's all confirmed. Excellent. You've picked your preferred controller buttons, and we can continue. And if you want to go back and alter them at any stage, feel free to do so in the Pause menu, or the Settings menu in your pod. You have to feel 100% comfortable when you're wacky racing. Am I not right, sir? In karting lingo, drifting means taking a corner in a really cool way. It's skidding, but controlled skidding, and saves all the hassle of braking. To drift, steer the way you want to go in a corner whilst pressing and holding the drift button. The cart turns to the side and skids in a visually pleasing manner, I might add. It's advisable to hold your drift until your tyres ignite. That's a good time to release the drift button and get a satisfying boost. You get my drift? You see, that was a superb bit of drifting, both excellent and excellent. The boost you get is from the positive thinking molecules of the Imagisphere igniting in the drift backdraft. The bigger the flame, the bigger the boost. Now, who wants to know how to steer and drift at the same time? You're doing brilliantly with the drifting. Now to drift whilst steering your cart. So this time, press the drift button and steer with the left stick. Remember, DNS, drift and steer. Okay, Let's try this drift and steer business again. Hold down the drift button while... Nailed it! Knew you would.
Now you're equipped with another string to your bow. Well, you passed your driving test with all the flying colours of the rainbow. Time to start your weapons training. No, we're not getting bogged down in the logistics of ballistics. We're simply going to show you how to blast suckers off the road. Behold the Weaponator. A serious bit of kit. Drive through it to pick it up. Then you can start collecting weapons. Each time you get one, Sackboy will be holding it, looking tougher than 9-year-old cheese and twice as dangerous. Oh, nicely collected there, number one. You are now furnished with the Weaponator. It dishes out weapons in what we call RR distribution. RR stands for really random. Press the weapon button to fire. 2 words, or some, like your style. Now, let's talk about how to make every shot count. Taking a hit will slow you down and make you lose slight control of your cart, so avoid it if you can. Now we're going to give you what we call a defensive weapon. Defensive weapons are slightly sneaky in that they can be deployed behind you to slow down other racers or destroy incoming weapons fire. If you watch for the incoming weapon icon, you'll see it changes into a shield. This is the exact time to press the weapon button and deploy your defensive weapon. When the icon shows a shield, the defensive weapon will fire backwards to intercept the barrage from the brutes behind. Tailgaters. Okay, next time keep hold of that all-important weapon until you see the shield, then fire. We're getting there. Now you're firing on all cylinders, you clever sack bombardier, you. Just remember, once you have a weapon, you can make use of it straight away or save it for a more dire situation. You can set the difficulty level of your game, you know. Normal is your bog-standard threat and hurdle setting and is nothing you can't handle. But if you're of a mind to Sunday drive with very little to do, set it to casual. You can always alter it later to rev up the fun. Congrats! In fact, what the heck? Congratulations. Have the full lot. You've learned so much in such a short time. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were an angel. And if you ever forget anything or you want a quick recap, get your sack tushy back here and we'll do the whole bally lot again. I would love that. Whether you want to perform the entire works of Billy Shakespeare through interpretive dance or just give a cheeky smile now and again, you need to know how to animate your Sackboy. The directional buttons are your emotional coordinators, so let's have a faff with them, shall we? Press up to make him smile like he's just been given a box of chockies. Press down to make him sad as it's empty. Press left to make him scared as the box is ticking. Press right to make him angry as it was his own wristwatch he was hearing. Use the limb buttons and sticks to move his arms, and if you tilt the controller, his bonce will move about. There you have it, your very own sack puppet. Always warm your hands before operating him, though. A catastrophic conundrum. My cat Susan has firmly lodged herself up a tree and she's terrified of heights, and trees for that matter, and being rescued. How can we help her? Well, there are lots of useful tools we can utilize to enhance this hinged ladder, don't you know? Check on the simple logic shelf of your tools bag. Let's have a quick stock take, shall we, and decide how we can help Susan by using them together. Okay,
A battery emits a constant on signal, which you can tweak the strength of by opening the tweak menu and adjusting the power. Let's connect the battery to the hinge before Susan has kittens. Not literally. The OR logic gate has 2 buttons attached and activates when any one of its inputs, or indeed all of them, are active. You can tweak any of the logic gates and increase the number of inputs if you like. Use either button to activate it. If we connect 2 buttons to the OR gate, driving on either one will raise the ladder up the tree. And what's next? Oh, right, the AND logic gate is next. AND is activated when all its inputs are triggered. Set it up like OR. If you attach both a button and a battery to the 2 inputs, you have to press the button to see the show, so to speak. Or we could use the XOR logic gate. The XOR is activated when any single one and only one of its inputs are activated. A bit like the light switches in your house. If you've paid the bill, that is. If we connect a battery and button to the XOR gate, the hinge will begin to raise the ladder. Press the button, however, and this will stop the hinge from rising because both connections are sending signals to the gate, not just one. And finally, the NOT logic gate. NOT has 1 input and 1 output, which are always the opposite of one another. If we connect a button to the NOT gate, the hinge will raise the gate and feline salvation is on its way. While the button isn't being pressed, an OFF signal is being sent to the NOT gate, which sends out the opposite signal, ON, to the hinge. When the player presses the button sends an ON signal to the NOT gate, which sends out an OFF signal to the hinge, stopping it from raising the ladder. But we don't want an inactive ladder, because I'm not wasting that freshly opened tin of tuna-friendly tinned seal. I'm not eating it. Here, kitty kitty. By installing control points in your track, you can exert optimum control over your track's twisty-turny topography. To begin, select the Add or Remove Control Points tool from the poppet. This enables you to add or delete points along the track by using up and down with the left stick, then pressing the Add or Delete button. So, if you wanted to, I don't know, add a fiendish fork in the road, select the Branches tool in the Edit Track and Arena menu. Move along the track with the left stick. A helpful little flag appears, showing where the beginning of your branch will begin. If you're happy with the spot, press the Place Branch button. You can change which side of your track the branch starts at by pressing the Change Track Edge button, so it works for drivers from any country, even Italy. Once you've placed the start flag for your branch, move along the track to where you want your branch to rejoin the track. Press the Place Branch button again to create the second path. Now, breadcrumbs. No, we're not sticking them to the window to make the birds knock themselves out like my Susan does. These are a different type of breadcrumbs. These breadcrumbs create alternate paths along your track and are best used for small distances and tight curves where branches don't do much. A word to the wise. Only ever say nice things about censors. They can't take criticism and are prone to hissy fits. They're very sensitive. Sensors are brilliant. We love sensors up here in Little Big Planet. They're so useful because if the conditions to which they are tweaked are met, they operate stuff. Wow! They live in the Gadgets page of the Tools bag in the Poppet, which is an amazingly cool place to be right now. Let's start off with the pressure sensor, which is a pretty darned fine bit of kit as it happens. It detects whether or not a cart is on top of it, like a button, and sends out a signal when pressed. To set it, open your Poppet and in the Object Tweaker section, choose Danger Tweaker. This will set an object on fire when you test drive, which is handy. Attach a button to the input of the Danger Tweaker, and it will only fire up when the button is pressed. Not just fire, it can be tweaked to become visually pleasing illumination or plasma. Gas, even. Fun with pyrotechnics. Just don't tell Mum. Careful, though. When active, the object is dangerous. Don't drive into it. Let someone else do it and enjoy the show. How about making use of signal splitters and signal combiners? Maybe you want to add one to, I don't know, this controlinator. The two signs have rotating motors. What possible use could a signal splitter have here, I hear you cry? Aha! Get a direction splitter from the advanced logic section of the Poppet. Note the two outputs. Connect one to each rotating motor, then connect a left-right output from the controlinator to the input of the signal splitter. Now, just as simply as HP stands for Hey Presto, you can control both two motors at once. OK, another scenario for you. What if there's only one sign on a rotate motor? How could you best control that? A direction combiner. Again, it's in the advanced logic section. It takes two inputs and converts them to one output. So connect a button to each input on the direction combiner, then connect the output to the rotate motor. Tweak the motor and set the input action to forwards, backwards. Ding dong, the bells ring out, for the sign can now go in either direction. OK, maybe I'm getting a little too excited, but I really don't get out much these days. We're giving you LittleBigPlanet carte blanche to create your own track. Yup, a race course designed and kitted out by you. We shall begin this work of cart in a suitable creation crater on your moon. A selection of themes is available for your perusal, so open your Poppet and select Create, Track and Arena with Andrew the Action button. Right, where to begin? Well, presumably a start line, so place one with Andy Action. Now this is the utterly brilliant cool bit. You create the track by driving. I know! I went giddy with excitement too. Hold down our mate Andy and lay down the route. Turn with the left stick to create some crazy corners. Need some hills and dips? No problemo. Adjust your angles using the right stick. And if your road making hits a snag or you want to undo something, don't just put a sign up saying danger and leave it for 6 months like the authorities on Earth would. Just press undo and it's gone. OK, when you're nearly finished with the track, hold down autocomplete and your Sackboy will tie up all the loose ends for you, like connecting it back to your start point, completing the circuit. There you go, your very own track. You certainly know how to look after your sack self. Let's push your gladiatorial skills to the limit in the Arena of Susan. I didn't want to say arena of combat or fighting or something too tough. Let's keep things nice, like my cat, Susan. To create your very own arena, go to your moon, select a suitably creative crater and press the Action button. Peruse the themes available and pick one that takes your fancy. In the level, open up the old Poppet and select Create Track and Arena with the Action button. Select Create Arena and action that. Some interesting shapes available, so have a think, have a choose, have a press of the Action button. Spawn points are automatically installed so all the carts can make impressive entrances. Incidentally, if the border of your arena isn't quite right or is geometrically displeasing to you, alter it. Paint the border area by holding down the action button and moving your brush where you want your changes to sit. Our old chum Donny Delete button is always there to take away any mistakes or bits you don't need. Accoutrements in the shape of weapon pickups, stickers, decorations, or whatever else you think your arena needs can be added whenever you wish. In LittleBigPlanet Karting, we want you to choose your own on-screen readouts, your HUD, as they call it, the heads-up display. Choose what you want to see on your virtual dashboard. Lap counter, countdown timer, speedometer, stuff like that is all very useful, but who doesn't love loads of whatnots and thingamies to look at? A petrol gauge, a treasure counter, an ammo gauge, health definer, where is that cat with my bacon sandwich? Anything. Actually, not the cat bacon sandwich one. That was just me thinking aloud, brainstorming. For example, a groundhog scaring counter. Stay with me, I haven't gone mad. You might have constructed a divine garden populated with exquisite petunias, but groundhogs, those animals that keep repeating themselves, are nibbling away at them. You could tune the roar of your cart's engine to scare the blighters off, but will you get them all? Set up a HUD counter to tell you how many you've scared off. The tools bag really is an emporium of awe and wonder. You can find tweaker gadgets for so many things in there, it's eerie. There's even a HUD tweaker. Did you know that? Look under World Tweakers if you think I'm kidding. If you want to install a groundhog counter, you'll have need of a counter widget. Select one and you may place it wherever you wish. I've got one on my cat. Once you place the widget, you can open up its tweak menu and do what you please. Name it, change its color, flip its orientation. Widget. I love that word. You'd call a wood pigeon widget. Widget the wood pigeon. So, what else can you do once a widget is in place? Well, you could select a HUD tweaker and place it on the player's spawn point. In the tweak menu, choose which HUD widget you want to display. Then go mad and choose your groundhog tweaker. Go for it. I suppose the next logical choice of action would be to hook up your HUD tweaker to this receiver. Why? Well, if you do, when you drive near the groundhogs, your counter will go up. You see, who'd have thought that would be a useful tool? Probably only me, but a useful tool nonetheless. All like to make and do, and you can't get any more makier or doier than in LittleBigPlanet. We call the things we create custom objects, and materials are the solidified primordial soup they are made from. You collect materials as you gad about the Imagisphere, and they're automatically saved in your goodies bag. Open your poppet and go to the materials page. OK, choose a material and then select a shape that takes your fancy. Susan likes circles. She's a well-rounded sort of cat. I like squares. Wonder what that says about me. Once you've chosen a shape, your custom object to be will appear, along with a handy grid for reference. To rescale the shape, use the directional buttons. They also rotate it, so you can get a good look at it to ensure it's just so. You draw by holding down the action button and moving the left stick. The back button allows you to choose a different sized brush, whilst the delete button is the tool to make holes or chip away bits you're not fond of. If you click down the left stick and hold it there, then press the thickness button, it will increase the thickness. But couple old lefty with the thinness button and you can make it thinner. If only waistlines were so user-friendly. Now, if you're one of those perfectionist types, like a certain cat who shall remain nameless that turns her nose up at the dish if it's placed down at not quite the correct angle, then we have the snap mode. Snap mode is in the pause menu and is capable of moving, rotating and scaling your custom object by a predetermined scale that you can set. You don't want to draw your objects too big. There's only so much space in a level after all, so less is more. You can scale and adjust it however you like once you've committed the shape, though. That's a given. Once you're happy, press the back button to return to your poppet. If in the future you fancy further tweaking, highlight the object with the poppet cursor and press the tweak button for the tweak menus. The golden rule in LittleBigPlanet is dynamic means you can move it, static means you can't. I didn't say it was a particularly catchy golden rule. In a Custom Objects Tweak menu, you can re-edit the shape as well as set it to either dynamic or static. And custom objects have a power input located right at their center. This is quite handy, as you can use this to change the color of an object by setting its on and off colors. You can set brightness too, and animation speed, if your material happens to be animated, of course.
LittleBigPlanet carts come with a dazzling array of semi-harmless weaponry as standard. But did you know you can turn just about any object you come across into a weapon too? The sillier the better, as this is LittleBigPlanet and fun and frolics are much in evidence. How about a heat-seeking monkey weapon? A heat-seeking monkey with a rainbow coming out of its bottom. Oh, imagine that in your arsenal.
To make one, simply put a weaponizer on a monkey and save it to My Objects. Next, load the monkey into a weapon pickup and it's primed for action. There's 4 different weaponizers to make use of, so just let your imagination go loopy-loo, why don't you? Ordinarily, I leave the decorating to Susan, although she's never quite 100% happy with the outcome, but that's pernickety cats for you. In LittleBigPlanet, everyone will want to exercise their own exquisite taste in decor, because it's all done in 3D. Select Stickers and Decorations with the Action button in your poppet. Peruse the wonderful stickers on offer with the directional buttons, or left stick if that's more comfortable. Use the L1 and R1 buttons to browse different pages, because on the second page are the decorations. Makes you want to put one hand on your hip, one over your mouth, and gasp the words, "Oh, my giddy aunt, that is gorge," doesn't it? Me too. Select one with the Action button and place it in your level. The perfection doesn't end there. You resize stickers and decorations by pressing the up or down directional buttons and rotate them by using the left and right directional buttons. Make them rise and fall into position with L2 and R2. And if you think it's just right, then immediately change your mind, like a certain fussy feline I know. Simply delete it with the delete button and start again.
Up here, we love to make all things bright and colourful, and if they already are, we make them doubly so with stickers. You can place them anywhere, in your pod, in levels, on objects, even on your own sack bottom if the whimsy takes you. To place a sticker, open your poppet and select Stickers and Decorations. Find one that has a jib you like the cut of and select it with the Action button. The right stick allows you to rotate it via the miracle of left and right, while the impossibly useful up and down allows the sticker to be scaled. Once you're happy with the dimensions, find a suitable location and place it with the Action button. Now, decorations are totally different to stickers insomuch as they have a different name, but apart from that, they're identical. Select, change, and place them like you would a sticker. They're on the next page.
You can alter your already placed sticks and decks with the Edit tool. Highlight it, move it with the Action button, or just send it packing back into the Imagisphere for recycling with the Delete button. Marvellous. Just a reminder about your style files in the Poppet. Select characters to spruce up your Sackboy in a variety of differing materials and accessories. The Next Page button is your virtual window shopping tool. Follow the latest karting fashions or set some new ones. Pressing the Action button applies the outfit. Not sure whether something goes with your current mood? Try the Randomize feature. There's a wash facility to strip back your sack body to nutty mode so you can start again. And what about your trolley, your wheels, your ride? It needs some individualizing too. Open Poppet and select Cart. It's a veritable cart sales room of vehicular choices. Put a deposit down on one with the Action button. And the options aren't just cosmetic, oh no sir. Press Next Page to view the specs on offer. Body kits, customised wheels, heated seats, whatever you want. Select away, and once you're done, close Peter Poppet, and there's your jalopy. Rotate allows you a good look round it to metaphorically kick the tyres. If you're happy, let's boogie. If you want to add a touch of magic to your level, then Emitters are the permitters of such a thing. They allow you to spawn objects into your scene out of nowhere, so you can dazzle and impress even the most hard-to-please visitors. They're found in the Tools bag menu of the Poppet under Gadgets. Once you've placed an emitter into your level, open its Tweak menu to give it something to emit. You might want it to produce a pre-made prop or one of your own objects. You can select where the object is spawned too, which is quite handy. You don't want to spawn a neon flashing no entry sign in the middle of your track, now do you? What good would that do? None. You can also set the speed at which the object is spawned. If it's a spinny something or other, set the frequency of its spinniness. The lifetime tweak sets how long the object will exist, and the maximum tweak sets how many objects in total will be created. There's a preview facility to show what it'll look like in your game, so you can get it looking just so before going live. But you know, the emitter isn't just for gifts. You can set it to add unwanted surprises too. How about turning into a fun gun, a turret of trouble to make your visitors sit up in their carts and grip their steering wheels with white-knuckle expectation? Set the weapon platform tweak to on, and then designate a weapon. Oh, before I forget, the FX emitter is a specialized kind of emitter that creates particle effects. Its tweak menu gives you a selection of particles it can generate. You can alter the particle colors too, and the angle and speed of emission. It's all amazingly visually pleasing, I can tell you. Maybe you'd like to know about the amazing camera facilities available on the Gadgets page of the Tools bag. They're just the thing if you want to create different in-game views. Get some action shots or some people's best sides, or some action shots of some people's backsides. It's up to you. The cameras are exceptional fun, but there's some technical jargon I need to impart first. Say, for example, you'd like to follow a player's progress as they tackle the rigours and challenges of your level. Yes? Well then, the game camera is your answer. Lovely bit of kit, this. Ideal for gameplay views. Be aware that it overrides the default camera view when activated, though. You can alter the camera's view by selecting Angle and Zoom in the Tweak section. This is Edit mode, and you're literally looking through the lens of the camera. Makes it easier to line up a shot. The right stick allows you to rotate the camera's view, while the left stick lets you pan the camera around like a real director. Make use of the directional buttons to zoom in and out and roll the camera for cool effects, or FX, as you directors say. The L2 and R2 buttons let you lower or lift the camera. Place the game camera on a spawn point if you want it to follow a player's cart. Or place it somewhere in your level and it'll become activated when a cart drives into its trigger volume. Nifty stuff. You can also name the camera in tweaks too. I called mine Cameron the Camera. Susan wanted to call one Lenny the Lens, but I thought that sounded a bit common. The other nifty facility on the game camera is that you can set the view to rotate with the game camera if you'd like. That looks pretty cool, as they don't say. Also, you can set the position for the audio listener, the microphone, and duration of transitions. Phew! So much to choose from. There's more tweaks here than half an hour with Nipping Nigel, the pinching pundit of Graspington. Like the mind-blowingly useful microchip, the sequencer allows you to organize logic and other gadgets. The difference being the sequencer works to a timeline, so you can control the order of events. Very handy for cut scenes and advanced AI. Once you place the sequencer in the level, you can access its circuit board by pressing the Expand button. Remember, it's a timeline, so logic and other gadgets placed will trigger in sequence, so the correct order of placement is very important. Preview your sequencer's events by clicking up on the directional buttons or by entering test drive mode, just to make sure you've got it 100% A-OK. The sequencer has one power input that turns the entire sequence on. Logic and gadgets placed inside the sequencer will activate as the sequencer's playhead passes over them. Not logic gates, though. Gadgets placed on the sequencer's circuit board can be stretched to increase the duration of their effects, which is a nifty idea. Also, why not adjust the size of the sequencer's circuit board by opening up the board's tweak menu? Might be fun. Alter the duration of each stripe or segment. And do you want the sequencer to loop or not? And if so, in which direction? So much choice, so much to play with, so get on with it. Not happy with how your level looks, feels and plays, you don't need to scrap it and start again. Oh, goodness me, no. That's why we give you the Global Settings option. The Global Controls page has some rather amazing settings. You can alter the water level of your world, reset the track or terrain or props, heck, the entire level if you want. You can control the number of players required for the level on the Gameplay Settings page. Faff on with the AI difficulty, the team settings, and the conditions for winning. What else? The audio page. Here you can adjust what your level sounds like by tweaking the sound effects, background music, and speech volumes. There's other stuff to play with like reverb and filters. Go nuts! Be a global DJ. Adjust your level's sunlight, ambient light, and fog levels via the lighting settings. On the Backgrounds page, you can choose a new level theme to keep your returning customers guessing. If only you had global settings down there on Earth. It'd make things a dash sight easier, I would have thought. Keep your track state of the cart and a constant tourist attraction, add some goals and checkpoints to keep up the interest. They're ideal for inventing different types of races and game modes, and act as visual markers which become activated when a player touches them. You find your goals and checkpoints under Gameplay Kit in the Tools bag. Goals, for example, can be used to direct racers to a certain point along your track. You select and move a goal like any other object, and a firm but fair prod of the action button sees it placed in your level. There's some neat goal tweaks to faff with, such as how it looks, if it turns on or off when activated, and whether or not the goal acts as a respawn point. Checkpoints are similar to goals, but have a higher faff factor, as you can do more with them. Say you want checkpoints to be activated and triggered in sequence, like in a waypoint race. Well, that's entirely doable. You'll note they have one power input and one output that you can hook up to logic and other gadgets. A handy feature, I would imagine. A checkpoint's tweak menu boasts other functions, like whether or not it acts as a spawn point, or how much of a score the player receives when they activate it. Even who gets the points. You can mess with the visuals and input actions too. It's a faffer's delight. Goodies bag, found in the poppet, contains materials, props, and created and collected objects. These objects give you the freedom to make your level look however you want. Let's take a look at this bottomless carrier of wonderment, shall we? Open up your poppet and select it. As you gad about in story mode, you collect things, cool stuff, useful items and the like. The props are automatically stored on page 2, ready to be inserted into your levels. You can browse through your items with the left stick or the directional buttons, and if you want to play with one, select it with the action button. To traverse your level, you move with the left stick. You move the prop up and down with the L2 or R2 buttons. The directional buttons permit scaling, so you can change its size, and you rotate it with the left and right directional buttons. If you think you have your prop in the exact shape and place, press the action button to seal the deal and pop it in your level. We have a little saying about our editing services up here. Indeedy, it's all done in 3D. I didn't say it was a particularly good one. Yeah. To edit an object, first open your poppet and then select the poppet cursor. Place it over the object you want to alter and press the action button. Now you have free rein to move it in any of the 3 dimensions. Faff on with the editing tools available. Get something wrong and you can simply undo it with the confusingly titled Undo button. The Delete button rids you of it completely, if so be your will. Of course, everyone has a change of heart from time to time. Susan went vegetarian last week for an hour. A vegetarian cat, I ask you. So, if you've placed an object in your level and it's not quite right, you can alter it in the Tweak menu. It's easy. Open the poppet, select the poppet cursor, and then select the item you wish to modify. The Tweak menu will spring into being when you select the item and tap the Menus button. There's a range of adaptations you can play with here, such as snapping the object to the ground, mirroring it, or even rotating it in 3D space. Modifying an object in 3D is quite exhilarating. The left stick and directional buttons enable rotation of the object on the X, Y, and Z axis. Give it a spin! There on the old big blue marble, a power-up is a wheat-based cereal with an energy drink instead of milk. Up here in LBP, it's oh so much more. Then some. Consider the Grabinator, a tool so wonderfully power-uppy-ish it transcends proper words. Found in the Gameplay Kit page in the Tools Bag menu, the Grabinator affords you super-duper strength, making heavy objects seem like unheavy objects. Like the other power-ups, such as the Jetpack or Grapple Hook, you select it and place it in your level when you drive through it. It's an automatic thing. Now, How dynamic are you? Or rather, how dynamic are the objects in your level? Well, there's the question. In order to pick up objects, they'll have to be dynamic and grabbable. Dynamic is just our fancy way of saying something can be manipulated or faffed around with. To make an object dynamic, open up the Object's Tweak menu and turn Dynamic to On. Now it can be thrown about like a rag doll in the hands of a precocious child. You'll also want to make it grabbable, which is a valuable asset in LIttleBigPlanet. To make an object grabbable, you'll need one of those rather useful physics tweakers found in the Gadgets section of the Tools bag. Place one on that cube and we'll try one out. We can now change its properties, and I don't mean its villas in the south of France. Open the Tweaker's Tweak menu and switch Grabbability to On. This allows you to pick up the cube using the Grabinator by simply getting close to it and pressing the Grab button. The marvels of modern technology, eh? The internet will be in colour one day. Just kidding, that would be witchcraft. So, if you wanted to know when something is being grabbed, for instance, in a game of Keep Away, you can use the grab sensor. You find that under the sensors section in the Tools bag. Crazy, isn't it? There's something I'd like you to grapple with. How amazing would it be to grab hold of objects in your levels? To come to grips with them and control them, to essentially grapple with them and win? Well, you can. If you have an object you'd like to manipulate, the first thing you need is a grapple hook power-up. There are two basic grapplers, the wonderful grapple hook and the delightful grapple sponge. They reside in the Gameplay Kit page found in the Tools bag menu. Place the grapple hook in your level, preferably a place you can easily run into it. Then put the grapple sponge in close proximity, floating in the air like a plane that's run out of fuel. Add a boost pad if you want to, but it's not vital. Now, once you drive through the grapple hook power-up, you'll be able to grapple onto the sponge and swing like a half-mad Tarzan. It's perhaps worth noting that grapple sponges are for swinging purposes only, but they do have great tweak menus so you can alter the height and distance of the swinginess. If you're not in a swingy mood, have a go with a grappleizer. They're enormous fun too. A grappleizer is an object tweaker device that makes things grapply, so you can grapple with them. Liven up any old object by putting a grappleizer on it, and then you can use a grapple hook to do what you flipping well want with it. OK, so now you can grapple with things. All well and good, but by placing a grapple sensor on an object, a signal will be emitted when the grappling is being done, there in the sensors section of your poppet. Sackboy should always know where his tools bag is. That'd look awesome on a t-shirt because it's so flipping well true. The tools bag is always in your poppet, and in it are the trappings to make your levels ebb and flow with the tides of your amazing imagination. The tools, gadgets, gameplay kit, sounds and music will add animation and mild peril to your creations. The group tool, for example, allows you to join objects together for easier editing or perfectionist faffing. It's in the tools bag. Situate the cursor over items you wish to group together and press the selection button to add it to the object group. If you make a Freddy Fluff Fluff and select an item by accident, press the toggle button to deselect it from the group. Objects become highlighted once selected, so you know exactly which ones you're faffing with. If you think you have the entire group selected, press the Action button. And there you have it. You've formed a group. Now they will move in unison. Very handy. Now, put up your hands. This is a stick-up. Literally, because you can now glue objects together, providing they are meant to be glued together. No sticking a frog to a sheep to make a woolly jumper or anything like that. Gluing is a very quick and nifty way of creating a group, albeit with slightly less control over the assembled pieces. Pick which objects you want to glue together and place them against one another. You'll note that the objects become highlighted. Hold Action to seal the deal, and the objects are then glued together. The Capture Object tool allows you to save your creations so you can play with them at a later date or share with your fellow LittleBigPlanetians. Select the Capture Object tool from the Poppet, choose the object you want to save, then press the Action button. There, saved for future delight in the My Objects page of your goodies bag. If you'd like an object to swing back and forth, then we recommend a hinge motor. A nice set of opening and closing gates, for example. Select the hinge from the tools bag in the Poppet and then attach it to this fence. Think on, though, an object's pivot, i.e. the point at which it rotates, relies completely on where you place the hinge motor. For instance, if you place the hinge in the middle of this fence, it will swing back and forth from its centre. If you place the hinge at one of its ends, then the fence will open and close in a big arc, rather like my garden gate before it was stolen. I'm sure someone fenced it. You adjust the angle of a hinge, its arc, and its speed in the Tweak menu. You can also decide whether or not it pauses, and which direction it moves in, clockwise, counterclockwise. The list is ended. We included a number of optional extras in the carts for your amusement, so some other extras have had to go. Nothing major. The air freshener shaped like a tree, the floor mats, and the, airbags. But just look at what we've added. A jetpack. It's like giving your cart an atomic 5 a day, all in one go and chucking it off a cliff. You can put a jetpack on your track somewhere for use in a race. They're in the gameplay kit section of your Poppet. Drive over it during a race and the word zoom suddenly has several thousand letter O's added to it. Until the fuel runs out, that is. There's also a bounce pad extra to be played with. This allows your car to bounce like a healthy young kangaroo the same distance each time you use it. Very handy. This is also in the gameplay kit section of the Poppet and should be placed on the track to be used when you run over it. Alter its settings in the Tweak menu first to get it just how you want it. Height and angle, for example. You'll always bounce in the direction your cart is facing. Worth bearing in mind, that. Another cool extra is the launch pad. When triggered, it sends you and your trolley flying through the air, but lands you in the same place every time. Again, it's in the gameplay kit section of Poppet, and you should tweak it to adjust the distance and height of your mighty bound. Good stuff. See how we think of you. I'd like to say use these devices wisely, but where would the fun in that be? Your levels are alive. Kind of. They have a unique artificial intelligence that you can tinker with. The cart brain tweakers that you place on the spawn points are found with the cart tweakers in the tools bag. For example, the race brain allows you to customize the racer AI. General behaviors are race, reset, stop idle, block chase, and race to position. Why not also have a tinker with specific characteristics like targeting, aiming, and drifting? Go mad. You can't break it. The arena's AI is governed by the battle brain. A variety of general behaviours are on offer here too, such as basic battle to defending or fleeing. Again, there are specific behaviours to play with, like go to checkpoint or target lead player. You can tweak individual characteristics for more in-depth behavioural patterns. There's also an actor brain, which is a contradiction in terms. This brain allows you to isolate specific behaviours to create advanced AI behaviour sets. Dashed useful in a cutscene, too. Behaviours to choose from are reset, stop idle, jump, and follow spline. Remember, brains for race, battle, and actor just have one input and one output only, but this will allow you to trigger the specific behaviour you have set, or indeed trigger something else you've cooked up. Surprise us. Oh, before I forget, dash this faulty actor brain of mine, I must mention the Pathfinder Object Tweaker. It tells the AI if something is drivable, or an obstacle, or should be utterly ignored completely. Place it on a moving object that is actually drivable or could be considered an obstacle. You set which type in the Pathfinder's tweak menu. Those cockpit and chassis tweakers, which sounds like a firm of solicitors in a Dickens novel, but isn't. They let you create custom carts. To do so, you must first place a chassis tweaker on the object you wish to make into a cart. Remember, the placement of the chassis will determine where the cart's wheels will be. Near to the ground is probably best. The cockpit tweaker is optional, but it will allow you to see Sackboy on top of his new ride. The placement of this tweaker determines the position of the seating for the cart, so put it on your object where you want Sackboy to sit. Remember to utilize the Object Creation tool to save your custom cart amongst your custom objects. And you'll need to place a cart transformer tweaker on the spawn point so your Sackboy can use it in the level. That's in the tweak menu, if memory serves. Now time to hit the road in your customized vehicular work of art. Sometimes you want to beef up your trolley, upgrade your vehicle, man, customize your cart. So you're going to need cart tweakers in your levels. They're in the Gadgets page of the Tools bag and must be placed on spawn points to become effective. But not cockpit and chassis tweakers, more of those lads in a Minimo. The Handling tweaker allows you to adjust how your cart drives. The feel of your wheels, dude, as the kids never say. Couple of modes to choose from here. There's normal cart, tank controls, and autopilot. Direct control controls the cart's movement purely with the left stick. You can also tweak a number of parameters for reach control mode, like top speed and acceleration. The power-up loadout and weapon loadout tweakers permit you to outfit carts with special abilities and pickups. How about a grapple hook or grabinator? The power-up loadout gives you those. Or, if you want to be armed to the teeth, visit the arsenal that is the weapon loadout. Use it responsibly, though. That means no witnesses. Need a bigger cart? Or maybe something a tad smaller for precise handling. You can adjust the scale of your cart with the aptly named Cart Scale Tweaker. All of these tweakers have a power input that allows you to turn them on or off as you please. If they're not wired up, they'll automatically be on. LIttleBigPlanet carts now come with controlinators and cartinators fitted as standard. These lovely cart tweaker doodads give you ultimate control over the button presses of your controller and the vroom vroom of your cart, and should always be placed on spawn points. Cart Controlinator allows you to control objects in your level by use of the controller buttons. Motors, lights, sounds, gadgets you created, even your stereo. Connect a cart controllernator to multiple music objects to make your own LBP jukebox. Music to race to. The cart controllernator can be found on the cart tweakers shelf in your tools bag. It might only have one input, but its outputs are legendary. Just open the cart controllernator's board to see them. The cart controllernator board works quite similarly to the microchips circuit board, probably made in the same factory. Move your cursor over it and hit Expand to open it right up. You'll notice each output corresponds to a button on your controller, and you can hook these outputs up to trigger all sorts of weird and wonderful creations. Maybe the song on your jukebox has lost its flavour. Hook up one of the outputs to your jukebox so it will play the other available tunes with every press of the button. Music to burn rubber to. Also in your tools bag, under Cart Tweakers, is your good chum, the Kartinator. Like the Cart Controllernator, it has one input that you can use to turn it on or off with the gift of logic. The big difference is, inside the Kartinator's board, there are even more inputs, each one corresponding to one of your cart's actions. Steering, acceleration, weapons fire, and even your cart's horn all have individual inputs you can use to control them. To change what button fires your weaponators, you can hook up a cart controllernator in conjunction with your Kartinator. Simply connect the cart controllernator's button output, say for example the triangle button, to the weapon input on the Kartinator. Now when you race, the triangle button will be the firing button. Ooh, nearly forgot. The Kartinator has one tweak you should be mindful of. It's a tweak that oversees whether or not inputs which are not hooked up work normally. For instance, if you only set a custom button for your weapons to fire but leave everything else alone, this tweak determines whether the rest of your controls work as they should or are turned off. We call it the pedantic tweak. Sadly, there's still no cup holders as standard in your carts, but one day, let's take a look at the look-at motor. It rotates the object it's attached to so that it is always pointing at a specific target. Clever, eh? This arrow, for example. To make it point at you, open the tools bag from the poppet and select a look-at motor on the Gadgets page, just there. You can tell which direction the object will look by looking at the direction the motor arrow points. Also, the placement of the look-at motor determines the point at which the object will rotate. Important stuff. Attach the motor to the GeoPaint arrow and rotate the motor using the directional buttons. Ensure the motor's arrow points in the same direction as the GeoPaint arrow. Next, move the arrow so that the look-at motor sits right in the middle of it. OK, so now when you drive up to the arrow, it'll point at you and you'll know it's definitely you driving. If you have a story in your level or just want to add some important information, you can do so with the marvellous Magic Mouth resource. You get them from the Gadgets page of your tools bag, and you can add your own text and dialogue to them. Select and attach it to an object. You input the text to be displayed via the Tweak menu. Also, how long the text is displayed for and how many times you want it played once activated. If the Magic Mouth is on a sequencer, you can also choose whether or not subtitles will be displayed. There's a trigger volume, too, you can adjust. You can use this trigger volume to activate it, or you can use a power input. Bear in mind that whatever the Magic Mouth says, all the players in the game will see it, so think on. Don't go calling anyone a roadhog or a learner driver. And do you want a sound to accompany the text displayed? If so, select gibberish, and a variety of almost amusing gobbledygook goes on offer. Maybe you'd like your own voice in there. Select recorded for that. No Rudy-Woodies, mind. We'll be listening. If you put a magic mouth on a character, why not give it a name which will be displayed when it's yapping merrily away? Loquacious Lorraine or Natter Jack, something highly amusing like that. If you want to, you can really get stuck into all the technical computer wizardry of LittleBigPlanet, but where do you put all that imagispherial creative logic once you've mastered it? A microchip would be handy. There is one in the advanced logic gadgets of your tools bag by Jingo, so let's play with it. You can place the microchip on any object, including spawn points. There are no outputs on a microchip initially, but it does have one power input, a changeable facility depending on what you place inside your chip. To place logic and other gadgets inside the chip, you first need to open its circuit board. Highlight the microchip with the component cursor and then press the Expand button and you're in. Roomy, isn't it? A very welcoming grid is now ready to instantly receive any gadget you wish to add, but it will then behave as though it was attached to the object the microchip is on. So, like the physics tweaker, for example, it'll use the microchip's position as the gadget directly affects the object. This is a good thing, as you can use the microchip's power input to trigger the gadgets and other logic that it contains. If it's not wired up, it'll be just on, as a matter of course. Welcome to LittleBigPlanet Karting's Create mode, where you put the art into kart. You can create the wackiest of races, battles, and whatever else your imagination can come up with. Prepare to enjoy the full hover mode experience in Create mode. This is movement in 3D space. Use the left stick to do so. To lift yourself up, use the R2 button. The L2 button brings you smoothly down again. Try rotating the camera in the level editor by using left and right on the right stick. That's pretty neat too. Zooming in and out is done with the right stick. Zoom in with the up, zoom out with the down. If you want to tilt the camera to change its angle, hold the L3 button and then move the camera around with the right stick. Cool, isn't it? So, if you want to select items in the level editor, what do? Where do you turn? Well, have Pop-It Cursor will travel. Pop the bally-thing over the object in question and tap the Action button. It's now selected, movable, and offering freely its properties. If you're doing quite detailed work, hooking up logic, for example, where precision is the order of the day, the level editor's camera moves slower when you zoom in to allow for surgical perfection. Zooming out makes the camera speed up, which is also useful for moving larger objects or crossing long distances. You can race from one end of your level to the other in seconds. Seconds are units of LittleBigPlanet time and are the equivalent of 2.5 Earth seconds on a good day. And when you are moving objects about, always remember that we are working in 3 dimensions now. Exciting stuff. Rotating the camera about will give you a full view of your scene, so you can make sure that everything is lined up and looking perfect from all angles. Now that you've got the basics down, why not have a go at building a nice racetrack? Could be fun. So what about this movie camera that Sackfolk have been raving about on all the forums lately? Well, apparently it's quite similar to the game camera, but is more suited to the movies you'd make within your level. It too can be set to follow the player if you wish. Designating its target type to kart will have it track the player, while switching the target type to gadget will keep the camera firmly fixed in position. Angle and zoom are, as you expect, in the tweak menu. Here, the view will be displayed with letterboxing, like a foreign cowboy movie from the 1970s. It has a rather useful input, which when triggered automatically switches it on, as well as an output that sends out a signal once its hold time has been reached. Hold time? That's the amount of time the camera will be active before turning off. You can even make use of a sequencer along with your movie camera, which allows for total control of your movies for optimum cinematic thrills, spills, and yikes factor. Maybe your movie is going to be shown as a pre or post race taster for your level. If so, you'll need to hook up the sequencer to the scoreboard so that the movie will play before or after the level starts. It's easily done. Say you want it shown as a pre-race movie. Connect the scoreboard's pre-race output to the movie camera's input. This will turn the camera on when the level starts. Finally, connect the camera's output to the scoreboard's pre-race input, and it will tell the scoreboard that the movie has ended and the 3, 2, 1 countdown will begin. Oh, you'd better stock up on popcorn, nachos, sweets and drinks so you can charge a small fortune for them, just like in the real movie theatres. Are you a highly motivated person? If not, you could always fit yourself with a path follower motor. They aren't backwards at coming forwards, I can tell you. They can even get a favourite object moving along your track if you want them to. They're found in the Gadgets page of the Tools bag. But you'd need to create a path for it to go round first. The Draw Spline tool does this for you, and that's on the first page of your Tools bag. To bring the path into existence, simply hold down the Draw Spline button and move the cursor. Magically, the path appears. Release it when you're done. There's an Edit Spline tool too, so you can perfect your path by putting points where you please, or indeed deleting them if the whimsy so takes you. Okay, so when you're crazy about your paving, it's time to place the path follower motor. The motor will automatically attach itself to the spline like a geek to a rare comic book. The next thing is to get that motor attached to the object you want motivating. To ensure everything's working correctly, we've installed a test drive mode, so you can see it moving. Nifty, eh? An exceptionally useful gadget is the physics tweaker. It's designed to work in unison with other object tweaker gadgets so the most dynamic and dazzlingly effective objects can be produced. The physics tweaker allows you to adjust the different characteristics of a dynamic object. How heavy do you want it to be? How much friction does it have? That sort of thing. They also have driving properties too, an exciting feature which allows you to adjust what it's like to drive on the surface of the object. Slip governs how slippery the object is, so the thrills and spills of winter racing are called into being. Drag governs the rate at which a driver slows down. That's quite a hairy one if you set it right. Rumble controls the amount of the rumble in your controller, which enhances the driving experience. And there's more. In the Special Properties section is the most special thing, grabbability. Set it to on, and you can make an object grabbable. Have a faff on with it all. It's the best way to learn. Why not add some movers and rotators, which are unique object tweaker gadgets, to make the objects do unexpected and whimsical things? Remember, they only work with dynamic objects, and in order for them to function, the object's dynamic tweak must be set to on. The thruster tweaker is a workhorse of a gadget and applies a constant force to an object. You can choose exactly where upon an object's person that force is applied. Also, whether or not the force rotates with the object or remains constant. We also have a rotator tweaker for your delectation. It works in a similar way to the rotate motor, but is specifically for dynamic objects. You can adjust the direction of the rotation by tweaking the output values. Positive is clockwise, and negative is counterclockwise. Personally, I find magnets repulsive, but that's a polar problem of mine. You might like them. The LittleBigPlanet magnet adds force to an object. Set its polarity in the tweak menu. Positive is an attractive force, and negative is a repulsive force. You can also set the distance at which it affects other objects around it and the outcome of those effects. If you want the magnetized object to only affect a specific object, you can designate a tag. I've always wanted to use the word gyroscope, but I've never had the opportunity until now. The gyroscope works like the look-at motor, but is geared for dynamic objects. You have the option to set a specific target for it to look at or a specific orientation that it'll always rotate to. You can also set whether or not the object always points at a positive or negative output from its target orientation, gyroscopically speaking. Oh, gyroscopically. Never said that before either. Pay attention, as I need you to pick something up rather quickly. It's my dry cleaning. I'm kidding. It's info on pickups, actually. There's 3 types, and you need them to complete your first level. They are weapon pickups, score bubbles, and prize bubbles, and all can be found on the gameplay kit page of the tools bag. Weapon pickups create weapons and power-ups. The old faithfuls like mines, heat-seeking rockets, or boosts. Players can use these to their advantage in your races and battles. Score bubbles give you points towards your score. If you collect 5 or more in a row, you get a multiplier bonus, which is a nice incentive. Prize bubbles let you create prizes for the sack personages who visit your level. Share the love. That's what we say up here. Once you have placed a prize bubble, select it with the pop-it cursor and press the menu button to open its tweak menu. Now you can decide who gets what, so bear in mind who likes what. Don't ever get me an umbrella, by the way. I'm allergic to them. They bring me out in rain. The deliciously informative LittleBigPlanet Gadget Spotter's Guide lists 5 different types of motor. It says motors available are the piston, the hinge, the rotate motor, the look-at motor, and the path follower motor. Ooh. They're ideal for attaching to objects you'd like to set in motion and can be gawped at in the Gadgets page of the tools bag in the poppet. We really should check them out while we're here, folks. Let's see what the piston motor does. The book says the piston moves an object in a straight line. Once you place the piston in your level, you will be able to see a preview of its movement path. Hey, let's attach a piston to this sardine can to make it into a stomper. We'll first need to rotate it so that it moves vertically instead of horizontally. Select the piston with the pop-it cursor and use the 3D rotate option. Rotate the piston so that its movement path points up. Now select its connector with the pop-it cursor and select the sardine can. Press the action button to confirm and a rod will appear between the object and the motor, indicating the connection is successful. To adjust the piston's power and distance, press the menu button to open up the tweak menu. Lots to play with here, such as the amount of time it takes to complete its movement, the length of its path, or whether or not it pauses once it's reached the end of its trajectory. Hey, the guide also says you can hook up multiple objects to one motor. We could have an entire school of stomper sardine cans. I don't know what we'd teach them, though. Player sensors detect when visitors to your level are within a certain range of something, thus giving you the element of surprise. Lots of fun to be had here, methinks. There's 2 kinds, the player sensor and the tag sensor. So, if we wanted to trigger this pinwheel here when players are in a certain range, we'd select the player sensor from the poppet and place it on said pinwheel. It'll now send out a signal when players are in range. You can adjust its range as well as who you even want to detect. This is achieved in its tweak menu. Select the player sensor's output and then click on the rotate motor's power input. A wire will appear between the two to accentuate the connection. The pinwheel will now only spin when there are players in range of it. It'll give them the fright of their lives. So, what about the tag sensor and tag, I hear you thinking? Well, I was getting round to that. It's similar to the player sensor in as much as you can use it to detect if certain individuals or objects are in range. Tag sensor and tag are also found in the tools bag of the poppet. The tag sensor only reacts to the specific tag it is set to detect. For instance, if you set the tag sensor to blue, say, it will only send out a signal if the individual or object with the blue tag is in range. You see? Clever, isn't it? It doesn't have to be blue. Pick any colour you like. I'm a mauve person myself. Tags can be attached to any cart via the spawn point or object. You assign them in the tweak menu. Turn on the tag like you would a motor, i.e. with its power input. If it's not wired up, it'll be on anyway. I hope you were paying attention to all that, as I've forgotten most of it already. Pretty obvious stickers are the new rock and roll. I'm actually covered head to toe in stickers right now. Love 'em. But did you know you can create your own customized sticker with the all-seeing PlayStation Eye? It's true. Open the poppet with the menu button and go to the PlayStation Eye page in the Stickers and Decorations menu. Next, choose a photo frame that takes your fancy and place it in your level with the Action button. You control the movement of the frame as you would any other sticker. To take a picture, press the Action button once more. Choose a suitable object, though. No grannies on the loo or anything. Especially not mine, as she'd beat you up. Sprightly old thing. OK, let's have a little test of the track, shall we? See if it's suitably tracky. That's technical talk for good grip. The right amount of curves, corners and hills, and above all, does it make that deliciously audibly pleasing screech when you burn the bends? Important factors. So, keep pressing the close button until your poppet is gone. Then press down on the directional buttons. Now make room for the old vroom vroom, because you are now driving me, old Sackboy racer. Have a spin, get the feel of the road, and when you want to get back to where you were, press on the directional buttons. Or, how about a test race? We kartheads usually get to know a track best when we're in a race, so press the start button to bring up the pause menu. Select Change to Play mode. 3, 2, 1, ready, Teddy, go! Blast off! You're racing! You can return to your editing business by selecting Change to Create mode. So, are your customers happy with the service you've provided? Are the little big Planetians gadding around your racetrack getting the full racing experience? One way to keep an eye on them, well, two really, are sensors. There's two types. The race position sensor and the progress sensor track how the karters are doing in your level. If they stay for the full course, you must have done something right, right? Both can be found in the tools bag and should be placed on the spawn point of the kart you wish to track. The race position sensor sends out a signal based on the kart's current standing in the race. This sensor sends out a signal which is, in effect, a percentage based on the racer's place. So, if your race has 4 players, the leader will send out a signal at 100%. Second place will send out a signal at 66%, third will be 33%, and last place will be 0%. Does that make sense? The progress sensor detects how close a contestant is to completing a race. So, if your race has 2 laps, when the first one is done, it'll send out a signal of 50%. Race position sensors and progress sensors can both be used in conjunction with a threshold advanced logic gadget. Very similar to a counter, this thing, as it keeps track of input. But in this case, the threshold sends out a signal when its input is within a certain set of values. This makes it ideal for race position sensors and progress sensors. Sensors. It's senseless not to use them. Better way to enjoy the full, polite euphoria and mild hysteria of LittleBigPlanet karting than with the PlayStation Move racing wheel. Its ergonomic splendor, coupled with the buttons, bells and whistles on your existing controller, enhances the experience of controlling your kart. For further realism, sit in an armchair, put 4 washing up bowls around the chair to be wheels, and get some annoying kid to sit behind you saying, "Are we there yet?" over and over, just like real driving. Having optimum control of your kart is imperative. You don't want to try and hug a curve and end up wrapping yourself around a cardboard palm tree, now do you? You can recalibrate your amazing PlayStation Move racing wheel at any time by going to Controls and seeking out the Recalibrate function. Kart maintenance. Very important. To show you the amazingly useful properties of a randomizer, I've invited my friends, the famous variety act, the Bow Tie Pengy Wengy Woos. Their bow ties are on rotate motors, making them go around and around. Amazing, I know, but let's add some variety to their act. We'll add a randomizer, which can be found in the advanced logic section of the Poppet. Connect the output of the randomizer to the inputs of the motors. Now tweak the randomizer by changing the on and off times to affect how fast it changes. You can also set whether or not the randomizer turns the rotators on one at a time, adds them and resets them, or toggles them off and on. This is done through the input action tweak. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, the Bow Tie Pengy Wengy Woos. Look, their bow ties go around. Oh, good grief, these TV talent shows have a lot to answer for. Want to spruce up the tracks you've created at any point, add a few bits and bobs, lick a paint, a quaint death trap or two, etc. Open your Poppet and seek out the Mod Track page of the Track and Arena Edit menu. Painting your stadium of motorized combat puts the do in doodle, as it's simple and fun. Select a new material and start painting with it by holding down the Action button and moving up or down the track with the left stick. You can paint your bridges and fences in the same manner. Incidentally, if you do want to add a quaint death trap, use the Empty Surface Magic Eraser tool to camouflage parts of your track. That'll keep them on their tires. So, what do rotate motors do, I hear you ask? Well, they rotate, strange as it seems, and will do the same to any objects they're attached to. Your mind is spinning with the possibilities right now, isn't it? Select the rotate motor from the tools bag in the Poppet and attach it to Mr. Garstang Tweddle's bow tie. He's a penguin and my friend. The rotate motor's placement determines the point from which the object will rotate. Place the motor right in the middle of the bow tie and it will spin around its centre. He'll like that. Very centred chap is Mr. Garstang Tweddle. You can adjust the rotate motor's speed and direction in which it spins by opening up its tweak menu, or beak menu in Mr. Garstang Tweddle's case. He's a bird, you see. Well, you had to be there. Big Planet's secondary directive is equality and goodwill to all SAC persons. So you'd think there'd be no place for elitist things like scoreboards in our levels. Cobblers. If you've won a race and you want people to know about it while you triumphantly shout, "Yahoo sucks to you, Tristram," it's perfectly natural. So you'll find a scoreboard in the gameplay kits section of the tools bag. Place one in your level, then select it with your menu button to bring up a feast of parameters. Parameters are extra bits and bobs to make a scoreboard work in precisely the way you'd like it to. Remember, the LittleBigPlanet Prime directive is create and share. So why not share prizes from your own collection of goodies, trinkets and fancy baubles? Or should that be fancy bubbles? Fancy prize bubbles. Yes, up here, love becomes a precious resource only when you've given it all away. Oh. About some tunes in your level, or some ambient sound effects to set the scene properly. Sound like a plan? Have a butcher's at the sound and music pages in the tools bag. There's a selection of sound and music categories for your audible delectation. Try them out. Select a music radio gadget and place it in your level with the action button. The music tweak menu is one sound system you'd never turn your nose up to, or ear. The volume controls the volume, and the start point tweak allows you to choose where in the track it kicks in. I love a cool guitar riff when I'm karting, but holding a guitar and the wheel is tricky, so this is why the start point tweak is so handy. The trigger radius tweak adjusts the distance at which the radio gadget is activated. Sound effects are fun too. A boing or a spladoosh when someone trashes their cart can take the pain away, trust me. There are looped tracks or single spot sounds to choose from. So, if you picked an alert, for example, you could place the sound gadget onto an object in your level and it'd be wired for sound. Well, a beep, buzz or a wah-wah at least. The modify tweak changes the sound in different ways, so have a good play about with the settings to find the right vibe for you. The sound's intensity is set via the attenuation facility. The higher the attenuation, the more audible it will be from farther away. Focus tweak is pretty cool too. It permits you to highlight certain sounds so that they are clearer when up against other sound effects and music in your scene. And if you want a bit of peace and quiet, you can turn sound and music gadgets off with their power inputs. There's 3 types of spawn points, and this is the first. Basically, if you suffer a post-living situation in a game, you're reborn here. Spawn points really are the saucer beneath your level's teacup. Indeed, you can't save your level unless you have at least one. All carts in your game will begin at a spawn point. Every cart needs its own spawn point. It's the law. So if you create, I don't know, an 8-cart race, you must have 8 spawn points. And in keeping with that law, any logic or gadgets placed on a spawn point will be applied to the cart that spawns there. This will govern how the carts behave in gameplay. Whilst spawn points are automatically added to your level, respawn points need to be installed manually. They determine where a player will reappear if they purchase land for the purposes of agriculture. You know, buy the farm, get smushed. They only function during gameplay. If cinematic antics are your thing, then might we recommend some movie spawn points? Capturing magic moments is a doddle, as any logic or gadgets placed on a movie spawn point is automatically applied to the cart that spawns there during your pre-race or post-race movie. It's very clever. It shuts down when gameplay commences. No sense in wasting film. Amongst the myriad tools on offer to help you make your levels are the speed, reset and score sensors. The speed sensor tracks the speed of the object to which it is connected. You can set its target speed. That's the point at which it sends out a signal. Or you might want to hook it up to a motor and use the motor's speed scale input action to run the motor at the same speed as the sensor's object. The reset sensor tracks whether the cart it's attached to has been reset. Use the tweak menu to pick what sort of reset you want tracked. Choose from any, out of bounds, weapons, hazard, manual, that's resetting yourself, or water. If you want to know whether a certain score has been reached, then we present you with the score sensor. Set it to whether the sensor keeps track of all the players' scores or just a certain team's score. Once the target score has been reached, it sends out a signal. Then you might want to organize a lavish prize-giving ceremony or just give a firm, gentlemanly handshake. You want to change the world. It's somewhat tricky down there, but up here in the Imagisphere, it's easier than changing your easy-peel Velcro trousers. Sculpt, mould and terraform your level's terrain so it's exactly the world you want it to be, simply by selecting Terrain Edit in your Poppet. You can literally paint your world into being with a virtual brush. There's a number to choose from. Let's select one of the Terrain Sculpt brushes with the Action button. Allow your left stick to channel your creativity into the brush and the directional buttons to rotate or resize it. The R2 and L2 buttons allow for upward and downward strokes. Maybe you'd like to pick a different material to work with from the Edit Terrain menu. Have a browse and pick the material you think best fits your scene. Like the sculpting brush, you hold down the Action button where you want the new material to be applied. I can sense you're going to be a grand master at this. I have a kitchen that needs decorating if you're up for it, cash in hand. Are you the type of little big planetian who likes a party to be utterly perfect? I am. Napkins have to be folded a certain way, cakes sliced at the right angles, and a 3 funny story maximum per guest. If so, then you'll want total control over your scene too, and advanced logic gadgets give you that control. They're on the Gadgets page of the Tools bag. We'll start with the counter and the timer. The counter keeps track of how many times it receives an on signal. Select one from the Poppet and connect its output to the light's power. Next, connect the pressure sensor's output into the counter's input. Now the counter will keep a precise record of every time the pressure sensor is driven over, ideal for keeping a record of how many laps everyone has done. Why not set the start count in the tweak menu? This is the count number you want the counter to begin with. There's also the target count for the total number of inputs the counter receives before sending out its own signal to turn on the light. You can also set the gadget's visibility so it can be observed during your test drives. Let's take a little gander at the timer next. The timer is an advanced logic gadget you can set to send out a signal after a given amount of time. Select it from the Poppet and exchange it for the counter. Like the counter, you can adjust the timer's target and starting values, but the timer has one other important tweak, the input action tweak. Set the target time to 3 seconds and the visibility to on. The input action tweak enables you to choose when and how the timer sends out a signal. For on and off, the timer will fill up whenever it receives a signal into its input. It'll cease its counting when the signal stops, and will send out a signal once the target time has been reached. For backwards and forwards, the timer will fill up when it receives a signal and will empty when that signal stops, again sending out a signal once the target time has been reached. Now, how about count up, count down, and Count Dracula? Well, the latter has nothing to do with this, so we won't mention him again. Count up, however, is important. Once the timer receives an on signal, it will begin to fill up and ignore any other inputs until it reaches the target time. Then a signal is sent out. Similarly, in countdown mode, the timer counts down from its target time once it receives a signal. It'll send out its own signal until the target time is reached.
Can we make you aware of some devices in the advanced logic section of Peter Poppet? Toggles are simple yet delightfully useful tools. Each time it gets a new input, it toggles, it changes. So, for example, put one on a button and a light. Connect the button to the input and the output to the light. When it receives an input, the light goes on. If it receives another one, the light goes off. Handy. Even handier, a selector. You can change the number of inputs and outputs in the tweak menu. So try connecting the 3 buttons to each of the selector's inputs. Now connect the outputs to the 3 lights. Stay with me. In effect, it will always have only one output active at any one time. Only the output closest to the end of the selector will be active if multiple inputs are active. Hope I'm not baffling you with science here. If I am, just nod and keep your mouth shut. Works for me. Oh, the selector also has a cycle input. Just connect the button to the cycle input, and every time it's activated, it moves along to the next one. Yeah, okay, you can stop nodding now. You look like a toy dog in the back of someone's car.
Are you a fine tuner? I don't mean, are you a particularly accomplished fish? Do you like your creations to be ever so perfect? If so, then the horizontal and vertical shift tools are designed just for you. How about installing some tricky S-curves? Open your Poppet and select the horizontal shift tool. Select the portion of track by sliding along it with the left stick and press Action to confirm this is the section you want to alter. The left stick moves the entire section around too, but if you want to move a specific side or edge, use the directional buttons, then the left stick. Remember to action any changes. Bumpy roads are great for shaking things up a bit, so why not create some with the vertical shift tool? It's quite like the horizontal shift tool, except you use up and down with the left stick to lower or lift bits of track. And if you think you've made your track bumpier than a bag full of potholes, you can recreate entire sections with the Re-Roll tool. It's easy. Re-Roll is found in the Track Edit tools, and a track paint roller will appear in your level. Select what you want repaving and action it. Then select the point where the new section will rejoin the track. The track between these 2 points will be deleted, by the way. Press Action to complete the new section and join it with the rest of the track. All done. Shame our town council haven't got one of these gizmos. Mind you, they'd only lose it. Up here, we don't have your internet. We have the Imagisnet. It's a natural cerebral communications field that encompasses all of LittleBigPlanet. You can access it to send messages via transmitters and receivers, which are located on the Gadgets page of the Tools bag. The transmitter is the advanced logic responsible for sending out the signal. It has one input and must receive a signal from that input before it can transmit its own. In LittleBigPlanet, we use colours as channels. It's our arty nature. You can set which colour channel the transmitter transmits on. Receivers will only respond to signals that are on the correct colour channel. Receivers have one output, which can be attached to other gadgets to trigger them once a signal is received. In the receiver's tweak menu, there's the option to set the channel for the signal, the number of transmitter signals required to activate the receiver, and the activation type. These are last activated, highest, and lowest. This determines which signal the receiver responds to if there are multiple signals being transmitted. Every succulent inch of LittleBigPlanet is an ImagisNet hotspot. It's free, it's faster than the speed of thought, and it's all yours. We intended to put some parking sensors on your cart for you, but we weren't clever enough, so we made them into impact and weapon sensors for use on objects instead. Impact sensors can be added to an object to send out a signal when something has collided with it. We put them in your poppet on the sensors shelf. Also in your poppet, on the sensors shelf, is the aforementioned weapon sensor, which acts like a counter and records how many times your object's been hit. Might come in useful if you're in competition with someone and you want a full roundup of the final scores. You can change its target counter in the tweak menu, so if you and your chum agree on a certain amount of hits, once this is reached, the gadget sends out a signal saying so. Parking sensors would have been nice, but then again, we don't have any car parks in LittleBigPlanet, so they'd have been a bit rubbish too. If you'd like to control either the outcome of your game or the physical properties of the level, then might we recommend World Tweakers. Being gadgets, we've put them on your Gadgets page. The Game Ender tweaker forwards the game to the scoring phase when it receives a signal. Depending on whether you set its parameter to success or failure determines whether players are sent to the scoreboard screen or to the feedback screen. Here they have the option to quit or give your level another bash. Rewards for taking part and doing well are always nice. The Prize Giver tweaker awards players a prize when activated, just like a prize bubble. Prize givers don't need to be physically touched to be activated, which makes them all the more magical. To select which player gets what prize, open up the Gadget's Tweak menu. Why not select an object from your collection as a prize? Homemade gifts are always best and cheapest. The Score Giver tweaker will give your players their scores. You can set how much or little a score there is to offer, how it gives the score, and whether or not the score is displayed for all and sundry to see. It's activated via its power input. An aquatic type, webbed feet and gills, you'll probably have water in your level. The water level tweaker allows you to control how much water, how high it rises, and at what rate. You can trigger this behavior by hooking up its power input. The ambient lighting needs to be right too, so adjust it with the lighting tweaker, which controls the color and strength. Fog can also be controlled here. Set the color of your fog and the amount and how long the transition time is. When players enter the lighting tweaker's radius, the tweaker's settings will take effect for each player differently. Your level's lighting will only change for how that player sees it, not for the others. Music, sound effects, and dialogue in your level can be controlled by the audio tweaker. You're able to individually set the volume for each different sound and add a reverb filter if you want. Also, set the amount by which the music, sound effects, or dialogue are filtered. The audio filter can can be activated by its trigger zone. So, for example, you can get a brilliant echo in tunnels, tunnels, tunnels. Well, better than that, obviously. LittleBigPlanet carts now come with controlinators and cartinators fitted as standard. The controlinator allows you to control objects in your level by use of the controller buttons. Motors, lights, sounds, gadgets you created, even your stereo. Attach a controlinator to multiple music objects to make your own LBP jukebox. Music to race to. The Kartinator lets you customize how your kart is controlled, so you can put what bells and whistles you use most in closest proximity. We advise disconnecting this facility if you're worried other players might alter your settings, like when someone moves your seat position. Ooh, now that is beyond human endurance, isn't it? And if you want to know what the controlinator and cartinator can do when you combine both wonderful devices, then you can find out for yourself by faffing around with it. Sadly, there's still no cup holders as standard in your carts, but one day... The level editor, you experience hover mode. This is movement in 3D space and is awesome. Use the left stick to do so. To lift yourself up, use the R2 button. The L2 button brings you smoothly down again. Try rotating the camera in the level editor by using left and right on the right stick. That's pretty neat too. Zooming in and out is done with the right stick. Zoom in with the up, zoom out with the down. If you want to tilt the camera to change its angle, hold the L3 button and then move the camera around with the right stick. Cool, isn't it? We all like to make and do, and you can't get any more makier or doier than in LittleBigPlanet. We call the things we create custom objects, and materials are the solidified primordial soup they are made from. You collect materials as you gad about the Imagisphere, and they're automatically saved in your goodies bag. Open your poppet and go to the materials page. OK, choose a shape, and let's have a faff about with it, shall we? The directional buttons allow you to rescale and rotate the shape, which is handy. You draw by holding down the Action button. The Back button allows you to choose a different-sized brush, whilst the Delete button is the tool to make holes or chip away bits you're not fond of. If you click down the left stick and hold it there, then press the Thickness button, it will increase the thickness. But couple old lefty with the Thinness button, and you can make it thinner. If only waistlines were so user-friendly. Once you're happy, press the Back button to return to your poppet. If in the future you fancy further tweaking, highlight the object with the poppet cursor and press the Tweak button for the tweak menus. Then do what thou willst with the Edit and Action buttons, you gorgeous little perfectionist, you. A Sackboy should always know where his tools bag is. That'd look awesome on a t-shirt because it's so flipping well true. The tools bag is always in your poppet, and in it are the trappings to make your levels ebb and flow with the tides of your amazing imagination. The tools, gadgets, gameplay kit, sounds, and music will add animation and mild peril to your creations. The group tool, for example, allows you to join objects together for easier editing or perfectionist faffing. It's in the tools bag. Situate the cursor over items you wish to group together and press the Selection button to add it to the object group. Objects become highlighted once selected, so you know exactly which ones you're faffing with. If you think you have the entire group selected, press the Action button. And there you have it. You've formed a group. Now they will move in unison. Very handy. The Capture Object tool allows you to save your creations so you can play with them at a later date or share with your fellow Little Big Planetians. Select the Capture Object tool from the Poppet, choose the object you want to save, then press the Action button. There, saved for future delight in the My Objects page of your goodies bag. To show you the amazingly useful properties of a randomizer, I've invited my friends, the famous variety act, the Bow Tie Pengy Wengy Woos. Their bow ties are on rotate motors, making them go around and around. Amazing, I know, but let's add some variety to their act. We'll add a randomizer, which can be found in the Advanced Logic section of the Poppet. Connect the output of the randomizer to the inputs of the motors. Now tweak the randomizer by changing the on and off times to affect how fast it changes. If you set input action to override, you can use an input, that button for this job, to determine when it picks a new output. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, the Bow Tie Pengy Wengy Woos. Look, their bow ties go around. Oh, good grief, these TV talent shows have a lot to answer for.
Now, on the face of it, your average Sackboy is an emotionless-looking little critter, isn't he? Well, you can't really judge a book by its cover, because quite the opposite is true. By using your directional buttons, you can give your Sackboy a range of emotions your average soap opera actor would kill for. Pressing the up button will make Sackboy happy. The left button will make him scared. The right button will make him angry. The down button will make him sad. By pressing the directional buttons multiple times, you can make Sackboy even happier or even more scared, angry, and sad. And if you hold the L button down and press the directional buttons, Sackboy will become full of life. Gracious hellos, wild celebrations, sultry dances, and even cheeky little taunts are all part of Sackboy's repertoire. Yes, Sackboy, we'll make an actor of you yet. If music be the food of love, then the tunes in LIttleBigPlanet are a 3-course meal with a cheeseboard, sweet trolley, and lashings of free coffee. And you can add music to your levels too. Keep popping the prize bubbles as you're gadding about, because in some of them are music objects. Adding music, or laying down the vibes, as some of the younger Sack persons say, couldn't be easier. Open your Poppet and select the Tools bag icon. Place them as you would, say, a sticker. First, though, find somewhere you want to make audibly pleasing. Press the Action button, and you've just had your first hit, kid. You can fine-tune your music with the Poppet cursor. Move it over the object, then press the menu button to bring up the Music Tweak menu. You then use the analog stick or the directional buttons to choose and change a setting. So, what have we got then? The volume slider adjusts how loud your music plays. Not too loud, though. Your woofers and tweeters might explode. That's your dogs and budgies, so be careful. You can tweak which part of the music it starts playing from. The trigger radius determines how close you have to be to it before it starts playing. This game just gets better and better, doesn't it? Ordinarily, when you've stuck two objects together, they're just that, stuck together. But there is a way to connect them so they can maintain their ability to move independently. Bolts. There's something wonderfully reassuring about bolts. Nails, screws, or staples just don't evoke the same satisfying peace of mind as bolts, do they? Select two objects you'd like bolted together. Then, in your tools bag, find a bolt and select it. Use the analog stick to position it over the first of the two objects you want to connect. The action button bolts it in. Now we need that pop-it cursor thingamajig. So press back twice to get back to the pop-it main menu. Select the pop-it cursor and use the analog stick to position the now bolted object in front of whatever it is you're bolting it onto. A quick press of the action button bolts object 1 to object 2 quicker than you can say light engineering suddenly seems sexy. You can adjust the tightness of the bolt via the tweak menu. And there you go. You've taken your first wobbly steps to becoming a fully qualified boltmeister. Interactivity, to we little big Planetian sack personages, is essential. It's the spring in our step, the glint in our eyes, the food in our tum-tums. Indeed, we can't even eat a sandwich unless it's equipped with whistles, bells, and switches to remove the crusts. So always add lovely interactive devices to your creations, such as buttons. Choose something to connect a button to, for example, an object you've put a motor bolt on. Dive into your tools bag, select a button, pop it down where you think it'll be most accessible, then get ready with the pop-it cursor. See the connector tab sticking out of the button? Grab it by tapping the action button. Take it over to the object you want to control and press action. The button tweak menu has everything you need for setting what the bally thing actually does. On and off should be obvious, but if you do need to look them up in the dictionary, please do. But be warned, for both words, the entry just says, "Oh, come on, you're being silly now." Direction makes the object change course with each push of the button. One shot will make your object run just once, or if it's an emitter, emit just one item. And last of all, invert makes your object do just the opposite of what it was doing each time you press the button. Now, it does all sound incredibly complex, but it isn't really. Unless you're still thumbing through the dictionary looking for the meaning of on and off, then you might need help. By placing camera zones in your scene, you can control the zoom level and angles your scene is viewed from. This is your chance to act like a big-shot Hollywood director, so lots of puffed-up, self-important shouting whilst you're doing this, okay? Camera zones are found in your tools bag. Stick one to an object, just like you would a sticker. In the tweak menu, you can alter the angle and zoom settings until you're happy with the shot. Use your analog stick to move in all directions. But if you hold down the L button, the analog stick will adjust the angle, or instead, if you hold down the R button, you can change the camera's zoom. Zone alters the size and position of the area that triggers the camera. Use the analog stick to move, or again, hold down the L button and you can resize the zone. The really cool feature is the track player setting. This adjusts the balance between the camera being fixed and the camera following the player. There's so much to play with, isn't there? The camera may never lie, but you can make it bend the truth occasionally. You can take your creations with you if you really don't want to be parted from them. It's easy. Go to your goodies bag and find My Objects. To place something here, select Capture Object, and this rectangular capture box appears. Use the analog stick to maneuver it. If you hold down the L button and use the analog stick, you can change the size to match the object you wish to capture. Press Action to catch it. Gotcha! It's now saved in your My Objects page, so you can use it at a later date.
There are now more happy sack personages gadding about LittleBigPlanet than a 900-year-old hot dinner monster has had hot dinners. So you're going to need to stand out from the crowd and customize yourself. Press the Menu button to access your Poppet. Your Poppet is your bestest ever chum. It's always there when you need it. So let me introduce you to this most useful bit of gizmo-tastic kit, then. Use the analog stick to go through the various icons on the Poppet menu. Press Action to choose one. For now, select Customize Character. This takes you to your Customize Character pages. Oh, a quick tip. Did you know that you can use the page buttons to quickly jump from one page to the next? The Customize Character pages are a veritable walk-in wardrobe of styles and looks the modern sack person needs to stand out from the crowd. Use the analog stick to select an ensemble that not only takes your fancy, but makes you fancy. This is your Little Big Boutique, an enchanted emporium of attire. To get out of Poppet, just press the back button. It'll take you back a level. Then press it again to close it completely.
Think about it. You've just scaled a burning wicker man, outrun a giant cloth ant, and reassembled half a castle. You're feeling good, yes? Then you get stuck or fried. It's going to be a complete pain in the sack bottom going all the way to the beginning of that level, isn't it? That's why we have the LittleBigPlanet checkpoints. Checkpoints let you resume a level from part of the way through, so it's good to add a few to your scenes. Find a checkpoint in your tools bag. Position it like you would anything else, and place it with the Action button. It's a good idea to check your checkpoints in play mode, because they're not much cop if you step out of one straight into the jaws of a dreadful bitey, burny, bashy thing and get instantly wasted again. Heck, you'd be there all day. If you're a bit of a precisely perfect pernickety pants, then you'll want the shapes you make to be spot on, right? Then the corner editing tool is just for you. Pop open your Poppet and find the corner editing tool in your tools bag. Use the analog stick and Action button to select an object to make faultless with the corner cutting cursor. And if you move it to a corner, then press the Action button, like so, you can then move it around with the analog stick. Press the Action button to place it. Or, if it still isn't exactly what you were after, i.e. it's a naughty corner, you can make the wretched thing go away by hitting Delete. You can even create new corners by moving over any point along the edge and pressing the Action button. If you hold down the Action button and move the corner cursor, you can select multiple corners at once. Move and delete them in the same way you would a single corner. Well, I think that's corners cornered. What say you? We now come to our very special creature feature. This is your creature kit, consisting of various body parts and organs that can be added to your creations to give them life. A very useful facility bordering on the horrific, but useful all the same. To add a creature bit from your creature kit, first pick something you want to bring to life. Then go to the Gadgets page in your tools bag. Just look at all the body parts on offer. It's like a second-hand shop. Select something, a creature leg or creature wheel, for example. Then press the Action button to place it. Press back and find some magic eyes. They're fun. Add as many as you like. Now you need a creature brain, as this will add intelligence to your creation so it can navigate and react. There are two types of grey mash on offer: a protected brain and an unprotected brain. If you go for unprotected, rival sackfolk can relieve your creation of its think tank, rendering it brainless. And whilst that doesn't stop most people back on planet Earth, here in LittleBigPlanet it's disastrous. A protected brain cannot be stolen, so that's the main difference. Both brain types, however, have similar tweaks that are rather fun. Setting the behavior to follow makes your creature walk towards a sack person. That's harmless enough in a terrifying way, I suppose. Flee behavior makes the creature run away from sack people. Set behavior to ignore, and your creature will just plod on, minding its own business and not bothering anyone, rather like a dinosaur in a shopping mall wouldn't. Awareness radius sets how close you have to be before the creature is aware of you. Vulnerability lets you decide if your creature should steer clear of dangerous materials like gas or fire. However, if you fashion your creation out of a dangerous material, it is totally impervious to that material. You can also tweak a brain to alter your creature's speed and its ability to jump, if you want it to jump, that is. There's lots to play with in this body part boutique, so go on, create. When decorating, we sometimes act in haste and repent at leisure. Oh, lime green wallpaper and day-glow orange carpet, what was I thinking? It's only a shed. If you've decorated something in LittleBigPlanet with a ghastly or inappropriate sticker, here's how to undo your crimes against taste. It's called the Sticker Edit tool. Just open your Poppet and find the stickers icon and locate the Edit tool. Place the cursor over the sticker that's ripe for peeling, and a little tap of the action button will remove it. Now, it might be the case you want to just relocate the sticker. This is easily done. Just place it and hit the action button to stamp it down. The delete button, however, will send it off into the LittleBigPlanet Imagisphere for recycling. To make your creations run with the optimum flexibility, you need to get drastic with elastic. Or, as some sack people call it, Superstring Plus, because it has the same usefulness as string, but so much more. Let's investigate elastic, shall we? Find some in your tools bag, and place it like you place rods, springs, or strings. By keeping the action button down, go straight to your elastic tweaks. Length determines how much of it you want to use. Strength establishes the elasticity, which by any stretch of the imagination is pretty useful. With an emitter, you can make objects appear and disappear as if by magic. Find emitters in your tools bag. Attach the emitter to an object just like you attach a sticker. You've got to program it to make it work, so open up the Tweak menu. The object setting allows you to select what you want to appear, and more importantly, where you want it to appear. You control the speed and spin at which the object is spat out with the linear and angular velocity settings. Choose frequency to set how often you want it to emit something. Lifetime lets you specify how long your emitted object will live for before it vanishes forever. Max emitted allows you to specify a finite number of objects. All makes sense? Plenty of fun to be had here then, eh? You wouldn't organize a party in a locked room with everybody else on the outside, would you? when you've created a wonderful new level, you're going to want your fellow sack persons to come and visit it, aren't you? The first order of things is a door. Blank levels come ready-fitted with an entrance which can be relocated to wherever you want by using your poppet cursor. If you've deleted your entrance, or it's somewhere down the back of the sofa along with the TV remote, several coins and that friend you haven't seen in weeks, you can get one from the gameplay kits in your tools bag. Place it like you would any other object. And to test your entrance, switch to play mode and step on through. Ah, there you are. Success. LittleBigPlanet, it opens doors for people. We LittleBigPlanet sack folk like to stick together. And like to stick things together with glue. And unlike making a Hawker Hurricane 1:48 scale model, these instructions won't leave you pulling your hair out with glue-covered fingers. To use glue is a doddle. Select an object and move it until it's physically touching the thing you want to glue it to. Press and hold the action button until you hear it go, and it's done. They're now as inseparable as a confused child and the glue-spattered box lid of a Hawker Hurricane model kit. If there's a bit of your creation that just doesn't look right, or would perhaps look prettier elsewhere, you can separate previously glued objects quite easily. Move the poppet cursor over the bit of your creation you're not happy with, and select it with the Action button. Press Delete once, and away it comes. See? You can either place it somewhere else, or you can get rid of it completely by hitting Delete once more. Be careful, though. If you hold down Delete when you're selecting something, it'll remove the whole thing. And you do know you can only disassemble something you yourself have put together. If someone gives you a gift, you can't take it apart. We don't have many rules in LittleBigPlanet, but that's one right there. Grab switches are the bee's knees when it comes to interactivity. They're the cat's whiskers. They're the chimpanzee's collection of novelty pencil erasers. Grab switches are triggered when a sack person grabs the thing it's attached to. Get a grab switch from the tools bag and stick it onto something you might like someone to grab hold of. No, nothing rude. And just like all the other switches, the tweak menu has all the settings you could shake a stick at. Have a play about with grab switches, because they put the fun into auto-functional predetermined switch mechanism. The more macabre amongst you may want to induce a touch of fear, or at least mild peril, into your creations. This can be done by visiting your tools bag and choosing one of the many wicked weapons you think would enhance your creation. Use the analog stick to place it and apply with the Action button. Remember, though, if you can do this, so can everyone else. So when you see a cute corduroy hamster bounding towards you looking soppy and nice, think again. It can probably breathe fire and has a galvanized flick hammer in its paw. The Unlethalize tool will remove any armaments you add to your creation if you're worried about being sued. LittleBigPlanet is all about sharing, and the best way you share information is often to shout it from the rooftops, or out of a magic mouth at least. The magic mouth icon is in the tools bag. Select it as you would anything else, and decide where you'd like to put your magic mouth. Move it into position with the analog stick. If you hold down the L button, you can change the size and rotation of your enchanted orifice with the analog stick too. bring up the Tweak menu to add some speech. The text can be directions, instructions, encouragement, whatever you like. Keep it nice, though. We don't allow potty mouths in LittleBigPlanet. You can also add some vaguely amusing gibbering sounds from the speech page, which will play as the text appears. The trigger radius decides how close to the magic mouth another player has to be before the speech appears. So there you go. You can now pass on your pearls of wisdom to your fellow sack people. Magnetic key switches. Phew! What can you say about magnetic key switches? You could start by telling us how to use them, I hear you cry. Okay, keep your follicles in your epidermis. A magnetic switch needs a magnetic key to activate it.
First, place the magnetic switch, it's on your Gadgets page, and connect up the Connector tab. In the Tweak menu, there's all the usual switchcraft, but you'll also notice the Trigger Radius facility. The trigger radius determines how close the key must be for it to activate the switch. And color sets what color of magnetic key will activate the magnetic switch. When you've tweaked the magnetic key switch, don't forget to add a magnetic key to the scene. Attach a magnetic key to something you can move. When you tweak the key, you can set its color, and it's a good idea to make it the same color as the switch. That way, when you put your magnetic key to the same colored magnetic key switch, it works, as if by magic. How groovy is that? When they originally built Big Ben, they made it out of denim because they thought it would look cool. This was, of course, a silly idea because it needed constant ironing, so they had to rebuild it out of stone. In LittleBigPlanet, a major rebuild isn't necessary, because if you want to change the material of one of your constructions, it only takes a couple of moves. Simply select the new material you do want, then select the Material Changer tool, then move it over the shape you want to alter, and press Action. Hey presto! It's now made from something else. Alter as many shapes as you like, and press the back button a few times to return to the Pop-It main menu. Groovy. You may want your creations to move about independently. Trust me, your fellow LittleBigPlanetians will find this endearingly cute. Or it'll scare the breakfast out of them. Either way, you can introduce motion by adding motor bolts. You simply place a motor bolt, just like any other bolt. In the Tweak menu, if you turn the tightness up, the effect is more powerful, and the moving objects are less likely to slip. Make sure this matches the speed level so it's not battling against the laws of physics. Direction adjusts whether it goes clockwise or anti-clockwise. Sorted, Gov. If you want to move an object or an obstacle, for whatever reason your keen mind has formulated, then here's how. Get your cursor working by selecting it from the Pop-It menu, and in turn select your object with your Pop-It cursor, and press the Action button to pick it up. Use your analog stick to direct it. Tapping the L button will move the object backwards and forwards. Hitting the Action button allows you to leave the object suspended in mid-air so you can pass under it. Careful though, once you press the back button to close your Pop-It, it comes crushing back down, so make sure you're well clear, otherwise you may end up a good deal shorter. If you're an arty-marty, then perhaps you'd like to draw new objects into your level. Fancy that? No problem. Go to the goodies bag and pick a craft material. You need to choose whether the object is going to be able to move or not.
Choose a brush and position it with the analog stick. Stamp it into the world with the action button and prepare to create. Make it thicker or thinner by pressing the R button, or move it backwards or forwards with the L button. You can draw a continuous shape by holding down the action button. The delete button acts as a trimming tool for cutting back the edges of your object, so you really can fashion it into the size and shape you want it to be. Your new object is placed into your level when you close your poppet. By far the most sturdy and visually satisfying of all the connective devices has to be the piston. Pistons are kept in your tools bag. The piston is the singular most important invention since the left-handed hammer. Place a piston like all the other connector objects by attaching both ends. Hold onto your action button to get the tweak menu up. You'll find all the usual tweaks here.
Strength adds power to the mechanism. Stiffness controls how erect your piston is. Now, stop it.
Psst. Want to know some nifty little tricks you can use when placing objects? Okay then, in Create mode, select something from your goodies bag you'd like to place somewhere. As you know, you position it with the analog stick, and a deft touch of the lovely L button moves it backwards and forwards. But did you also know that if you hold down the L button, then your analog stick can be used to scale and rotate the object? Pushing left or right will rotate your object, and up and down will scale it. That means make it bigger or smaller, or largify and debiggerize, if you're strange. Then press Action to stamp it into the scene. If you want to delete something, select the poppet cursor and position it over what you want to get rid of. Press the Action button to select it, then the Delete button, and off it goes back to your goodies bag. Super. We LittleBigPlanet Sack personages are a generous bunch. We love leaving presents for one another inside prize bubbles. To join in this communal free-for-all scenario, go to your tools bag, where you'll see the prize bubble icon. Drop one into your scene as you would anything else. And remember, hold down the Action button to go straight into the Tweak menu. Use the item setting to choose which present goes inside it. The shareable setting decides how the present is given. For example, shareable means whomever picks it up can also give it to other people. Not shareable means it's just for the person who collects it. They can't pass it on. Remember, passing on something once you're done with it is a wonderful and generous thing to do. Unless it's the flu, of course. Some people like to plod around LittleBigPlanet, taking in the scenery and soaking up the creative atmos. Others like to rush around like blue-bottomed flies. If you fall into the latter category, then we have just the thing for you. A race kit, which is just the thing for a race against the clock. In your tools bag, you'll find a start gate. This, unsurprisingly, is where any race will begin. Position the start gate with the analog stick. Change its rotation by holding down the L button and pushing the analog stick left or right. Then place it into your scene with the Action button. A race needs a finishing line, otherwise the contestants will just keep on going and you might never see them again. And we don't want that. Select the Finish Gate icon from your tools bag and place it like you did the Start Gate. Right. Let's set up the time allowed for the race.
Using your poppet cursor, bring up the Tweak menu for the Start Gate. If you want to, you can make it face back to front by selecting Flip.
Set the time you want the race to run for. Is it going to be a short, sharp, sprinty type of thing? Or one of those long, drawn-out affairs where people are neither running nor walking? They're mincing. It's up to you. You're the one with a starter pistol. As you know, in LittleBigPlanet you can literally reach for the sky and it's yours. And what better way than with rockets? You'll find rockets on your Gadgets page. Select, position a rocket just like you would any other object, and when you do, hold down the Action button to get to your Tweaks menu. First thing you might want to sort is the zoom factor of your rocket's propulsion. The boost determines the speed and power of the launch. You'll notice the on and off provision too. If it's on, it'll blast off the moment you close your poppet. So instead, with it off, attach a switch to launch it when you're at a safe distance. Rocket roll, baby! Rods are another wonderful weapon in the LittleBigPlanet arsenal that we can use in the war against boring creations. By attaching two previously stationary objects with a rod, they can become one moving component. Dig one out of your tools bag and have a gander. Attach a rod at both ends like you did for string, then you can tweak its length. Once you've set the length, the rod is fixed at that length. Your contraptions now have more moving parts than a barrel full of limbo dancers. LittleBigPlanet is all about positive attitudes, and that includes encouraging one another. You can give points away in the levels you create via score bubbles. Your visitors can amass impressive scores and go away with a feeling of enormous well-being. Just look in your tools bag. On the Gameplay Kits page, you'll find the score bubble icon. Select it like you would anything else with the faithful old Action button. Then place it. Encourage, encourage, encourage. The 3 E's. Did you know you can even install scoreboards in your level? Honestly. This will allow your guests to see how they've done in all the puzzles and tasks you've set for them. And it's a great way for you to gauge whether you've made them far too easy-peasy Sackboy squeezy or just too ballywell hard. They also act as an exit at the end of the level too. So open Poppet and select the tools bag. See the scoreboard icon? Yes, that's the fella. You can then position and place the scoreboard like you would any other object. Incidentally, most things have a tweak menu so you can hone exactly how they operate. Useful thing, a tweak menu. Why not add some prizes too? You can offer 3 for each medal. Move over the empty dotted circle and press the Action button. Then select the prize you want to offer. You can test your scoreboards and prizes in play mode to ensure they do what they say on the tin. Hit Start and select Change to Play Mode. Lovely stuff. The LittleBigPlanet atmosphere is pure imagination charged with electrifying excitement, and it's our duty to keep the charge levels sky high. This can be done by adding sensor switches to our creations, so our fellow sack persons can get a jolly old shock when they accidentally trip one and zap your creation into life. Placing a sensor switch is exactly like placing any other switch. Once you've got your connector tab connected to your object, you can access the tweak menu. All the usual suspects are here: on and off, direction, and one shot. Speed, however, means the speed of the object is determined by how close you are to the sensor switch. The closer, the faster. The trigger radius setting affects how far away you can be before the sensor detects you. Remember, electrifying excitement. We can't get enough of it. In the Little Big Planet Make and Do Creative Corner, we provide the craft materials. You just bring the imagination. Make sure your imagination is as flexible as our craft materials, though, because our resources are pretty darn special. You can alter a craft material's shape and thickness to suit your needs. Select the goodies bag and pick a craft material. Now, you must decide if your creation is going to be dynamic or static. Dynamic objects can move freely. Static objects will be fixed where you place them. Then choose a shape.
Position it with the analog stick, or scale and rotate it by holding down the L button whilst pushing up and down or left and right.
Now to alter the craft material's thickness. Tap the R button to change the depth of something, ranging from huge and sturdy to thin and fragile. You can combine different thicknesses as well, so your creations are both huge and sturdy and thin and fragile. That'll confuse them. If you're the type of person who enjoys watching buildings being demolished, then we have the very thing for you. Shock bombs. You'll find shock bombs in your tools bag. There's two types. Impact shock bombs are highly volatile and go off if someone or something bumps into them. Be careful with them, or you may lose more than your eyebrows. There are also trigger shock bombs that can be detonated with a switch. Placing either shock bomb is exactly the same as placing anything else, except you have to run away a lot faster. Sound effects, or if you're incredibly cool, SFX, are audible responses you can add to your creations to make them come to life and raise a smile or two. A toot, a buzz, a whistle and a ding makes your creation a happier thing. Open your tools bag and choose one of the sound objects you've collected and attach it to something, just like you would anything else. Remember to hold down Action to go straight to the Tweak menu. Plenty to fiddle around with in here. Just look. Trigger mode determines whether the sound plays when something hits it or gets near it. And the supersonic modifier is like a graphic equalizer that's been designed by Salvador Dali and a crack team of circus clowns. Go on, tinker, explore, create. Sound has a barrier, and barriers are meant to be broken. A happy sack person always has a spring in his or her step. An even happier one has a spring in their creations. Springs are wibbly-wobbly wonderful for making your contraptions do bingy-boingy stuff. Get a spring from the tools bag and connect it like rods and string. The tweaks for springs are length and strength. Strength allows you to alter the power of the coil. Keep it tight for slight bingy-boinginess and loose for extreme wibbly-wobbliness. You'll soon learn all these technical terms. Contrary to how it may sound, a sprung bolt isn't a bad-tempered, highly agitated bolt that's prone to hissy fits and tantrums. No, it's a bolt that allows some horizontal wobble, if you like, between two objects you've joined together. It's a radical new way of doing things, but don't knock it until you've tried it. Select two objects that need bolting together. Use the pop-it cursor to move them into position. Then, from your tools bag, get your sprung bolt. Press Action to run it through both bits at once. Remember to hold down Action to get to the Tweak menu, because how tightly you bolt in a sprung bolt determines the level of springiness or boingicity, if you want to get all technical about it. You can also alter the resting angle so it springs back to the position you want it in.
In Little Big Planet, every day is International Sticker Day. Sack people put stickers on walls, buildings, creatures, creations, you name it. We're sticker mad up here. To join the sticker fun, press the menu button to bring up Pop-It and go to your stickers page. Look at the vast array of sticking stickers available. Pick one with the analog stick. Select it with the Action button. Now, let's stick it to something. Move it around the world using the analog stick, like this. Holding down the L button will allow you to scale and rotate your sticker with the analog stick. Up and down to make it bigger or smaller. Left and right to rotate it. Then stick it down with the Action button, which you can do as many times as you want. The Back button gets you back to your Pop-It, where you choose another sticker. Keep hitting the Back button to get out of sticker mode and your Pop-It. Stickers. Couldn't you just kiss them? Sticker switches are activated when a matching sticker is stuck nearby. Get a sticker switch from your tools bag and I'll explain. You use a sticker switch like any other switch. Stick it down, connect it up, and tweak it till you're happy. The item setting is quite important because if you choose a particular sticker, the switch only responds if that particular one is nearby. Otherwise, any old sticker will set it off and total anarchy will reign supreme. But maybe that's what you want.
If anyone ever says to you, "Well, how long is a piece of string?" pull one out of your pocket and say, 7 inches, and here's one to prove it. In Little Big Planet, the sacred rules of string are not what you'd expect. Get 2 objects you want to connect with string. In your tools bag, select String. Position the string over the edge of one of your objects. Press Action to attach it. Position the other end of the string over the other object and press Action again. And there you have your string duet. Both objects are connected. The Tweak menu allows you to alter the length of your string too. Remember, string can bunch up and become shorter, but it doesn't have the elasticity to get longer. Ensure your string remains a yes indeed, never a afraid not. If you are itching for a switching, try a 3-way switch. They really are the business end of a blooming good idea and no mistake. Place a 3-way switch like you would anything else. Select it from the Gadgets page in the Tools bag, then position it and connect. And Tweak has all the usual switchy tweaks. 3-way switches are fantastic to a degree that's one higher than 2-way switches. And you can call me Richie Wrong Trousers if it isn't so.
Remember all the warnings you've ever had about not wandering off and not fiddling with things that don't concern you? They're good advice, but when you're in Little Big Planet, ignore them. In this magical province, we positively encourage wandering and fiddling. But it does mean, occasionally, you're going to find yourself somewhere between the devil and a rather substantial amount of salt water, i.e., trapped. So if your wandering and fiddling does get you into bother with no way out, press the menu button to bring up your Pop-It. Using the analog stick, select the Try Again icon. Then press and hold the Action button. Your existing sack person is sacked and a new one appears, like so. So don't be afraid to wander and fiddle, okay? Indeed, let wander and fiddle be your motto.
By connecting switches, 2-way, 3-way, sensor switches, etc., to your creations, you can make them bound into life whenever the switch is triggered. Let's kick off with a 2-way switch. Place it just like you would anything else. and connect it just like you would connect a button. That means pulling the old connector tab out and connecting it to your object. A switch's tweak menu is an Aladdin's cave of jiggery-pokery. Just look at the gear up for grabs here. You've got your on and offs, direction to alter which way you want something to go, and one shot. Then there's the speed behavior, which allows you to control how fast your creation moves. Have a good old rummage around. Remember, in play mode, a sack person must grab a two-way switch, or get another object to nudge it to operate it. Worth bearing in mind when you're fitting a switch. Good stuff. Rather wonderful connecting devices are winches. Select winch from your tools bag and you'll see precisely how wonderful. You connect it just like string, rods, elastic, blah, 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 but it's the tweak feature that'll really blow your mind. Look at all the stuff you have to play with. Maximum and minimum are your winch length parameters. Remember though, like string, winches can bunch up and become shorter, but never longer. The strength setting determines how much your winch can lift. The speed adjuster affects how quickly it goes from being fully extended to being fully reeled in. Pause is how long it waits at each end. And sync sets its timing to be in or out of sync with the other animated artworks you've installed in your loopily locomotive landscape. Ask an engineer in real life if he'd like a couple of wobble bolts to make his creation quiver humorously, and he'll probably look at you as if you've just thrown a rat at his wife. But this is LittleBigPlanet, and here wobble bolts are just the thing to make your creations quiver and quake back and forth for added comic effect. Place a wobble bolt like you would any other bolt. Then you have a vast array of tweak options to play with. Rotation adjusts how far it rotates. Angle changes the angle the motion is relative to. Tightness, just like other bolts, affects strength. The tighter the wobble bolt is, the harder it is to slip. So be mindful of this when adjusting the speed. Pause allows back and forth motion to occasionally pause, if you want it to. Sync controls the timing if you have other moving objects in your scene and you want to synchronize them. Lots for you to fiddle around with there, what say you? You'll get the hang of it.
In LittleBigPlanet, it is polite to express an interest in your fellow sack persons, or at least act as though you care. By using the directional buttons, you can display a whole range of emotions to show you're listening, even though you're thinking about what to have for tea. If it's good news, press up to show you're happy. Alternatively, press down to give yourself an air of glumness. Or if you hear news that terrifies you, press the left button. Or if you've been wronged in any way, press the right button to pull a face that's as tough as old boots. Tilting the PlayStation Vita system adds emphatic head movements to any conversation. Not too much, you'll get a crick in your neck. Lastly, if you hold down the L button, the left and right sticks control your arms. Way! It's called acting, not just acting up, but left, right and down too. Moving pictures aren't the same without moving cameras. In LittleBigPlanet, you can string several cameras together to make one epic shot. OK, dig out the movie camera from the cameras section of the tools bag. First of all, you'll want to place a few of them. Then use the Pop-It cursor to connect the output of one camera to the input of the next. Now, tweaks are the order of the day here. Tweak the angle and zoom to set up your shots. Tweaking the hold time of a movie camera sets how long it will wait in that camera position. The transition time is how long it takes to move from the previous camera position into this one. What's a transition, I hear you ask? Well, this is how it changes from one camera to the next. Some experimental faffing really pays dividends here, so let's leave it as a soft pan for now. By pressing the R button, you can flit to the next camera and the L button to jump back. It's easier than it sounds. OK, time to roll cameras, Sackboy. What is this, by the way? An action, sci-fi, monster, time travel epic? Oh, yes, sorry. Genius director at work. Now, what's this I'm hearing? Your fugitive friend's gone into hiding? Oh, wait, I think I can find him. Open Pop-It and choose the amazing Pop-It cursor. Put it over the vase with the left stick and press the L button to hide it. Gotcha! See him? We've hidden the vase. Now you can select Frank right through solid objects. Just tap right on him with that fantastic index finger of yours, then drag him to one side. Here's a factoid to cherish. If you hold down the L button, everything you've hidden will be unhidden all at once. I'm no relationship counselor, but perhaps your monster is lonely. You could clone him, you know. Select him by tapping him, then tap the Copy button. The copy is created as a stamp, and you can place down as many as you like. Press back when you're done with the stamp, and there. Now he's got a clique of his own. You can select them all at once by pressing and holding the Action button while you box select across them with the left stick. You can also use the lasso select abilities of the touchscreen to select all of your monsters in one go. Touch and hold your finger on the touchscreen and simply draw a loop around your menagerie of monsters. Alternatively, with a bit of manual dexterity, you can select one at a time. Just hold down the R button and tap each monster to add it to your selection. Release the R button, and now you can move and resize them all at the same time. There. Your monsters can now happily plot the destruction of LittleBigPlanet together. Aww. Sackboy is boiling me an egg. Let's hope he doesn't follow the instructions I gave him too literally this time. When I said, stand in boiling water for 3 minutes, I had to stop him climbing into the pan. In fact, you and safety are rarely on the same page, so we'll set up a few fail-safe devices, shall we? Dive into the Advanced Logic section of your Gadgets page and get a counter. This counts up every time the input gets triggered. Connect up that first button to the Input tab. Activating the button will get the counter going. There's also a Reset tab, which will return the count to 0. So put the second button on that. And, of course, connect the output to our Danger Tweaker. Tweak the counter to set the number it counts up to before it is activated. Jump on that button to turn the heat up. I'm getting the rumble tums and I'd like that egg sooner rather than later. Excellent. Remember, I like my eggs boiled to perfection, so we should set a timer. Get a timer from the Advanced Logic section of your Gadgets page. Connect up that first button to the Input tab and the second button to the Reset tab. Then connect the output to the Danger Tweaker. Tweaking the timer is strongly advisable so you can set how long it lasts. There's lots of options for input action which change how the timer works. Let's choose on-off for now. But do try them all. They're fab. Well, our boiled egg should be done to perfection the millisecond I finish this sentence. Oh, that doesn't look good. You didn't put the egg in? Looks like it's burned water for breakfast again. Ha! There you are. Dishing out some tasty vibes on your new sack decks, eh? Your light show isn't quite as disco as it could be, though, you know. Plonk down a randomizer from the Advanced Logic section. We'll use this to make your lights flash in groovy and unpredictable patterns. Connect its outputs up to all of your lights. In Tweak, you can set different lighting patterns according to current trends. Back in the 60s, one at a time was all we had. These days, you can toggle all night long. Tweak those on and off times to match your mad skills, or even your quite sensible ones. Wow, that's heaps better, but let's keep it off until somebody arrives. Connect a button to the input and the randomizer will stay off until you press the button. Notice that the randomizer's tweak menu has an invert output option. Jumping on the button now will make the randomizer do the opposite of whatever it was just doing. But, Sackboy, where's the music? What happened to all your records? You swapped them for the lights. Yes, that makes sense. Good grief. My young sack chum has created a hypnotism device.
We're just trying to work out if we can get the dash thing working. You could control it with a direction splitter, which can be found in the Advanced Logic section in Gadgets. A direction splitter splits the signal into positive and negative signals. Connect that three-way switch to the input and the outputs to the two motor bolts. Excellent. Now you have total control over your hypnotic devices, which makes them more powerful, probably. However, for uber control, you can have one motor rotate both ways with a direction combiner. It's also in the Advanced Logic section and takes two inputs and converts them into one. Connect buttons to each of the inputs, like so, and connect the output to the motor bolt. And when you tweak the motor action to forwards-backwards, well, it is quite hypnotic, isn't it? Making me quite giddy. Might need to sit down. No, I need to stand up. Phew, that was weird. I'd have gone and jumped in the river if you'd told me to there. It works, Sackboy. Sackboy? Sackboy? Every evening, Sackboy crosses the dark and dangerous bridge to get to his sack chum's house. And it turns his wool grey with fear. So he's putting some lights and other malarkey up in preparation for this evening. First thing is to find a toggle in the Advanced Logic page in your tools bag. Toggles send a constant signal that is either on or off. Each time a new signal is received, the toggle will switch on to off or off to on. Connect a button to the toggle's input and a light to its output. Fabbo! Now when you step on dark and dangerous bridge tonight, you'll be all lit up and safe. Now remember, you don't want to be putting too many lights in your scene, or things might start going all flickery and weird. And besides, LittleBigPlanet is a verdant dreamscape, not a crass nightclub. For further nocturnal safety, you could make use of the super-useful selector, also to be found in the Advanced Logic shed. Connect these 3 buttons to the selector's inputs and the outputs to your bridge lights. A selector will only ever have one, that's one, count it, one output on at a time. This way you can turn the lights on as you cross the bridge without illuminating the lot and save the Imagisphere some energy to boot. Clean and green. So tonight, crossing dark and dangerous bridge to your Sackchumbly's house, you'll be totally safe. And I'll be with you all the way because I'm your Sackchumbly too. You're on your own. To be a master materialist, there are a few new tricks you need to learn.
Open your poppet by tapping the poppet button and bring forth your goodies bag. We are going to choose a star shape. Now it's tool time. Touch and hold this button, then slide up to the top. See? It says stamp. Let go of your finger on top of it, and let's find out what it does. The stamp tool will place exactly one block of the shape you choose. None of that artful smearing, just pixel-perfect precision. Tap it down decisively. Stamping it into another material will create a perfect cutout. And both shapes will be glued together. Open your slidey set of tools again, and this time choose the eraser. The eraser deletes all craft material as you drag it across the screen, a sort of anti-paintbrush. Go back again for the hole punch. This also deletes material, but only one hole exactly where you tap. When you feel ready, press the back button a few times to get out of Poppet. Get the Poppet cursor, then tap the tree to select it. Now let's tweak the tree. Press the menu button or tap the tweak button and the tweak menu appears. Tweak menus let you tinker with the properties of almost anything on LittleBigPlanet. Tap here for the first tweak setting. This setting is called Physics Properties. If you set this to static, the tree will not move, no matter what happens to it. Yes. Set it to dynamic, and it can be moved and manipulated by other things. Think of your scene like a machine. There's no sense putting a motor in something that's never going to move, is there? All of your energy should be saved for the most important parts. So, if you make all of the things that don't really need to move into static objects, your beautiful somewheres will run as smooth as clockwork. Clever stuff, eh? So, get crafting. Sackboy, if you read a book, you don't start on the last page. Oh, well, you do you? Well, oh, that's adorable. On LittleBigPlanet, however, you can ensure players progress through your levels in order with a menu level. Each time they finish a level, the next level will be unlocked. OK, we're going to need a memorizer, so go wrest that awesome gadget from your tools bag. Place it there and let's tweak a couple of things. 3 input ports will do nicely. And give it a label. How about carrot underscore carrot? That's catchy. So over here we have 3 score sensors set up for bronze, silver and gold score values. Connect the score sensors to the inputs of the memorizer. Then wire up that two-way switch so it triggers the memorizer and activates the level link. Great! This will go at the end of a level. Pulling the switch finishes the level and the player's score is saved in the memorizer. But where does the level link take us? We're going where the magic happens, the menu level. In the menu level, place another memorizer. Once again, 3 input ports will do us proud. And the label, let's give it the same rolls-off-the-tongue label as the last one. Here's the mind-shakingly awesome bit. Memorizers with the same label will all contain the very same data, even when they're on completely different levels. How? Science. Connect the first output of the memorizer to the sticker panel with the bronze star on it. And do likewise and similarly for silver and gold. The score stars in the menu level will be triggered if the player gets enough points to trigger the score sensors in the actual level. Ingenious, isn't it? The final task is setting up the link into the next scene. It's activated by a touch sensor, but that sticker panel is blocking the sensor. You see where we're going with this? The level link is effectively locked until the sticker panel is deactivated. So, connect the first output of the memorizer to a NOT gate, then from there to the sticker panel. And our menu is complete. When the first level is completed, the memorizer will be triggered and unlock the next level link. It's guaranteed to stop naughty sack personages skipping to the next level. And yes, I am looking at you. Oh dear, Sackboy. When you said you got motion sick, and I said you should travel on foot, this wasn't quite what I meant. We can get it going with an advanced mover on the Gadgets page. It is the most efficient mode of quad-dimensional propulsion. Remember to tweak the speed and acceleration, jogging speed or plodding. The advanced mover has 3 inputs. This one is for up and down, this one is for left and right, and the last one is for on and off. And let's get this foot off the ground. Oh, wow! You can really put your foot down. No, I mean it. Put your foot down, please, now. There are other movers too, you know. The in-out mover, for example, lets you move things between layers. In the Tweak menu, Allow Pushing will let your foot shove obstacles out of the way up to the specified maximum push weight, which is measured in numbers of sack persons. The input action gives all sorts of options of how your foot moves in and out. Dare I say it, have a faff. So, connect that switch to the in-out mover, and I'll tell you a useful shortcut. You can disconnect the wire from the advanced mover by pressing the action button on it, then move it down and connect it to the in-out mover's input. Ready for a test drive? Mirror, signal, manicure. Off you go, then. Best foot forward. Still trying to get a laugh with that criminally misnamed funny bunny? If we add a player sensor, it might raise a smile. In the Tools Bag's Gadgets page, seek out a player sensor, which is triggered when a player is nearby. Position it near the rabbit, then connect its output to the light bulb. Tweak the detection range. That might help. There are settings for the minimum range and the maximum range. You decide how close a player should be before triggering Funny Bunny. You can also limit the trigger angle so the player must be in a particular direction of the sensor. Setting same layer means the player must be in the same layer as the sensor to activate it. OK, how funny is Bunny now? In one word, not very. Tag sensors are available too. Now, these are all kinds of clever. They get triggered when there's a tag nearby with the same colour. Place the tag sensor and tweak it to set the colour and also the trigger range. You can set an infinite range, meaning it will be triggered if the right tag exists anywhere in your level. Now get a tag from the tools bag and place it on that grabbable carrot. Tweak that tag and set its colour to the same as the tag sensor. When the tag enters the tag sensor's radius, the tag sensor activates. Do you think Funny Bunny is going to give you value for your money? No. So, the store you bought him from, do they offer refunds by any chance? You stuffed it. Hey, it finally got a laugh. Spiders are sensitive beasts. The merest slight, and they'll get all up in your face, and no mistaking. I'll show you just how touchy he is with an impact sensor. They're in the Sensors section of your tools bag. The impact sensor will be activated when something knocks into him. He's even set off when he brushes against the floor. No wonder he hangs around like that all day. Now, there's a couple of important tweaks. Include rigid connections means anything glued or embedded on our leggy foe will also be sensitive. Include adjacent layers means it's triggered by things sliding past it on the next layer. Go on. You're more frightened of him than he is of you. Oh, or is that the other way round? Oh, well, never mind. If you really enjoy enraging arachnids, put a sticker sensor on them. Tweak the sensor and choose a trigger sticker. Something terrifying, the stuff of nightmares. Or a cuddly-wuddly bunny rabbit is fine, too. When the chosen sticker is within range, the sensor will go, and you can stick it down to trigger the sensor. He's gone again. What a scaredy cat. I mean, spider. Water sensors detect water. Need I say more? Apparently not. Bouncy Spidey. Just look at him go. A score sensor detects when a player has gained a certain score, perhaps releasing some kind of reward for high achievers. Have you anything in mind, Sackboy? Something priceless, perhaps? Gold and gemstones? Exotic silks? Or socks? With your face on. A game ender will teleport every player to the scoreboard, if there is one. But remember, a game ender only works in play mode. Marvellous. Some people say, it's not the winning, it's the taking part. Well, some other people say, what's the point without points? And that's why we put score givers into our scenes. They're in the World Tweakers section of your Poppet. Place a score giver in a tricky part of your level where you'd like the player to get a special award. Tweak it to set how many points you consider them worthy of. Or you can reward only the one lucky Saki who triggered the score giver in the first place. You're not supposed to take them for yourself. Mrs. Henrietta Dawlish Cluckhampton, LittleBigPlanet's #1 socialite chicken, is often a little too tired to lay her eggs before dawn. One of those newfangled touch sensors will help wake her up. A touch sensor detects any touch gesture on the touch screen. Choose which gesture in the tweak menu and also its detection range. Connect the output of the touch sensor to the emitter. Tap, cluck, drop. That's what I call service. Now we have a secondary egg problem to crack, getting these not at all touchable pre-chicklets into the basket. The touch tweaker, methinks. It's in the tools bag under Object Tweakers. It makes objects you can't ordinarily touch into touchable ones. Astounding technology, isn't it? Direct touch means you must start touching on the object itself. Reckless gesturing will not be tolerated. So starting here will do nothing. But try like this and... Now you can pop that egg into the basket. Isn't that just Jim Dandy? This feature is ideal as it only makes what you want movable. Excellent. Right, I can't stand around gossiping. Eggs don't scramble themselves. Caught up in all this carnival furore, Sackboy is building a prize-giving spin-and-win wheel. If you illuminate the light, you get a shiny gold coin. Look, he's got hundreds to give away. In the tools bag, in the sensors bucket, you will find an angle sensor. The angle sensor is activated by turning it until it's pointing in the right direction. Set the trigger angle so it's nicely lined up with the design of our wheel. OK, connect the output from the angle sensor to the emitter and the light. Nicely done. OK, Sackboy, give it a spin. The odds are considerably in favour of the punter here. How about you only win if the wheel's spinning really fast, so only, heck, I don't know, a gym spider with one gargantuan powerful arm is strong enough to spin it and win the star prize? I know, a silly analogy, but the chances of something like that coming along would make the laws of probability bend backwards. Get a rotation sensor. This is like a speed sensor for things which spin. You can set it to detect clockwise or anti-clockwise, or in both directions. Now put its rotation speed way up. We don't want those saps stealing all our gold coins. It'll need to go uber fast to trigger our emitter. Oh, here comes our first chump. I mean customer. Oh, no! It's a gym spider with one gargantuan powerful arm. What are the odds against that? I love nothing more than not going on theme park rides. I'm quite happy watching, thank you. Call it schadenfreude, if you can. Amongst your gadgets, you'll find the game camera. Here, the tweak pickings are rich. For starters, let's change the angle and zoom. Find a camera angle you're happy with by using the left and right sticks. For all your zooming needs, hold the L button and press up or down on the right stick. The trigger zone sets the area where a player activates the camera. Player tracking sets how much you want the camera to follow the player's movement, a lot or not at all. Local space makes the camera twist and turn along with the object. And your stomach. The snapshot camera is like those roller coaster cameras which capture the sheer joy of being hurled down an artificial ravine in a plywood trolley. The cool thing is, this one has a countdown timer, so you can stage your spontaneous pics. The ride's about to end. Let's see that happy smile. All your photos go straight to your My Pictures page, so you can enjoy them whenever you please. Ah, yes, that'll look good on the mantelpiece. Well, Sackboy, where's this ghost you promised me? Oh, my word! There it is! There must be a logical explanation for this. Lights! Ah, as I expected. That's not how you use logic gates. Let me show you how. The simple logic gates are in your Gadgets page. Let's start with the AND gate. Place it in your scene and connect a two-way switch to each of the inputs by dragging out their output tabs. Oh, and the output of the AND gate goes up to that creepy-looking chandelier. With an AND gate, you need both switches on before the light comes on. Well done, Sackboy. Let's give him a big AND. No? AND? No. Oh, all right, then. Now, let's replace it with an OR gate. Go ahead, slap it right on top, and the AND gate will be replaced immediately. Now, with an OR gate, you need at least one of the switches on. You can tweak the OR gate to change how many inputs it has. See, even with two or more active inputs, it's still on. Well, this might not be what you expected. To solve this logical fumble, there is the XOR gate. The XOR gate only goes on when one and only one of the switches is on. There's nothing confusing about that. Here's something else even more interesting. Not. No, I'm not being sarcastic. I mean the NOT gate. This reverses whatever the input signal is. On goes to off, off goes to on, and, well, that's it. Nothing supernatural about that. All perfectly rational. Whoa! Good heavens! Sackboy! 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 Witness Sackboy's studious concentration. Hey, Sackboy? Sackboy? Daydreaming. Typical. time you started creating. Remember all the craft materials you collected from those prize bubbles? They're stored in the goodies bag inside your poppet. To get there, tap the poppet button, then tap the goodies bag icon. The materials page is a repository for all the materials you've collected in your journeying. Tap on one and we'll create something. Next, choose a shape. That triangular one takes my fancy. Select that. Now let's do some finger painting. To make a bigger splash, use a bigger brush. Pressing up on the right stick will change its size from perfectly pointilliste to epically expressionist. The flip button will change your brush shape to its mirror image. Drag your finger across the touchscreen and you've got an instant work of art. Open your poppet again, find a material you like, and let's talk about layers. Hold the L button and drag the middle of the layer slider up and down, and you'll see the brush move in and out of the layers. Holding the L button and dragging the bottom edge of the layer slider will change your brush from uber chunky to ultra thin. See how thin layers will slide between thick layers. That's a skill right there. They say material things don't bring you happiness. They obviously haven't played LIttleBigPlanet. The average human brain can only remember 7 things at once. That's 6 better than the average sack brain, of course. But that's why sack people invented memorizers, which save valuable information in a handy poppet-sized container. Go get one from the advanced logic bit of your tools bag. A memorizer can have up to a gazillion of inputs and outputs, but for now we just want 3. Connect up the tag sensors to each input. We're going to transfer the position of each of these pistons over to the other set of pistons over here. So connect those up too. Now, it's essential all the pistons are set to positional. This permits a signal that isn't just on or off, but any value in between. Half on, for example, or half off, if you're a glass half-airy type of person. Now, just attach that button to the trigger input of the memorizer then we're done. Each time Sackboy hits the button, the positions of the pistons on the left are saved in the memorizer and relayed to the pistons on the right. Even if the first pistons keep moving, the memorizer keeps the values when you last triggered it.
Want to hear something exciting? If you add a label, the memorizer can share values with other memorizers of the same label. But what's more, the memorizer will remember the values, even when you leave the level and come back.
Imagine the possibilities. Perhaps a diary assistant who could help me remember my appointment with thingy at the what's-it-place. Oh, dear, you see what I mean? Oh, hello. I'm just testing Sackboy for his armchair driver's license. He's doing amazingly badly. Look, let's move on to basic armchair maintenance. Show me how to fit basic movers to your chair. Good. You've gone to your Poppets Gadgets page. You found a basic mover and placed it on said chair, the object. So the armchair is now under the control of the basic mover. Excellent. In Tweaks, set the speed settings. Very good. Anything else? Aha, good. Local space means that as the object is tilted and turned, the mover will happily accept those tilts and turns and move along every new angle the object gets. The mover's acceleration and deceleration affects how quickly it reaches its desired speed. I'm liking what I'm seeing. Carry on. Now show me the follower. This will make the armchair follow you, thus negating the need for parking tickets. Excellent. You're really redeeming yourself now, Sackboy. You'll have the armchair driver's license pretty soon, methinks. Is there anything else? What's this? Oh, yes, very good. Setting in and out movement to yes makes the silly thing follow you from layer to layer. And you know your way around the minimum and maximum ranges, too. This is marvellous stuff. The follow touch setting is good too, you know. Turn this on and your object will follow your fingers' every movement across the touch screen. Good. OK, show me how you'd fit a thruster, and I'll get you your pass certificate and licence in the post pronto. Attach that thruster to the chair. Like it? Yes? And tweak its acceleration up to, what, 100%? OK, go for it. Ah, now that's not so impressive. That's a fail, I'm afraid. In so many ways. Ah, Sackboy, are you looking for love? Don't fret, old chum. Love always comes around, especially when you have a rotator. OK, pop open your poppet and find rotators in the tools bag. A basic rotator will turn this situation around. Stick it on that road sign and let's see if it can show the way to your heart. Yes, that's right. Love is everywhere. But you must learn to love yourself before others will love you. The Look At rotator makes objects turn towards you. But you can also tweak the Follow Touch setting to make it focus your love wherever you point on the touch screen. Such wisdom for such an adorable package. But of course it's easy to lose your way. A gyroscope keeps you pointed at a fixed angle, no matter what happens. Then there's the rocket rotator. This is your faithful companion on love's winding road. Whatever fate's twists and turns, it will always point in the direction it's going. See, love isn't far away. I'm sure of it. Who could resist that winning smile? So, is this the evil eye hypnotizer device you've told me about? Does it work? Well, that's because you haven't bolted on the pupil of evil. The puvil, if you like. Shall we do it now? Move the puvil into place with the cursor. Then go to the tools bag, where you'll find a collection of connectors. Choose a bolt. Yes, that's it, and position it over the two things you want to connect. Pressing the Action button puts it through both layers at once. Fire up the Tweak menu and let's have a closer look. Use left and right sticks or the touch slider to change its tightness. Too tight and it won't turn. Nah, more hypno-tiring than hypnotizing. Remove that run-of-the-mill ordinary bolt by selecting it and pressing Delete. Now attach a state-of-the-mill motor bolt. State-of-the-mill? Start of the art. Start of the runs? Oh, anyway, there is a phrase. Tweaking a motor bolt lets you change its strength, speed, and the direction it turns. What could be simpler? You okay, Sackboy? You haven't fallen foul of your own evil eye hypnotizer device, have you? Sackboy? Sackboy? Every contemporary urban garden needs a gnome, but this gnome keeps time. And sage, marjoram, basil, coriander. I'm sorry. We're going to bolt him in place with a spring bolt. But this time we'll attach the bolt to him first. Pick up his gnomeness, and when you press the Action button to place him down again, listen carefully and... Incredibly, the spring bolt is also automatically connected, just like every other bolt. You can tweak a spring bolt's strength and its resting angle. It works! Removing a bolt is as easy as pie. Just select the bolt and hit delete. There's one more bolt to try. That's the wobble bolt, which perfectly and precisely wobbles from side to side. Okay, with wobble bolts, you can set the range, the angle, which is the midpoint of the wobble, and strength of each wobble. Time is how long it takes for a single stroke, and pause sets how long it waits. There's also a sync setting which ensures multiple wobbling objects stay in time with each other. That's quite hypnotic, actually. It's kind of relaxing. It's sending me... When Sergeant Sackhop says jump, you say how high, because a bounce pad lets you jump very high indeed. Open the level kits in your tools bag. You can tweak the bounce pad to fling you the exact height of this topographical encumbrance. Simply tap the tweak button to open the tweak menu, or use the menu button if you prefer. The Sergeant looks like a number 3 setting. Try that. Fabulous. Now that's enough. Remember, you've just eaten. Honestly, the world of technology never fails to flabbermygast. This uber-duper cool thing lets you take photos of anything using your camera and place it right into LittleBigPlanet. Open your Pop-It by pressing the menu button. Then tap the Stickers and Decorations icon and find the Take a Photo icon. That's it. Then press the R button when you're ready to take a snap. You got it! Now you can stick your picture anywhere in your scene. Use the back button to go back to your Pop-It and select the most peerless pic. And ta-da! Just perfect for adding that personal touch to your creations. So, don't delay. Get snap happy right away. Hey, you! Are you seriously going to launch that poor teddy bear into space? That's cruel. Well, he's not going to get far without a controlinator. Leading scientists have created the controlinator, bringing total power over your creations directly from the PlayStation Vita system. Press the R button over the controlinator and behold, your very own virtual PlayStation Vita system. Every functioning knob, bell and whistle on it is linked via the Imagisphere to the same button on your solid counterpart. Imagine that. Rocket science is no longer rocket science. It's easy with an advanced mover and an advanced rotator attached to your craft. Add the logic to the controlinator's circuit board to keep it neat and tidy. That's not all. We're throwing in control of both your sticks. Yes, left and right. With your cursor, connect the left stick outputs to that advanced mover. This'll make up, down, left and right a doddle. Do the same with the right stick. Attach it to the advanced rotator and your control is doubled. Teddy's in for the ride of his life. Jump into the control seat, Sackboy, and let her rip. Teddy, you have a problem. In Create mode, just tap the emergency controlinator exit button to leave the controlinator at any time. The controlinator for when you absolutely positively need total control of your creations. Only available in LittleBigPlanet. Has your teddy bear just returned from space, a snarling monster hell-bent on revenge due to cosmic radiation? It happens. What you need is more control from your controlinator. Using the tweak facility, it can control the raging energies of any fierce creature, even PE teachers. Automatically enter means once you're inside the trigger radius, you can ride that beast like a jet ski, show him who's boss. If set to no, you simply press the triangle button to get on board. Why not try our new side-mounted option too? It's free. And right now, we have our amazing Control One, Control Another free offer. Yes, the remote control option lets you control one controlinator with another. Tweak one to be transmitter and the other to be the receiver. Come early and benefit from our closest player facility. The nearest player qualifies automatically. There's so much more you can do with the new improved controlinator. Did I mention tilt? Yes, feather-sensitive tilt detection is built right into every controlinator. Available now from LittleBigPlanet's Gadgets and Whatnots. Compatible with the very latest Sackbot technology. Just pop a receiver controlinator on their microchip and that bot is yours to control. Controlinator. It's 100% safe. Legal disclaimer, it's not 100% safe. Now, Peter here is a punk. He's a hardcore sort of chap, so imagine his displeasure when he woke up one morning to find his spikes had gone flat. Why don't you help him out with the corner editing tool? It's located in the tools bag. Press the action button on Peter's pink hairdo. Pressing the action button again will add a corner anywhere along the line. Use the left stick to drag out a spike. Oh, that's a big spike if ever I saw one. The touch controls work here too. Tap the edge to add a corner and then drag it where you want. Even better, using a lasso select, you can pick multiple corners with a single gesture, then watch them flock after your finger like starlings. That's the way. I can feel his grandmother's look of disdain already. What? Too much, you reckon? Not a prob. Just press the delete button to remove any corners you regret. Finally, tap anywhere outside his hair to deselect it, or use back to go back to pop it. I'd ask you to do my hair, but sadly, my punk days ended in 1981. Sackboy's not afraid of scary old inchy-winchy spider because he has a Creatinator. With the Creatinator, the power really does go to your head. It's waiting for you in the power-up section of the Gameplay Kits page. It's not just a fancy hat, it will launch projectiles, like water, fire, and plasma, which are ever so handy in subtle negotiation situations. You can also choose any of your objects, too. Just hit up the My Objects page. We'll stick with fire for now. You can tweak how much ammo your Creatinator carries and how accurately it will fire it, too. Aim with the right stick and shoot with the R button. And fire! You're taking it very literally there, Sackboy. Psst, Sackboy, have you heard about the shoot at touch option yet? Set it to on and directly tell your fiery projectiles where to go. Do I smell a barbecue spider, Sackboy? In the Gadgets page, you'll note a projectile sensor. Place it down, then go ahead and tweak it. Count determines how many times it needs to be hit before it is activated. Rigid connections makes attached objects part of the target too, like the spider's legs, for example. If you connect the output of the sensor to that winch, it will trigger it once you've bombarded it enough times. Now mash that touchscreen. He's legged it, all 8 of them. Sackboy won't waste anything. He's brilliant like that. We're just going through his stash of junk to be creative with. Hey, let's bring that old battery to life. Your Poppet in the Gameplay Kits page contains a veritable history museum of creature pieces. All creatures have brains, even physical exercise teaching monkeys. There are 2 on offer, protected and unprotected. Choose unprotected. Should your creature run amok, you can dash its dashed brains out. Disgusting, but necessary. Select a suitable style of creature leg. And make that a wheel. And it needs eyes, maybe one either side, so it too can feast on the wonder of your other creations. tweak the brain and set its intelligence. There are behaviours you can program in, such as follow, so it'll be affectionate, or flee, and ignore, so you can have some time away from it. There's a few tweaks on offer, so have a good old research fest, but you can always adapt and improve the little fellow at a later date. It's acting a bit suspicious. Now, keep an eye on it. Keep an eye on it. Used words in a way that's amusing. Oh, don't be such a scaredy sack. It's only a mouse. OK, then, let's really give you something to be scared of with the danger tools. Open your poppet and select the tools bag. The electric tool will make an object crackle like it's got a zillion volts up it. Just tap the object to apply it, or use the action button. Makes your fur stand on end, doesn't it? If you think your creation is really hot stuff, then choose the fire tool. Blimey, I suppose that's one way to make a cheese toasty. Tap it again to remove the danger. Try the plasma and gas tools too. Completely blinking awesome, or what? If you want to remove all danger effects, use the unlethalize tool to return to normality. Best not get too carried away. Next thing we'll be running with scissors. Let's give a warm welcome to our fearless feathered friend, Senor Duck Danger. You may remember him from such films as Duck on Fire and Duck on Fire 2, Peking Duck. Firstly, Sackboy wants to show us something. Open your poppet and find Dangerous. A set of spikes has been selected, and Sackboy is hanging precariously over the business ends of them. He's absolutely fine, though, as you can't come a cropper when you're in create mode. OK, that was the aperitif. Now you want the main course. Senor Duck Dangerous, if you please, sir. Now, back in the Dangerous, an impact explosive will be set off by the slightest knock. Brace yourself, Duck Danger. Fire away, Sackboy! All in a day's work for a daredevil duck, isn't it? Duck Danger is now going to demonstrate the intrinsic worth of a trigger explosive. Use your poppet cursor to connect the button's output tab to the trigger explosive. All ready? Places, everyone. Good luck, Mr. Danger. Break a beak. Both pyrotechnically and audibly pleasing. I'd like to thank Duck Danger for being such a hero in the face of untold peril. Yep, he does take after me, doesn't he? The creative muse never leaves you alone up here. You see a blank space, you have to decorate it. While stickers are flat, decorations have a warm, fluffy three-dimensionality about them. Easy, Tiger. Open Pop It and tap the Stickers and Decorations icon. Find a decoration you love and which loves you back, and tap it to choose it. You can use buttons to manipulate decorations, and stickers too, for that matter. Move it around with the left stick until it's placed where you want. Use the right stick to make it bigger or smaller, and for rotating it left and right. Happy? Well then, place it, why don't you, with a deft whack on the action button. Come along, time and decorations wait for no man. Oh, that's not right. You fastened it too fast. Not to worry. Prepare the Sticker and Decoration Edit tool. To retrieve a decoration, hover over it and hit the action button. There, now it's yours to place again. That's more like it. You certainly have an eye for decoration. It's the left one, if I'm not mistaken. In LittleBigPlanet, it's up to you to decide what's fashionable without fear of people pointing at you and laughing. In fact, the more funny-looking you are, the better, really. Press the menu button to access your Pop It. Now sharpen your pointiest finger and tap the Customize Character icon. Drag the list up and down with your fingertip to browse this wardrobe of wonderment. Or for more carefree browsing, flick the page and press it again as soon as you want to stop. A deft flick across the page and you'll find yourself in an altogether new department. When you spot something that looks just right, simply tap it to wear it. Not right? Tap it again, and it's off and back on its hanger. So, you've settled on a look, then, have you? Finally. Once you feel ready to step out and meet your adoring public, just tap the back button to close Pop It. And then once more to close the menu altogether. What an eclectic mix of styles, colours and textures. It's so you. Excuse me, sir, would you like one of these samples? Or maybe 50 of them? Ah, emitters. They are a veritable horn of plenty, these things. Open your Pop It and select the emitter from the Gadgets page of your Tools bag. Tweak the emitter and select Choose Object. The Pick Emitted Object tool will select an object already in your scene, like that tomato, for instance. In fact, I do like tomatoes, so let's pick it. You can tweak how fast objects are created using the linear and angular velocity settings. Change frequency for how regularly you want them to be created. Set the lifetime to choose how long they exist before they fade away. Or shrink. Or explode, depending on the destroy effect you choose. What's that? You feel silly with all those tomatoes? They're going to call you funny names? Look, if you want, we can give you a smoke screen to get them home. Open your tools bag and select the smoke machine. Tweak the smoke machine to create more of an abundance of smoke. And also change the colour. OK, Sackboy, make good your escape now. Sackboy? Sackboy? And not a word of thanks. Typical. The gameplay sequencer is the very pinnacle of technological know-how, know-what and know-why on LittleBigPlanet. It will create the DNA for your most complex stories, levels and machinery. Here's one we built earlier, plucked from the advanced logic section of the tools bag. As the playhead moves, the gadgets are triggered in precise, ordered fashion. You can jump the playhead to where the cursor is by pressing the menu button. Let's place a gadget. How about the danger tweaker? Oh, and let's tweak it so it shoots sparks, just for jollies. Up and down on the right stick will set how long you want the gadget to be active for. Get the idea? We can also tweak the sequencer itself. You can set the speed it will play, and whether you want it to loop. You can start it playing with a trigger region, or by attaching a sensor to its input. Another nifty thing to use is a battery. Place one of these on the microchip and stretch it out with the right stick to determine how long it will power your electrical devices. Set the battery's strength. When it's not fully charged, it will still run devices with scale inputs like speed scale or strength scale. Yeah, no more running down to the shop trying to remember the difference between double and triple A's. OK, Sackboy, let's see what Cheddar George can do. Perhaps the most wondrous thing I have ever seen. Sackboy, I think you're ready to become LittleBigPlanet's Imagineer-in-Chief. What will you create now, I wonder? Such is the life of an escapologist. You can't walk down the street without getting stuck in a cage. Sometimes you'll get stuck in LittleBigPlanet, but fear not, young sackling, for all is not lost. Open your Poppet by pressing the menu button and find the Try Again icon. Now press and hold your finger on it and keep holding until you go pop, and then magically reappear from the last activated checkpoint. Oh, you're not trying to recreate your summer holiday again, are you, Sackboy? It's over with. You're back home now. Mind you, if we faff with the global controls page of the Poppet, we can affect your entire scene and make it just like your holiday. Add a little sunlight. Change the world to classic monochrome. Or add some water for paddling. You can even change the scenery from the backgrounds page. How's that? In the Gadgets page are the World Tweakers, which let you fine-tune your scene while you play. The Global Lighting Tweaker, for example, allows you to alter the lighting. It was bright and sunny, right? You can trigger the World Tweakers with a sensor or set a trigger radius. If all this sun is drying your fabric, use the Global Water Tweaker to make floods and waves. The Global Audio Tweaker allows you to set the aural ambience. Ah, that's better. Now, is that bringing back all the memories from your summer holiday, Sackboy? Oh dear, our friend Ginge has had a bit of a tumble. Let's see if we can glue him back together. Open your Poppet with the Poppet button and select the Poppet cursor. Drag the two halves together with your fingers using the touch facility. Position them one at a time, ready to be glued. Now, push one against the other with the left stick and hold down the action button until the glue sets with a revolting sloop. You can stick anything together like this. Just make sure the pieces are touching or overlapping before you glue them. And these outlines show they're stuck together. You can glue objects on different layers, too. Open your Poppet and go to the Tools bag. Select the Advanced Glue tool from the Functions section. Choose exactly which objects you wish to stick together with the Action button, and they're instantly glued. If you prefer touch, simply tap them and presto. For me, I'm really trying to cut down on my carbs, but all right, then I'll take half. Press the Delete button once to detach just that bit. So tasting, gingery. You know, if you hold down the Delete button, the whole thing will vanish. Delicious. The Goodies Bag. A treasure trove of goodies, gizmos and gadgets. Everything you collect in LittleBigPlanet is kept all shipshape and perfectly organised right here. Pop open your Poppet and tap the Goodies Bag icon. Inside, you'll find everything you've collected, won or been given. the objects that you've discovered during your travels head straight in to the Collected Objects page. So, if you suddenly desperately need that object you picked up a zillion levels ago, this should be your first and only port of call. When you find an object that tickles your fancy, select it with a firm tap on the touchscreen. When you find a proper location, simply drag it to place it in position. Not the right size? Put 2 fingers on the touchscreen, pinch in and out to resize it. And if you rotate your fingers around, the object will follow. Just like every object in LittleBigPlanet, you can mirror it by using the flip button. You can move the object inwards and outwards by using the Layers menu. Hold down the L button to access it. Then simply drag the middle of the layer slider to move to your layer of choice. And hey presto, your object now resides in a new layer. Simple as that. A swift tap will place the object right in your scene. Oh yes, nice, right in front of that rusty eyesore. The knoll is translucent because you're stamping it. This means you can stamp one thing as many times as you like. When you're all done, simply tap the back button a few times to get out of Pop-It. See, everything has a use in LittleBigPlanet, except maybe Susan, my cat. She is positively useless. I see your mail-order funny rabbit arrived. No instructions. Typical. Let's have a shufty in the tools bag and see if we can't put it together ourselves. We need some long joints, and let's start with string. Using the Action button, first attach one end of the string to his tufty bonce and the other end to that beam. You can tweak the length of the string, make it shorter. Good show. It's looking funny already. Next, let's attach his body with a spring. That'll be hilarious. Connect them as you did before. You can tweak the spring's strength and length to prevent over-wobblyization. Mind you, under-wobblyization might detract from the humour. How about attaching the legs with elastic? That'd be rip-ticklingly funny. Okay, your funny bunny is assembled. Let's stand back and bask in its hilarity. It's not that funny, is it? Didn't I say you should buy that hysterical hamster or even the witty whale? They're far more highbrow. I'm very environmentally conscious, so I reuse all my tea bags with my automated tea bag dipper. It's certainly not because I'm lazy. Here we have a particularly underused tea bag that needs dunking into those cups. Let's get a winch. It's a motorized chain. Old Linky. Attach it like the other long joints. Chains don't stretch, but they can crumple, so bear this in mind. You can tweak the winch's length, but also its time. And pause. And we'll set these like so. Ah, it's tea for two today. A piston will help us do the double dunk. Attach it like before. We'll tweak the piston's time and pause, like this. And we're done. Next up, the self-stirring mug. Ha! What? Someone's already invented it? Oh, drat. Hello and welcome to Talking Cheese with your host, Sackboy. Today we're talking about Wensleydale. What's the problem? Yes, I got the brief. Talking cheese and... Oh, you want the cheese to talk? Oh, I get you. Well, magic mouths are excellent for having a good old natter with your creations. Shooting the breeze, as it were, breeze. Brie is a type of cheese. Oh, never mind. You'll need to tweak a magic mouth to put words in it. Don't worry, this is standard etiquette on LittleBigPlanet. Choose your words carefully. I mean, carefully. And keep it clean. Sweary Marys and rude Rogers need not apply. You can choose to show the text in either a speech bubble or a subtitle. The speech options allow you to choose what manner of noises will emanate from your magic mouth. You can even record your own voices and put those into the scene. But I'm a gibberish kind of person, so let's choose that. And if there's a lot going on in your scene, you can lower all the background noise with the ducker option, so your creation is more audible to the naked ear. Hear that? Excellent. Let's call him Cheddar George. Magic mouths love the limelight. That's why they come with their own cameras. Go on, have a tinker. And see if you can't find the perfect zoom and angle to show off our guest's mouldiest side. Hey, you should make Cheddar George your co-host. He could make really cheesy cheese puns, and you can say, "You're really grating on me. I cannot bear it any longer." It'd be cheesy gold. Please yourself. I know several TV companies that would buy it. You can really let rip with your imagination when you start creating levels. There's just one rule. There are no rules. But there's a couple of rules you need to follow first. Find the Gameplay Kits page in the Tools bag. Every level needs an entrance. You know, before they invented entrances, there were only exits, so you could never arrive, just leave. Oh, that was a very difficult time. If someone comes a cropper on your level, we recommend adding a checkpoint. The recently, how can we put it delicately, livingly challenged will be reincarnated there. There's 3 kinds of checkpoints: a standard checkpoint, a double checkpoint, which doubles the amount of times you're revived. And the infinite checkpoint suits particularly fiendish levels or particularly clumsy players. Checkpoints are usually activated when you run past them, but you can also activate them with a button. Sensational! Reward your visitors' efforts with a scoreboard when they finish your level. And they will reward you with smugness, gloating, and by going, na, 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 na. Now here's a thing. You can tweak the scoreboard. Get your pocket cursor, tap the scoreboard, and then tap the tweak button. The tweak menu lets you choose the victor's spoils, even if he's not called Victor. How about Frank? Everyone needs Frank. Now, when you're fishing for compliments about how fab and groovy your levels are, visitors have no excuse not to be wowed. If you want to jump directly into another level, use a level link. This is good for visitors with short attention spans. Tweak the level link to choose a level. It can be one of yours or someone else's entirely, but it must already be published. Yeah, that one looks good. Creating and sharing, the 2 things we do best up here in the Imagisphere. That's why you fit in so snugly as a little big Planetian. You're a creator and a sharer, and you make Little Big Planet our happy place. The prime directive of Little Big Planet is and always will be fun and sharing, but especially sharing. You share things through the medium of bubbles. Seek out the Points and Prizes section in the Tools bag. You'll notice there are 2 types of bubble. One is the score bubble, which contains points for your guests. Prize bubbles are great for spreading goodwill too. Every day's a birthday up here. Place a prize bubble, but this time tap the tweak button and, lo and behold, the tweak menu appears, auto-magically. Use the tweak menu to stick a gift inside the prize bubble. And not only with jumpers that you got for your birthday. Why not share the things that you've made, like your Sackenstein's monster, for example? You can choose whether players can share Frank with other fortunate souls, or make him private and they keep him to themselves. This keeps it unique, like a designer cravat or a bright red nostril hair that I once found. Oh, sorry, did I say that out loud? I'm so sorry. Things you share in prize bubbles go straight into other people's Community Objects page. The more we share our imagination, the stronger the Imagisphere becomes. Gosh, we should really have a group hug right now. The sack race. Invented by the ancient Greeks, you know. Of course, their sacks were made of marble. Never finished a race, poor blighters. Go to the tools bag and find the points and prizes section. A start gate marks the beginning of a race. Tap the tweak button to tweak it. You'll see you can now set a time limit for the event. Place an end gate to show your fellow racers when to apply that last 30-second sprint before collapsing and wheezing things like, "Never again," and "It's all in a good cause." You could install a close-level post near the start of your proposed race. This is to ensure fair play, so no other sack chaps or chapesses can join once a race has commenced. I was at the running track last week. Blood pumping, brows sweating, lungs heaving. The mustard at that hot dog stand is really something. I am keeping them closed, Sackboy. What is this birthday surprise you have for me, anyway? I can open them now? Oh, good. A present! And that looks like a microchip. Let's open it. The R button will expand it. Whoa! You can fit tons of electronics on a microchip. Perfect if you run out of space on the gift box. And they still work exactly as if you stuck them on the box directly. Ah, clean and uncluttered. Blissful. Now, if I'm not mistaken, you can select the circuit board and resize it with the right stick and move it about with the left stick. But wait, there's more. It's a note. Another swift press of R button to expand that and... Oh, that's lovely. An emoticon is worth 1,000 words. Well, maybe 3 or 4. Use notes to leave handy reminders to yourself or others about gadgets, contraptions, or some of the super clever clogs logic you've created. Or maybe just remind yourself where you left your house keys. They are your notes, after all, so use them as you will. So, this is your new blockbuster vampire moo cow from Saturn. And your moo cow is proving uncooperative? Here's a hint from a pro. The best way to direct a difficult actor is with the amazing motion recorder. In your tools bag, in the movers section, you'll find a motion recorder. Attach it to your reluctant ruminant and open up its tweak menu. Now choose Record. Drag her around with your dexterous digit and all her movements will be recorded. And remember, use a second finger to rotate her. Simply release touch to finish recording. Your tweak options set how it will replay the action, as a loop or perhaps back and forth. You can also speed it up so it can keep up with your super smart grey mash. What a performance! She's really chewing the scenery. No, I mean, look, she is. That's not real grass, is it? She's going to have quadruple tummy ache later. Sackboy's pioneering the new musical genre of shampoo moco. Apparently, it mainly involves singing in the shower. OK, let's lay down some tracks. You can get a music sequencer from the music page. The R button will open or close its circuit board. It's here you place instruments to build your fab and groovy gramophone tunes. You really have to tweak, fiddle and faff with the instruments to get your own sounds. Seriously, this is how I created off-key white noise yelling. All the kids are into it now. Press the menu button to open an instrument. Each instrument plays according to a pattern. Move the cursor around the pattern with the left stick and place down new notes with the action button. The R and L buttons lengthen or shorten your notes. Up and down on the right stick will change the volume of the note. Left and right will change its timbre, the quality and uniqueness of the instrument. It's not as complex as it sounds, and if you mess up, undo and redo with the left and right buttons. The up button will pause and play, letting you preview your musical mayhem. Once completed, you can tweak the instrument by pressing the menu button, as there may be further adjustments to key and scale you'd like to include. If your composition's becoming a magnum opus, which is Latin for a big deal, you can use the rear touchpad to pan along your sequence like so. When you're done, rearrange your instruments on the music sequencer's circuit board in any order you choose. So, can we hear what you've been composing? Take it away. No, seriously. Take it away. As far as possible. Yikes. You going to drag that knucklehead around with you all day? You could always put him in your goodies bag. In your poppet, open the My Objects page and select the Capture Object tool. All you do is select your object to add it to your inventory. Simple as 1, 2, tap. Remember that handy lasso select we used in a previous lesson? Well, we're going to make use of it again here. Choose the Capture Object tool once more, and this time draw a loop around Frank. And there he goes into your goodies bag, ready to be taken out and played with whenever you want. The goodies bag. Never leave home without it. Or rather, always leave home with it. Yes, that makes more sense. Oh, before you go, check out the full screen Pop-It. Tap the Expand Pop-It button to activate it, and there you go. It's just like Pop-It, but even more so. A bit full-on? Tap it again, and the classic floaty Pop-It will return before you can say, there, like nothing ever happened. Sackboy, you are not being the stunt person to demonstrate danger tweakers. Mr. Danger has come all the way from Duckywood, so let's leave it to a professional, okay? Firstly, open up your Gadgets page and choose the Danger Tweaker. Yes, we know it's not in your contract, Mr. Danger, but we know you'll do us this favour. Best attach a button, just to be on the safe side. You can tweak it to choose how it affects its subject, turning it into fire, electric, or plasma. Don't worry about him. People like Duck Danger eat peril for breakfast. I had a peril omelette once. It gave me chronic heartburn. Now let's try a destroyer. Tough-sounding name, but let me assure you, it lives up to and beyond it. Tweaking a destroyer allows you to choose the destroy effect. If you want to destroy all the objects it's glued to, select Include Rigid Connections. Just place that destroyer on Duck Danger and stand well back. Not that it's dangerous or anything, Mr. Danger. Well, maybe just a smidge. Finally, connect that button to the destroyer. Hold still, Mr. Danger. Yes, I might need to have a brief word with my agent. Listen, Sackboy. Duck Danger's last film, Webbed Feet of Steel, was a disaster. A lame duck. He's really down about it. We need to cheer him up and get him back into the public eye with an amazing stunt. And I'm going to duck on l'orange it. You in? Duck Danger? Hi! Went to see your last film. I was literally glued to my seat, sat on a huge blob of chewing gum. Hey, we're just about to talk about the material tweaker. Want to help? Of course you do. Sackboy, fetch one from the Gadgets page. Oh, it's nothing to worry about, Duck, really. Well, we aren't worried. You can tweak the physical properties of your objects. Duck feathers aren't renowned for their bounce, but if we tweak them like so, we can make them more rubbery than an eraser in a hot pencil case. Oh, hush, Duck. We're just having a bit of fun. Now, sometimes you might want your object to become, I don't know, sticky. You alter the material tweaker and set it to sticky. Let's test it with a hailstorm of popcorn. Told you it'd come to a sticky end. However, to lighten this atmosphere between us, we'll fit him with an anti-gravity tweaker from the Object Tweakers section. Let's make Duck Danger so light on his webbed feet, he'll make a ballet dancer with helium Wellingtons look earthbound. Up you go. There is also a setting for controlling how quickly your object slows down, which we didn't use. How's about that, Sackboy? We lifted a major movie star's spirits. Literally. Only your closest friends will tell you you have your bowler hat inside out. Similarly, up here, only a true friend will tell you when your scene is overcrowded. And the tall fellow in the tube on the left is that friend. He's a measuring stick for productivity. He gets taller the more you build. But when he's getting too big for his tube, it's a sign you're running out of space too. You're going to need a few tricks to optimize your scene. Fortunately for you, we have lots. Sometimes you can save space in your scene by not having overcomplicated shapes in it. This means fewer vertices. You know, the dots you see when using the corner editor. Dashed useful they are, but somewhat elaborate if you're short on space. Perfect circles are the exception that proves the rule because they have no corners. But if you edit them, whoops, you'll have dots before your eyes once more. Thinking big has got me into trouble a few times, so I taught myself to think smaller but more often. If you've built a mega-ginormous ultra shape, cut it up into several smaller ones. Now that's much more manageable. Even better, get rid of those bits which are off-screen and players will never see. You can tweak objects to make them static. Static objects keep themselves to themselves and don't interact with things around them. Some objects don't depend on connections with other things. You can turn these into non-solid with the dephysicalize tool. Be still, my moving parts, at least when I'm not around. Place an anti-gravity tweaker and set the dampening to 100%. Then connect up a player sensor and invert its output. Now those moving bits will be frozen when nobody's about. But walk nearer and they become active again. Ooh, stickers, stickers, stickers. The 3 S's. We all love stickers, but laying them 30 deep makes everything get gummed up. Using 1 or 2 will keep the neighbourhood bright and tidy. Some things might look impressive, but they also make the thermometer level rise. You might need to cull a few sticker panels, smoke machines, holograms, and keep those atmospheric effects to a minimum. It's just an idea. Cruel to be kind and all that. When it comes to lighting, surfaces on LittleBigPlanet will only reflect 2 lights at the same time. More than that will be ignored, or might even start conflicting, and we don't want that. This is mood lighting, not walking off in a huff lighting. It's fab filling the Imagisphere with your own funky ditties using a music sequencer, but sometimes you just want to hear an old classic with a music object. What's more, it lets our friend in the thermometer kick back and relax a bit too. He especially likes the non-interactive tunes. Here's another energy-saving tip from the Department of the Patently Obvious. With less stuff visible on screen, the smoother and groovier your scene will run. This applies to cameras too. Zoom them in for added drama and impactfulnicity. That's not a word, but that's okay. We're all friends here. When it comes to levels, less is more. Something of a mathematical anomaly, but it's true. If you have lots of things going on in your scene, why not split it into 2 levels? Less clutter, more levels. Everyone's a winner. Like any city, it's a good idea to distribute your Sackbot population if you want to avoid overcrowding. It eases congestion of the Imagisphere, and you avoid saying, "Excuse me," every 5 seconds. Sackbots are intelligent beings, so don't just let them wander aimlessly. Give them something to do. Use logic and behaviours to give them specific tasks. If you record a Sackbot animation, then it will carry on to its heart's content and won't expend any valuable brain power on the task. I hope you're not one of these people who leaves the telly on when you leave the room, because the Imagisphere doesn't appreciate that sort of behaviour. If you have some complex logic beeping and booping when you don't need it, turn it off. Wireless logic seems like a great gimmick, and indeed it is. Tag sensor and the like. But if you need extra space in your gorgeously complicated scene, then we recommend good old-fashioned wires. Oh, go on. Show them off. They work hard and deserve a bit of recognition. We've learnt so much, you and I, but the Imagisphere always has more to teach. Open your mind and let your imagination run free. Make something wonderfully amazing. Oh, my word! You've made a Sackenstein's monster. That is frighteningly small. Let's bulk him up a bit. You know, while touch is fancy, those buttons you have there could also be used for a lot of things in create mode. Let's give 'em a go. open your Poppet with the menu button and select the Poppet cursor with the action button. Move the cursor with the left stick. Yes, like that. Put it over your creation and press the action button. Now you can move him around with the left stick. On the right stick, pressing left or right will spin him around. And of course, up or down will make him larger or smaller. I'd debiggerize in case he goes rogue. You can move him back and forth between layers. Hold the L button and drag the middle of the layer slider to bring him forward a layer. You can also hold the L button and use the left stick to move him in and out. Now, you might want to make him Chunkenstein's monster. Hold the L button and tap the dotted line above the layer slider to make him fatter. Dragging the bottom edge of the layer slider upwards will make him thinner. OK, now set him loose in the world. Press the action button to release him. Press back to return to the main menu, and notice how Frank stays exactly where he is. Gravity doesn't come back into play until you fully close your Poppet. Not satisfied with power over life itself? You can control time, too. Press the left button to go back and undo your actions. As you might expect, pressing the right button will redo it. Notice that time has been frozen. The up button pauses the temporal continuum. Temporarily, mind you. Pressing up once more will cause our continuum to continue on. I think this experiment's gone far enough. I'm afraid it's time to delete our unusual friend. Get your Poppet cursor, tap Frank to select him. Press delete when you're ready. Frank has returned from whence he came. Yes, whence. I think it's somewhere near Plymouth. Sergeant Sackhop is a fiend for push-ups, pull-ups, and indeed, power-ups. Power-ups are located in the Gameplay Kits page. Have a go with the grappling hook. It's the bee's pivotal leg joints. You can tweak a power-up so it can't be dropped. The military doesn't stand for dropouts. Avail yourself of any power-up by walking through it. Then press and hold the grab button to fire the grappling hook, and it'll find its target. You don't need to be bitten by some poorly arachnid to sway about like the spidery dude here. Oh, no. Use the left stick to swing left and right, while up and down shortens and lengthens the wire. When you've passed your obstacle, just let go of the grab button. Marvellous! It's the only way to travel these days. And here's something else that'll grab you. The Grabinators. These are Goliath's gloves, mittens of muscle. Use the grab button and let's show Sergeant Sackhop how sack people lift weights. And heave! Flinging is done by moving, then releasing the grab button. Whoa! He really flew. However, this is all rather undisciplined behavior. A remove power-up device strips the power-ups from any Sackboy who activates it. Always use power-ups for good, young sackling. Unless you want to do wicked things, then go for it. I mean, who's going to argue?
My, how will you stitch yourself out of this peculiar situation?
It would be fab if we could push those blocks out somehow. Luckily, you can use the rear touchpad of your system too. Whenever you're using the rear touchpad, a handy marker will appear to show you exactly where your delectable digit is destined. Simply drag your finger along the rear touchpad to make each block pop out of its socket. There you go. You've just created the perfect stepping stone. And if you change your mind, you can tap your touchscreen to push it right back in its proper place. Watch how they change their appearance as you push them back and forth, too. This will tell you when to switch between using the touchscreen and the rear touchpad. Helpful little souls, aren't they? Sackboy, I've just heard you've won a competition. Oh, my! I'm guessing by the suitcases it was a dream holiday for two. Yes, of course I'll accompany you, but we'll need to leave your level in good hands. Quick, let's make a Sackbot caretaker. Open your tools bag and seek out the Sackbots section. That's it. Amazing things, Sackbots, as long as you know how to program them. We'll make this one a very competent, skillful Sandy Sackbot. We can also set her animation style if we want to, so she can move in an amusing manner to entertain visitors while we're away. There's several built-in behaviours to choose from, too. There's follow, so she follows you wherever you go. Well, that's no good, as we need her here. Maybe flee, so she runs away from you. Anyway, tweak her awareness radius, too. This affects how closely she can detect players in your scene. The afraid of heights setting will stop her falling off high ledges and the like. Best keep her safe, eh? Choose afraid of danger, too, so she stays away from hazards and mildly perilous stuff. And if we enhance her with the gift of jump and change layer, she'll be able to get about pretty much everywhere else. Ooh, those power-ups might be good for her, too. And if you can think of anything useful for the Creatinator, Grabinator, and Controlinator options, give them a blast, too. This is great, isn't it? Where are we going to go, by the way? You know, the holiday. You won a competition, hence the suitcases. Oh, the suitcases were the prize. No holiday, then. Well, they're nice suitcases, mind. I'm having those.
All sackbots have strict behaviour guidelines. It's not me, Gov. It's the law. If you want to sleep safely in your bed, set him up as a security guard with patrol behaviour. With the ACT behaviour, you can record your own movements directly into your Sackbot's grey matter. You only have to do something embarrassing once, but your Sackbot stooge will have to do it as often as you want him to. Play once makes him do it just the once. But you can also loop him. Loop relative makes him do it wherever he's standing. But loop absolute will return him to his exact starting point each time his embarrassment ends. Sackbots also have their own microchip. Select Show Circuit Board or press the R button to reveal it. Why not place behaviours straight onto his microchip? Good deeds, ill will, indifferent acts of blasé thoughtlessness, whatever you think of. Trigger them with sensors, but remember, it's the most recently activated behaviour that controls him. So, if you set him to hostile, he may very well come after you. Oh, I don't know about hostile. Seems rather over-friendly to me. Better not put a danger tweaker on that microchip. I'd show him some respect if I were you. Give him a voice. Yes. Put a magic mouth on his microchip. Then set the actor name of the magic mouth to something urbane and witty. Now he's friendly and chatty. He's the ideal chum. Wouldn't you agree, Sackboy? So you want to make Cheddar George audibly pleasing, do you? You think he's going to be the next big singing sensation, eh? OK, I'll buy that. Find the music objects in your tools bag. Tweaking is essential. Get the volume just right. You don't want to burst eardrums now, do you? You can also change the start point to go directly to the bit you like best. Intros can be tedious, can't they? You can control the individual track volumes of your tunes and remix to your heart's content. Now, how about some sound effects for Cheddar George? There's some ear-pleasing lovelies in the Sound Objects page. Let's select Epic Horn. Oh, very good. Now he sounds like a cheese that doesn't agree with you. The modifier can change any of the sounds in amazing ways. You could spend all day playing with them. You can set off the sounds with a trigger radius or connect a sensor to the sound object so it plays when you want it to. Cheddar George might be a bit mature to be a pop star. Sackboy's always breaking the speed limit when he's riding his sports car. Let's keep tabs on him with a speed sensor. In the tools bag, under Sensors, seek out the speed sensor. We'll set the maximum speed to the LittleBigPlanet speed limit. Anything over this will trigger the sensor. A speed sensor will also detect which direction it's moving, left, right, up, down. If he's showing off in an elevator, we'll know about it. For now, left, right only will do the job. Let's demonstrate it. Attach the speed sensor to the direction splitter. Connect each output to a different light. Positive for the front light, negative for the rear light. Notice how fast he's going determines how bright the light is. You see, the lights are set to dimmer, and they get a percentage of the speed sensor's output signal. Oh, that little speed monster. You're Sackboy, not Speed Boy. Sackboy is such a quiet and self-effacing character. You'd hardly know he was there. Perhaps we need some kind of floating indicator. We'll use a sticker panel. Sticker panel is a kind of craft material, so it will be in your goodies bag. That's good. See how it floats in mid-air? The sticker panel ignores gravity. It's almost like magic. Now we need a sticker. How about that one? That really gets my attention. Tweaking the sticker panel affects how stickers, which are stuck on the panel, will appear. For example, change the colour. Let's go for something like that. Now, here's the really great thing about sticker panels. Attach a button and you can make your stickers turn on and off. Lower the opacity to make the stickers see-through. Who's a clever creator? Yes, you! Yes, you! Yeah, well, all right, we get the idea. With so many stickers to collect in LittleBigPlanet, it almost feels wasteful to leave a space without stickers. Press the menu button to open your Pop-It and tap the Stickers and Decorations icon. Use your finger to drag the page up and down, and remember, flicking gets you there even faster. pick your favourite with a decisive tap. Move it around by holding your finger on the touchscreen and then drag it to wherever your stickering sense leads. Not the right size? Put 2 fingers on the touchscreen, then pinch in for tiny and petite, or pinch out for big and bombastic. And if you rotate your fingers around, the sticker will follow. Touch and hold the flip button, then slide your finger in the direction that you want to mirror the sticker. A swift tap on the screen, and you will put it in its rightful place. If you're feeling nimble-fingered, why not tap a few more down? Go sticker mad! Use the back button to go back and pick another stupendous sticker. When you're all stickered out, simply keep tapping back until you've closed the poppet for good. I've a feeling I'm witnessing the birth of a sticker renaissance. You won't give up with that funny bunny, will you? Some things are funnier when used sparingly. You know, only when you need them. Open your poppet and go to the tools bag. There's a button in the gameplay kits page. That's it. Place it on the ground near mildly amusing bunny. Now, with the cursor, grab the button's output tab. You drag these tabs to wire up all electrical gadgets on LittleBigPlanet. Connect it to the motor bolt. Now it's wired up, Bunny's face will only spin when the button is pressed. See, now that's funny. Funnier, at least. Well, funny-ish. Let's go back to your tools bag. Right, what else? Grab sensors. They're useful. You activate these by grabbing the thing they're stuck onto. So let's connect our grab sensor to that motor bolt. Wouldn't you know, it works! Two-way and three-way switches are available as well. The two-way is your basic on-off switch. The three-way, however, can be pulled either forwards or backwards, and you can decide how far you want to pull it. Here's how. When you attach a switch, you can change how it controls the motor bolt. Tweak the motor bolt and look at the input action. On-off just turns on the motor in the direction you set. With forwards-backwards, the motor turns a different direction depending on which way you pull the switch. Single cycle turns it all the way round once, then stops, even if you let go halfway. Finally, speed scale makes the motor turn faster the further you pull the switch. It's a treasure trove of gem-like possibilities. Try them all. By the way, did you know you can pause these videos whenever you like via the Start menu? Not that you ever would. I mean, what could be more important than... Listening to me? I ask you. I said what... Oh. Sackboy is about to take his souffle out of the oven, but the last one didn't come out so well. So this time he's sending in a Sackbot, or rather, you are. That's right. Using a touch cursor, you can make a Sackbot follow your finger anywhere in your scene. First of all, a touch cursor only works when it's placed on a controlinator, like this one. Now, get a touch cursor. You can find one under Advanced Logic in your tools bag. Place it on the controlinator circuit board, like so. Get on board that controlinator. But, now here's a quality tip, you could tweak it to be a receiver controlled by the player. Then Sackboy doesn't need to get into it. Now, open your touch cursor and let's tag it. Get a tag from your tools bag. A green one will be perfect. That's the style. Tweak the touch cursor and you'll see there's oodles of options. You can choose which touch interface to use, touch screen, rear touchpad, one or the other, you decide. Have a faff on with it. Now, we want this Sackbot to heed the lure of the touch cursor. Tweak the Sackbot and set it to follow waypoint, in particular, green ones. That's it. OK, onto the breach, dear Sackbot. Well, under the kitchen. First, the cursor triggers the kitchen door. Then our trusty Sackbot bounces upwards. And finally, to the souffle. Oh, my. Well, it's cheese and crackers again, then. You'll find many touchable things like this on your travels, and they have quite a distinct appearance too, so you'll know them when you see them. Using the miracle of touch, you can reach in and rearrange the world to your liking. Simply touch the thing that you want to move. Drag it to a place of your liking, and lo and behold, you've built yourself a simple stair. Amazing, isn't it? Since Sack people's prehistoric ancestors left the oceans, modern Sacco-sapiens had to invent flippers and bubble machines. They're in your tools bag under Emitters. A bellyful of bubbles gives Sackboy another 30 seconds of breathing time. If 30 seconds aren't enough and genetically engineered gills just aren't your style, you might try scuba gear. They're also in your tools bag, under power-ups. With scuba gear, you can swim as long as you want. but not too long or your fabric will go wrinkly.
You noticed that sack personages, as they gad about the Imagosphere, all wear a poker face because they're concentrating on the task in hand. Well, it doesn't have to be like that all the time, you know. You can change your expressions using the directional buttons. It's easy. Press up to show us your winning smile. Down brings out a frown. Right brings out your cross face, whilst left makes you look scared. You can nod and shake your head by waving your controller around, and even switch to control of your hips by clicking the left stick. Get a wiggle on, why don't you? As if that wasn't enough, try pressing the limb buttons and using the left stick and right stick. Look, you're waving. Yes, very good. I'm waving back. Really, I am. Honest. It's embarrassing now. Stop it. Sporting oneself from the earthly plateau to the realm of LIttleBigPlanet is akin to being born again. You emerge here a bundle of naked, woolly innocence. The operative word being naked. Put some clothes on that say, "I mean business, Buster." Get some gadabout trousers or an adventurer's hat, for example. To do so, bring up your poppet with the menu button and select the Customize Character option. From there, you can peruse its contents with the left stick and don your chosen attire with the Action button. Once you are suitably suited and booted, having raided your boutique, a press of the back button shows off your new togs to your peers. If you live by the sea, that is.
By now, you'll be wanting to crack on into an exciting adventure. Dash into daring-do, be flung into fun. To navigate the menus in your pod or start menu, just hold the T button down and move the motion controller in the direction you want the highlight to go. Let the dashing and flinging commence. 10 hut. It's time for your orientation, hardy Hessian-based adventurer. It's no good cavorting about the craftisphere without the correct equipment. In your left hand, you'll need either a wireless controller or a navigation controller. All present and correct? Marvellous. Then you'll also need a motion controller in your right hand. Feels good? Feels good. Right, let's get on. Press down on the directional buttons and at the same time press the move button. On you go.
A laundry list of things to do as long as both your arms. It's time to call in some help. Whenever the guardians of the small, huge sphere have a task for you, the Organizatron kindly jots it down for you. Hold down the triangle button to open it up, and from there you can check on your have-dones and yet-to-dos using your left stick. A press of the Action button lets you examine the ins and outs of your chosen activity, and you can even get handy pointers on where you need to go by pressing the menu button. It's awfully useful like that. As always, a quick tap of the back button will close the Organizatron, letting you skip back off to do whatever it is you do when you think we're not looking. Scholars of the Omniverse have forever debated what the most satisfying feelings in existence are. They used to say batting a hot-boiled egg with a willow cricket bat was the nicest. Then LIttleBigPlanet came along, and they said placing a sticker down was the best. Doubly so if it's a sticker you've made yourself. To begin, open your poppet with the menu button and highlight Stickers and Decorations with the left stick. Press the Action button and find one of these lovely PlayStation Eye stickers. Once you spot one you like, press the Action button again. Now you can move it around with the left stick and spin it or make it bigger or smaller with the right stick. Place it down with a satisfying tap of the Action button. Most gratifying. Ever tell you about the time I got stuck in a hat? I did? Well, it's a true story and still relevant today, as the danger of getting stuck in LIttleBigPlanet is as real as it ever was. If you find yourself in an impassable crevice or an insurmountable rut, your poppet holds the key to your salvation. Open it with your menu button and highlight the Retry option using your left stick. Then simply hold the action button until your little sticked chum pops himself senseless. Don't worry, he'll be back in a jiffy, spat out of that last checkpoint you ran past. Good as new. Can't have too many pockets. This is precisely why I want to introduce you to the all-new Sack Pocket. Press the back button to bring up the Sack Pocket. Use your left stick to highlight the particular thing you wish to pull out of the Sack Pocket, then press the Action button to select it. See how it's now in your hands? That's POC tech for you. How anyone got by before pockets is beyond me. Real world, slapping stickers on anything and everything is frowned upon. Rightly so. Have you ever tried peeling a sticker off a cat? Susan was not amused. However, in the world of LIttleBigPlanet, we like to do things differently. Yes, that means you're free to sticker whatever you want, even your bestest of chums or most fearsome of foes. Simply bring up ye poppet with the menu button and select Stickers and Decorations using the left stick and the Action button. When you pick a sticker, you'll see it's now at the end of your poppet cursor. Move it around with the left stick. You can resize and even give it a bit of a spin using the right stick. Once you're happy, a quick press of the Action button stamps your sticker down. Or, if you're feeling adventurous, you can use the nifty touchpad feature to move your sticker, placing it with a quick click. Marvellous. As always, close the poppet with a press of the back button and away you go. Important to ensure that you get your kit set up correctly. Oh, it's okay, you don't need a degree in electrical engineering or even a screwdriver. When I'm done talking, just hold down the Select button for 3 seconds. And then follow the instructions. Make sure you hold the motion controller with the Move button towards the ceiling. It should feel pretty good. If it feels good, it probably is. Right, now you have a go. If you move your motion controller out of sight of your PlayStation Eye, then you'll get a dainty little icon showing you as much, like this. I think that's everything. Oh, one last thing. If you have a party of your sack chums around and you need to swap motion controllers about, hold down the Start button for 3 seconds, and you'll be taken to the Swap Controller screen. Wow, that really was easy. And don't forget, my motion-controlled mate, if you need a reminder of the controls, just head over to the Tutorials menu.